क्यों बाहर ढूंढ रहा है मुझे जब मैं हूं अंदर तुझी में। क्यों दूसरों में ढूंढ रहा है मुझे जब मैं हूं तुझी में। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। क्यों प्रश्न उठते हैं भीतर तेरे जब भीतर ही हूं मैं तेरे। भीतर मिलेगा तो प्रश्न के उत्तर दूंगा ना सारे तेरे। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। मैं तो हूं समुद्र की गहराइयों में और तू बैठा है सिर्फ किनारों पे। रोज लहरों से चूमता हूं तुझे, फिर भी तू उतरता नहीं भीतर तेरे। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। ये डर ये फिक्र ये परेशानी किससे है तुझे, जब मैं ही हूं सभी जगह तो तू डर रहा है किससे। क्यों असंतुलित हो जाता है आसानी से, जब अस्तित्व समर्पित कर संतुलन है मुझसे। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। क्यों दूसरों को तुझे चोट पहुंचाने देता है पगले, मुझ पे चित रख के सुरक्षा कवच लेना हर पल पगले। क्यों स्वामी जी ऐसा होने देते हैं, सोचकर समय गवाता है पगले। भीतर के चैतन्य में मुझे तो मौन ही मौन सुनाई दे रहा है पगले। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। कहीं है मदारी का शोर, कहीं पे गहराइयों में खोज। दुनिया में कहीं है चित्त चोर, उनकी छोड़ तू बस अपने भीतर ही खोज। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। कर सभी को और खुद को माफ, तभी होगा तेरा चित्त साफ। अगर जुड़ा है मेरे सूक्ष्म से तो रह प्यार से। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। देख तेरी चारों ओर, अगर सुनेगा नहीं इस दुनिया का शोर तो पाएगा चैतन्य विभोर। भीतर जा और बन आत्मनिर्भर, बस रह मेरे सूक्ष्म को समर्पित जीवन भर। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। रुक जा थम जा, अब बस कर भटकना, न कहीं बाहर न किसी परिस्थिति घटना या व्यक्ति में अटकना। मैं हूं तेरी मां, समझेगा ये जब जानेगा तू है आत्मा। मैंने तुझे चाहा है पूरे दिल से, इसलिए पाएगा चैतन्य आज मुझसे और मेरी समाधि के बाद मंगल मूर्ति से। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। याद रखना हमेशा, कभी मत रखना अपेक्षा। छोड़ना नहीं कभी करना ध्यान, उसी में है सारा अंतर ज्ञान। न हो पाए तो करना प्रार्थना, तेरी माँ को बखूबी आता है तुझे गोद में उठाना। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। तुझे दिखाई है मैंने चोटी की राह, अब मत होना कहीं भी गुमराह। जलाकर चलता रहे अपने भीतर का दिया, पाएगा तू अपनी मंजिल, मैंने आशीर्वाद तुझे है दिया। मैं हूं हर जगह हर जीव में, जानेगा तू जब पाएगा पहले खुद में मुझे। जय बाबा स्वामी। So this was the poem that I felt just came out. Like I said, there was only one paragraph, the one I read before this slide. That was the only paragraph that I wrote on the day of Mahashivratri because I felt something was incomplete. So I'm now going to translate this poem in English. Obviously, the bhavarth is the same. The words may seem a little bit, I try my best to still retain that feeling when translating in English. Sometimes it's hard to find the right word. So the first part of the poem is, why are you looking for me outside when I am inside you indeed? Why are you trying to find me in others when I am within you indeed? I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Why do you get so many questions when I myself reside in you, inside you? If you meet me within, only then I'll be able to answer all your questions. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. I am in the depth of the seas, but you are sitting at the shore. I kiss you daily with the waves. You still don't dive within the sea of yourself. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. This fear, this worry, what is it that is bothering you? Whom are you scared of when I myself am all around you? Why do you get imbalanced so easily when you can gain the balance from me by surrendering your existence? I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Why do you let others hurt you? Oh dear, just get the protective shield every moment by keeping your attention on me. Why do you waste your time thinking, why did Swamiji let this happen? All I can hear in this inner consciousness is the music of silence. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. There is noise made by the jugglers at some places, whereas there is search in deep oceans at other places. There are many chitta hijackers in the world. Don't pay attention to them. You just search deep within yourself. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Forgive everyone and yourself too. Only then will your chitta get purified. If you are connected with my subtle form, you should live simply with love. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Look around in all four directions. If you don't pay attention to the noise in the world, you will find consciousness absorbed in everything. Go within and be self-dependent. All you need to do is just stay surrendered to my subtle form all life long. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Hang tight, hold on, stop roaming around. Don't get stuck in the outer world, any situation, any event, or a person. I am your mother. You will realize this when you see yourself as a soul. I love you from all my heart. Therefore, you will receive the consciousness from me today and from the Mangal Murti after I take the Samadhi. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Always remember, never keep expectations. Never leave meditating, because in it is the treasure of inner knowledge. Pray if you cannot. Your mother very well knows how to carry you in her lap. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. I have shown you the path to the pinnacle. Now don't lose your way. Let your inner lamp be lit and just keep walking on that path. You have my blessings. You will reach the destination. I am at every place, in every living being. You will realize this once you attain me within yourself. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. Jai Baba Swami. Jai Atmeshwar. What a beautiful poem. It was like we are starting the session with meditation itself. Uttar Bhitar. Go deep within. Written by Vishal Bhai during the Anushthan. It has so many lessons we can note down and learn and just follow Swamiji's all the teachings in one poem. Very beautifully written and very beautiful vibrations to start this session. With that note, a very warm welcome to all the guests, participants, and today's host of today's session. This is Samarpan, where we take you through the history of Samarpan meditation as witnessed by first generation sadhaks. And we will get to know about their journey and the evolution of Samarpan meditation in various parts of the world. It's an interview of the souls by the souls to connect with super souls through the collectivity of souls. Now, I have few announcements before we go further on this session. It is one of the most awaited session for This is Samarpan America's team because we have two divine souls, Hemaliji and Vishalji, and also joining their parents, mother of Vishalji and Hemaliji's mom and dad, to add to the energy. We will get to experience their energy and all the stories of their Gurukaryas. But before that, few house rules. Dear guests and co-hosts, to go within, Please put your phones on silence and WhatsApp calls on mute. And please turn off your audio video until the interview begins, and we will announce and invite you to speak. If you get disconnected and want to join back as a co-host or host, then please message one of the teammates personally. We will make you co-host, and so that you have privileges to mute and unmute. For audience who is joining from here or all over the world, please we request you to turn off your videos so that we can have a better bandwidth to enjoy the program. During this session, if you have any questions, please put it in the chat. And also, we are on the YouTube. Live link will be shared in the chat. So share with family and friends, and all the questions on YouTube and also the Zoom chat will be answered by our guests at the end of the session. Thank you for joining us for today's session. Now I would like to invite Utsa for the next part.
Jai Baba Swami and Jai Atmeshwar everyone. So before we move forward to this beautiful program, I would like to read the disclaimer. The only objective of this is Samarpan is connecting all living beings of present times. The information and opinions shared here by anyone are personal views of the speaker and are not officially associated with any social, religious, cultural, political, educational, or other organization. We are here to be inspired on how to go back to our original nature of pure soul or a Holy Spirit. By no means we intend to offend someone or to hurt anyone's emotions. We support understanding of any subject based on our own experiences rather than relying on any online or bookish knowledge that encourages baseless ideology and superstitious beliefs. Please accept our soulful love or Atmiyata and disregard any information that you don't agree. With this, I would like to invite Pranavji.
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. The foundation of this beautiful program is Samarpan Meditation. It is an authentic and simple meditation practice based on Guru Sanskaras or values of Guru. It has been practiced since last 800 years in the Himalayas by the yogis, ascetics, and sages, and was first brought into the society by Shree Shivkrupanand Swamiji in 1994 for the benefit of the common people like us. By the grace of those Himalayan gurus, today, Samarpan meditation is practiced by millions of people in more than 50 countries in the world. Surprisingly, Samarpan meditation is offered totally free to anyone without any barriers of nationality, religion, race, gender, color, caste, or language. Samarpan meditation is made of two words. Samarpan means letting go of negativity, of the ego, of thoughts, of the past or the future, and of any expectation or attachment. Meditation is naturally allowing our self-consciousness to merge into universal consciousness without any effort. Samarpan meditation helps us to live life in a balanced state of mind with optimal body health to achieve overall progress while growing spiritually. You will also hear us saying Jai Baba Swami or Jai Atmeshwar. When we say Jai Baba Swami, it reminds us that we all are like pearls bonded through an unseen thread of our master, Baba Swami. And by saying Jai Atmeshwar, we bow down to the soul inside you. With this, I will hand it over to Vireshji. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami, Pranavji, thank you very much. Jai Baba Swami and Jai Atmeshwar to everyone. Hearty welcome to This is Samarpan program. Today we are going to talk to a wonderful couple, Hemaliji and Vishalji. I'm going to introduce briefly Hemaliji. When I say briefly, it's really briefly, because there's so much to their lives that we're going to listen to them throughout the 2 days, today and tomorrow. Let me start with Hemaliji. Hemaliji was born in Gujarat and grew up with her parents and an older sister. Hemaliji was attracted to the idea of meditation and moksha at a very young age and used to spend a lot of time in nature and with birds and animals. Her life changed completely on a routine lazy Sunday when she simply accompanied her mother to Swamiji's ongoing video shibir on Vishuddha Chakra Day with no expectations and felt as if she reached a place she was searching for all her life. She then joined the Ajivan Seva Dhari program, which is a lifelong seva for the ashram. After her marriage to Vishalji in Samarpan Viva, she moved to Chicago. They now have two very young boys, aged 6 and 3. Hemaliji loves traveling and spending time in nature, apart from playing with her own children. And she feels that each word of Swamiji's is a way of life for her, and she has a strong desire to spread Swamiji's words all her life as Ajivan Sevadhari. With this, I now invite Zurikaji to introduce Vishalji.
Jai Baba Swami. Thank you, Vireshji. And for introduction to Vishal Bhai, he does not need any introduction. Actually, everyone in Samarpan knows him. He's one of the pillars of Samarpan USA, actually. And he's such a dedicated sadhak and a very pure soul and a loving soul who inspires everyone around him. But still, I'll give him a short introduction to Vishalji. Vishalji was born in Mumbai and grew up with his parents and two older sisters. As a child, he loved making friends, was very close to his cousins, and loved playing cricket, chess, and riding bike. His entire family started practicing Samarpan meditation in the year 2000 and 2001. And last but not the least, he joined Samarpan Meditation while he was pursuing his engineering degree in 2003. Although he never experienced vibrations on palms or smelled fragrances, he always felt good and naturally driven by Swamiji's energies. He worked in India for 2 years before he came to Chicago to pursue master's degrees. He got married in Samarpan Viva to Hemaliji, and the way Swamiji spiritually arranged their marriage still mesmerizes him every day. He is proud father, working as vice president of customer operations, and enjoys traveling, watching movies, writing, and singing. He loves playing any role in Gurukarya, and he's very passionate about giving introductions and prachar talks. So with that short introduction, we will hear more about his life story. I'll pass it over to Hitrendraji to start the interview.
Thank you very much, Zurikaji, Vireshji, for giving such a beautiful introduction of a lovely couple who is very dear and close to my heart. On behalf of Shree Shivkrupanand Swamiji and our global Samarpan family, I heartily welcome the president of Shree Shivkrupanand Swami Foundation of America, Mr. Vishal Desai, and Mrs. Hemali Hothi-Desai. She has been such a beautiful person, and this is such a beautiful couple. What you have heard in the introduction from Zurikaji and Vireshji is just a, you can say, just pinch of salt. You are going to have the real tasty food in these 2 days during this weekend. And the poem itself must have told you a lot of things, how deep Vishal is and why he is where he is today. In the Samarpan organization, giving his services globally and making the name of his parents. And same thing goes with Hemaliji. We have such a beautiful story to learn from, and so many things to enjoy. And you are going to feel that you are going into your childhood. You are going to living your own life when you are going to listen to that story. And I don't want to keep you waiting for what next. Let's dive into the program itself. Are you ready, Hemaliji and Vishalji?
Yes, we are ready. And before you ask the first question, just Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar to everyone. Hemali and I would like to express our very, very heartfelt gratitude for having us as guest here. We humbly realize that there are many other sadhaks who probably could be, should be here before us. To us, it feels like a little bit of we are boarding when the seniors boarding is still pending. So we are here to share our experiences. We will try to share everything that we have learned in the spirit of learning together as one global family. So thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Jai Swami.
You're welcome. And I want to know, हेमाली क्योंकि हमारे कई दर्शक हिंदुस्तान में हैं जो हिंदी बोलते हैं, तो आपसे मैं थोड़ी बातें हिंदी में करूंगा और विशाल से अंग्रेजी में करूंगा, ये चलेगा आपको?
यस यस, बिल्कुल चलेगा।
यस,
ये बहुत अच्छी बात हो गई। तो फिर मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ कि आप क्यों ना अपने बचपन के बारे में और मम्मी पापा के परिवार के बारे में थोड़ा हमें बताएं।
यस, डेफिनेटली। सो मेरा जन्म ढाक उपलेटा गुजरात में हुआ था। ढाक गांव विलेज हिस्टोरिकली बहुत ही वो फेमस है और वहाँ पे बहुत सारी पुरानी जैन गुफाएं हैं और वहाँ पे एकदम छोटा सा गांव है पर बहुत ही क्लोज टू नेचर है। तो मैं वहाँ पे मेरा बर्थ हुआ था। तो बचपन से एवरी लाइक वेकेशन में जब छोटी थी तभी उधर मम्मी लेके जाती थी मम्मी पापा के साथ, तो मुझे वहाँ बहुत ही अच्छा लगता था। और वहाँ ढाक डुंगरेश्वर में एक मंदिर है, वहाँ पे स्वयंभू मतलब अपने आप ही शिवलिंग का स्वयंभू ही हुआ था। तो वो मंदिर की बहुत ही उसके वाइब्रेशन भी बहुत अच्छे है। तो बचपन से मुझे ऐसी नेचुरल प्लेस में जाना बहुत ही अच्छा लगता था। एंड आई ग्रो अप इन टंकारा, स्मॉल विलेज जो महर्षि दयानंद सरस्वती का बर्थ प्लेस है। मेरा फिर जन्म ढाक में हुआ और यहाँ पे मैं बड़ी हुई। तो दिस टंकारा गांव भी बहुत ही लाइक इट्स क्लोज टू माय हार्ट, क्योंकि एकदम नेचर में था घर और वहाँ पे आर्य समाज था। तो आर्य समाज में जाना, वहाँ पे खेलना, वहाँ की स्कूल में पढ़ाई करना, वो सब भी एक स्पिरिचुअल एनवायरनमेंट ही था छोटी थी तभी। और घर पे भी बहुत सारे बर्ड्स आते थे। मैं छोटी थी तभी मम्मी बोलती थी तुझे छोटे से बाथटब में बिठा के आसपास वो ग्रेन्स थोड़े से डाल देते थे मम्मी, तो बहुत सारे बर्ड्स आते थे और मैं पानी में ऐसे ही घंटों बैठी रहती थी और सभी बर्ड्स के साथ आसपास बात करती थी। लाइक बर्ड्स मेरे मतलब वो एकदम ही नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट में बड़ी हुई थी।
ऐसा लगता है बर्ड्स तुम्हारे दोस्त बन गए थे और पानी तुम्हारे एकदम मस्त हॉबी लगती है बचपन से ही स्विमिंग का। ये कौन तुम्हें सिखा रहा है स्विमिंग?
तो मेरे पापा मुझे मैं और मेरी बड़ी बहन हम दोनों को रिवर में लेके जाते थे स्विमिंग सिखाने के लिए। पापा मेरे मम्मी पापा वो लोग वो माय पापा बिलीव दैट लड़की या लड़का जो भी हो उन लोगों को सभी लाइफ स्किल सीखनी चाहिए। तो पापा हम दोनों को कभी ऐसा नहीं किया कि अरे ये लड़की है तो ये नहीं करना चाहिए, पर सभी लाइफ स्किल स्विमिंग जो बेसिक लाइफ स्किल है वो सभी पापा ने हम दोनों को अच्छी तरह से सिखाई थी। तो वो नदी में जाना, स्विमिंग करना, वो जो ट्यूब रहती है ना, वो टाइम पे तो इतना कुछ स्विमिंग गेयर्स नहीं थे। तो मोटर बाइक का जो ट्यूब रहता है ना, वो ट्यूब हम लोग एयर फिल करके वो लेके जाते थे। तो ऐसे सभी लाइफ स्किल गांव में सभी गेम्स खेलना, बाइक चलाना, वो सभी पापा ने सभी अच्छी तरह से सिखाया। तो
यू आर अहेड ऑफ पीपल इन सिटी, क्योंकि गांव में ये सब प्रकृति के साथ बड़े होना बहुत ही सुंदर लगता है और शारीरिक मानसिक दोनों विकास बहुत ही सुंदर होता है बच्चों का जब ऐसे प्रकृति में खेलते हैं, बड़े होते हैं। तो मुझे तो बहुत अच्छा लगा।
यस, तो मतलब वो मेरी बड़ी बहन है तो वो भी बहुत ही खेल कूद में बहुत आगे थी। तो हम दोनों ने वो जो गांव की सभी गेम रहती है ना, वो सभी गेम पूरा दिन मतलब खेलते ही रहते थे। तो फिजिकली मेंटली भी एकदम नेचर के साथ एकदम अच्छा सा मतलब वो हैप्पीनेस वाला ही एनवायरनमेंट रहता था घर में।
बहुत सुंदर।
जैसे जैसे बड़ी हुई तो फिर एक बार मोर आया घर पे, रूफ पे, तो
हाँ
ऐसे ही मैंने उसके साथ बात करना शुरू कर दिया। तो वो उधर से गया नहीं। फिर दूसरे दिन आया तो मैंने उसको ऐसे ही खाने के लिए कुछ बुलाया नीचे, तो तुरंत ही वो उड़ के नीचे वो फ्लोर पे आ गया। और जस्ट दूसरे ही दिन आके मैंने ऐसे ही हाथ सामने रखा, कॉर्न के दाने, मकाई के दाने दिए खाने के लिए। तो वो ऐसे ही आके वो एकदम आराम से, जैसे वो मुझसे बात कर रहा हो, ऐसे ही खाने लगा। फिर उनका टाइम फिक्स हो गया। बर्ड्स और एनिमल्स लोगों का मतलब, उन लोगों का दे हैव वेरी गुड सेंस ऑफ टाइम, दे आर कनेक्टेड विद नेचर। तो वो एवरी डे फिक्स टाइम पे आता था।
हाँ।
और एवरी डे मैं उसे मतलब जो भी मैं खाती थी वो भी उसे खिलाती थी। मैं रोटी खाती थी तो वो रोटी भी खा लेता था। लाइक एवरी डे बहुत ही अच्छा, मतलब घर का
तो
एनवायरनमेंट।
ऐसे लगता है कि जिस स्वामी जी ने हमको सिखाया है ना कि एक ही समय पे एक ही स्थान पे ध्यान करो, वैसी वो आदत इस मोर को भी लगी गई होगी आपके साथ, इसलिए।
और छोटे छोटे बर्ड्स भी बहुत सारे आते थे। तो कई बार तो ऐसा होता था कि 5 kg वो बाजरे का दाना रहता है ना, छोटा छोटा मिलेट, तो एक दिन में 5 kg वो खा जाते थे। इतने
अरे,
सारे birds
इतने
आते थे।
सारे पक्षी आते थे, क्या बात है।
और दो
बहुत।
वो डॉगी भी थे, उनका नाम मैंने रखा था मोती और चमेली।
मोती और चमेली। हाँ।
और एक कैट भी आती थी, तो उसका नाम मैंने रखा था पुसी कैट। मतलब पूरा घर का एनवायरनमेंट बर्ड्स एंड एनिमल से ही, उनके साथ ही मतलब टाइम स्पेंड होता था। और दे आर लाइक माय फ्रेंड्स।
हाँ।
तो मेरी बड़ी बहन के बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स थे, मेरे कोई फ्रेंड्स नहीं थे, मुझे ऐसा भी लगता था। और मेरे फ्रेंड्स ये सभी थे। तो इन सभी लोगों के साथ, मतलब बर्ड्स एनिमल के साथ ही एकदम
बहुत
नेचर
सुंदर।
में पड़ी हुई थी। यस।
मम्मी पापा ऑल्सो प्रोबब्ली फेल द सेम थिंग कि मेरी 2 बेटियां नहीं है, इतने सारे बच्चे हैं हमारे।
यस, हम लोग खाते थे उससे ज्यादा, मतलब कई ये
यही,
सभी लोगों का होता था।
वो अकेली तो 5 किलो खा नहीं सकती ज्वार बाजरे। वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। आगे क्या है भाई, अभी तो और ज्यादा जानने को देखने को जी करता है। ये मम्मी पापा और बहन के साथ फोटो है।
हाँ, तो मेरी बड़ी बहन और मैं भी बोथ आर सो क्लोज। बचपन में ऐसा थोड़ा सा था, पर जैसे जैसे बड़े होते गए वैसे वैसे मेरी दीदी के साथ मेरा एकदम ही बहुत ही अच्छा बॉन्डिंग हो गया।
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल।
और या जो भी कुछ होता था वो सभी हेल्प करती थी मुझे, पढ़ाई में, सब में। पर जब मैं छोटी थी तभी मुझे स्कूल जाना अच्छा नहीं लगता था, क्योंकि मैं ये बर्ड्स और एनिमल्स उनके साथ ही मुझे टाइम स्पेंड करना अच्छा लगता था।
यू आर पुशिंग द बटन ऑफ सो मेनी पीपल। बहुत से लोग ऐसे बैठे हैं यहाँ पे ऑडियंस में।
मैंने स्कूल जाना फर्स्ट ग्रेड से शुरू किया, तो तब तक तो मैं ऐसे ही वो नेचर के साथ, पापा को भी नेचर में घूमने जाना, वहां पे सब जगह पे ट्रेल करना वो अच्छा लगता था, तो मैं पापा के साथ सब जगह पे जाती थी।
बहुत सारी बात है
आर्य
यार।
समाज में एवरी डे, मतलब वो आर्य समाज हवन, गायत्री हवन, वो सब होता था, तो वो भी सब बचपन से देखती थी। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता था वो सब सुनना, मंत्र सभी सुनना। तो वहां पे खेलते थे हम, तो इट्स लाइक अ स्पिरिचुअल एनवायरनमेंट एवरीवेयर। तो एकदम ब्लिसफुल एनवायरनमेंट था। घर के पास ही मंदिर था, तो मंदिर में जाके आरती के टाइम पे वो ड्रम बजाना, घंट बजाना, वो सब करना, और आरती के बाद सबको चरणामृत देना, वो भी बहुत अच्छा लगता था। तो अभी जो स्वामी जी कहते हैं ना वाइब्रेट वाटर, तो वो टाइम पे वही हो गया कि प्रेयर करके वो जो पानी चरणामृत देना, तो बेसिकली इट्स लाइक अभी समझ में आया। जैसे स्वामी जी बोलते हैं ना कि एक बार आप ध्यान करोगे तो आपके रिचुअल्स, आप जो क्या करते हैं वो फिर आपको उसके मीनिंग समझ में आएंगे। तो अभी मुझे समझ में आया कि अरे वाह, तो वो चरणामृत था, वो होली वाटर, जो मतलब वो वाइब्रेट वाटर अभी जो हो गया।
सही है, सही है।
तो ध्यान करने के बाद अभी ये सब समझ में आता है कि आई वॉज सो लकी कि
सही।
वैसे एनवायरनमेंट में बड़ी हुई।
ये बीच में स्कूल या और यूनिवर्सिटी की फोटो है, वो क्या है, कहाँ पे है।
मेरा स्कूलिंग टंकारा में, स्टार्टिंग में प्राइमरी सेकेंडरी स्कूलिंग वो टंकारा में हुआ।
हाँ।
फिर हम लोग मूव हो गए राजकोट मिडिल स्कूल में, तो फिर वहाँ पे बाकी का एजुकेशन टिल कॉलेज तक वहाँ पे हुआ।
सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी।
सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी में मास्टर डिग्री किया, मास्टर डिग्री इन बायोटेक।
अरे वाह, ये तो बहुत
मेरी दीदी जब भी वो छोटी थी तभी टीवी देखती थी, मतलब वो एवरी संडे दूरदर्शन में प्रोग्राम्स आते थे, तो वो सब घर में सभी और आसपास के उसके फ्रेंड्स वगैरह सभी बैठ जाते थे टीवी के सामने। पर मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता था, मैं एकदम बोर हो जाती थी कि अरे क्या करना है। और मैं पापा इज डॉक्टर, तो क्लिनिक से बुलाती थी कि पापा जल्दी आओ घर पे और मुझे लेके जाओ कहीं पे भी खेलने के लिए लेके जाओ, मुझे ये टीवी के सामने नहीं बैठना। मैं रोती थी कि अरे यार आप सभी टीवी के सामने बैठ जाओगे, मैं क्या करूंगी।
सही है। So you
तो
were more
पापा
like
मुझे
outdoor
खेलने के
person.
लिए लेके जाते थे। और एक बार बहुत छोटी थी, मुझे याद है कि मुझे ना वो झूला झूलना बहुत पसंद था। तो झूला झूलते झूलते एकदम ही मम्मी को बुक पढ़ना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, शी इज अ बुक वर्म। तो दादा भगवान की बुक पढ़ रही थी एक बार, तो उसमें पता नहीं क्या था, पर एकदम ही अंदर से ऐसा आया कि अरे ये जन्म में ही मोक्ष लेना है, मोक्ष को भूलना नहीं। अंदर से कुछ ऐसा ही आत्मा की आवाज सुनाई दे रही थी, एकदम छोटी थी। तो वो एकदम दिमाग में बैठ गया। फिर जैसे जैसे मतलब बड़ी हुई तो वो तो ऑब्वियसली भूल जाते हैं हम सब। फिर गांव में थे तभी एकदम अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट था सब, लाइक विलेज इज लाइक छोटा सा प्यारा सा गांव जो होता है,
करीब लगते हैं, सब नजदीक के लगते हैं।
हाँ नजदीक
Everybody
लगते
knows each other, सब पहचानते हैं, पड़ोसी गांव वाले, अच्छा लगता है।
राइट। फिर सिटी में जाके पढ़ाई करके वो हम भूल जाते हैं फिर।
यही तो जीवन की दुविधा है। और आपके मम्मी के पापा यानी कि नाना, उसके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहती थी आप?
मेरी मम्मी का बर्थ बर्मा में रंगून में हुआ था।
अरे
तो
वाह,
वो टाइम पे मेरे नाना वहाँ के राजा के दीवान थे।
अरे
और
वाह,
हाँ फिर मतलब पहले से ही घर का एनवायरनमेंट वो एकदम क्या बोलते हैं, नीति
रॉयल
नियम के
रॉयल।
हिसाब से, रॉयल और एकदम नीति नियम के हिसाब से।
हाँ,
और मैं
डिसिप्लिन बहुत थी, डिसिप्लिन बहुत थी।
डिसिप्लिन बहुत थी। मेरी मम्मी बोलती थी कि सिंपल लिविंग हाई थिंकिंग। तो वो जब भी छोटी थी तभी बहुत बार मतलब ऐसे ऐसे सब सेइंग बोलते रहती थी, और मैं ऐसे ही क्या बोल रही है मम्मा, क्यों ऐसा सब सुना रही है अभी। पर अभी समझ में आ रहा है, अभी वो ऐसा लग रहा है कि नहीं, जो वो बोलते थे वो सही था। और हम जैसे मम्मी पापा बोलते हैं फिर वो ऐसे ही सुन के निकाल देते हैं, पर वो कब अपने में आ जाता है वो समझ में नहीं आता, कि वैसे ही हम जीना शुरू कर देते हैं। जैसे मम्मी बोलती थी कि अरे लेट गो करना चाहिए, तू ना तेरी लाइफ तेरे हाथ में ही है, निशान चूक माफ पर नहीं माफ नीचू निशान। ऐसे बहुत सारे सेइंग मम्मी पापा सभी बोलते थे, पर वो टाइम पे तो ऐसा लगता है अरे यार ये क्या बोल रहे हैं। पर जैसे जैसे बड़े होते हैं अभी, जब भी ध्यान में आने के बाद इस सब का मीनिंग समझ में आया और इसे हम जीने लगे। मतलब वो सुनना और जीना, इसका फर्क समझ में आया।
बहुत ही सुंदर। और यही बात है जो हमारे माँ बाप हमें सिखाते रहते हैं कि जीवन के दौर से जब हम गुजरते हैं, एक फेज में से दूसरे फेज में जाते हैं, बचपन से एडल्टहुड में, पुख्त वय में जाते हैं, अपना संसार जब खुद बनता है, तब हमें पता चलता है कि एक बेटी होने में और एक माँ होने में कितना फर्क है। इसलिए हमारी मम्मी हमें हमेशा बताती है कि बेटा तू जब माँ बनेगी ना, तब तुझे समझेगा कि प्यार क्या होता है, बच्चों के लिए इतनी करुणा क्यों जन्मती है, और हम क्यों इतने लविंग और केयरिंग आप लोगों के साथ हैं, क्यों हम आपकी इतनी चिंता करते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही सुंदर संस्कार आपको मिले हैं, ऐसे लग रहा है आपके मम्मी पापा के बारे में ये जान के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और किसको गर्व नहीं होगा कि भाई मेरी मम्मी बर्मा में, इंडिया में नहीं बर्मा में, और मैं अभी अमेरिका में हूँ।
नहीं, मुझे तो आना ही नहीं था अमेरिका बिल्कुल। तो
कोई बात नहीं,
मेरे
लेकिन
मम्मी
हमारा
पापा आई एम सो थैंकफुल कि आई एम सो ग्रेटफुल कि ऐसे पेरेंट्स है और ऐसे एनवायरनमेंट में ऐसे अच्छे से वातावरण में बड़ी हुई। बिकॉज घर का एनवायरनमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एज ए किड, एज ए चाइल्ड। तो घर का एकदम लविंग एंड फुल फ्रीडम, ऐसा था कि ऐसे सीखो, आप भूल करो पर अपने आप ही सीखो, कोई बात नहीं, भूल करोगे। पापा कभी भी ऐसे डांटते नहीं थे कि ऐसे नहीं करते थे, अरे भूल हो गई कोई बात नहीं, ऐसे ही सीखोगे, वैसा था। तो
बहुत ही अच्छी बात है,
लविंग ए फ्रीडमफुल एनवायरनमेंट।
तो जब बचपन ऐसे गुजरता है, ऐसे तकदीर हमारी अच्छी है, जो स्वामी जी कहते हैं, हमारे जीवन में ऐसे माँ बाप मिलना कि उस परिवार में हमारी आध्यात्मिक प्रगति हो सके, तो ये तो कई जन्मों के अच्छे पुण्य कर्मों की वजह से हमें ऐसा परिवार मिलता है जहाँ पे इतने प्यार भरे धार्मिक संस्कार, आध्यात्मिक संस्कार मिले हमें। और मैं तो आपके जीवन में देख रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इतने सालों से जानता हूँ कि न सिर्फ आपका मायका यानी कि मम्मी पापा का घर, आपका दूसरा मायका स्वामी जी और गुरु माँ का घर, वो भी इतना ही पवित्र और इतने ही संस्कार दायक था आपके जीवन में। और अभी जिस जगह पे आप हो, जिस इंसान के साथ बैठे हो, वो भी कोई कम नहीं है। यानी कि ये तो आपकी तकदीर इतनी सुंदर है कि कई लोगों को तो ईर्ष्या होगी कि भाई ये तो इतनी खूबसूरत दिखती है, इसको इतना सुंदर परिवार मिला और इतना हैंडसम हस्बैंड भी मिल गया, अमेरिका में इतनी अच्छी सेट है, कितनी अच्छी बात है। तो ये गुरुदेव कहते हैं कि ऐसे नहीं होता है, किसी की भी तकदीर ऐसे नहीं बनती है। हमारे कई जन्मों के संस्कार और कई जन्मों की शुद्ध इच्छा के बाद हमें बचपन में से ही ऐसी यादें आ जाती है कि मुझे मोक्ष पाना है, मुझे आध्यात्मिक प्रगति करनी है, और उस मार्ग पे आप चल बसे हो। तो मुझे बहुत सुंदर लगता है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है, और चलते रहना चाहिए जीवन की हर यात्रा में। आध्यात्मिकता का हमारा लक्ष्य कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटना चाहिए, हमारी नजर हमेशा गुरुदेव के चरण पे और मोक्ष की ओर ही होनी चाहिए। ये मैं मानता हूँ जो आपके जीवन में दिखता है। बहुत सुंदर बातें कही। हम फिर से फोटो के जरिए मैं थोड़ी समराइज कर देता हूँ अपनी ऑडियंस के लिए। थैंक यू हेमाली जी। सो एज यू सी, वन मोर स्लाइड। Thank you. So Hemaliji was born in a small village you can call Dhank. Dhank in Gujarat. I think it is in North Gujarat. And this place was very ancient historical place. This has a caves and caverns, temples of Jainas, where the Jain monks used to meditate. As you can see, she is also in the meditation pose in one of those caves in Dhank. Very lucky to have this kind of place in their life, because as Swamiji always tell us that every place preserve the vibration of any good or bad energy. And if somebody has meditated in this place and you are born in this place, you must be very lucky, and you must have absorbed those vibrations of the Jain monks. So sadhana, what we call tapasya, very beautiful. And here we see the picture of Dada Bhagwanji also. He is one of the spiritual guru or master. He was also the guru of Hemaliji's mother, who used to follow him very closely. And there were many books in their house that mom used to study, and even Hemaliji used to study. So on the next slide, we realized that after being born in Dhak, she moved to Tankara with her mom and dad, where her dad was a doctor, and he had a medical practice there. This is another historical place. Those who know the Arya Samaj, or the founder of Arya Samaj, Dayanand Saraswati ji, was born in this place. So this place also bring some beautiful spiritual wisdom from the source of the land itself. And some childhood memories, she's saying that she used to play with birds all the time. She used to play with dogs and cats and birds. This was her favorite time pass in her childhood. And in today's time, our kids are busy with the TV, with the computer and iPad. This was more natural, more nourishing for one's personality. This is what I see. And she was lucky that her dad was very open-minded and loving father. He never limited his both daughters to remain as girls in a traditional Indian setting. He wanted that both these girls learn to swim, learn to bike, learn to read, and study well. So he was giving them all the freedom and training in this childhood. So I think the beginning of the life was such a powerful. Let us see what happens in the future. We'll go on the next slide. Here she is playing again with the peacock. This peacock has a beautiful story that one day it came and Hemaliji, as a young girl, started talking to the peacock and fed the peacock with the corns, the grains of corns. Next day, the peacock came at the same time and she was playing outside. So she started offering the grains of the corn, and the peacock came and started eating again, and as if the peacock is talking to Hemaliji. So this was beautiful. She used to love dogs and cat. There were two dogs, Moti and Chameli, and there was a cat she used to call Pussycat. These all birds were eating so many grains that her father used to bring the entire bag of grains, and sometimes 3 to 5 kgs of grains were being fed to the birds. You can go to next slide. This is the family, mom and dad in the top left and the sister on the bottom left. She studied in the Tankara school, and then they moved to Rajkot, where she completed her master in biotech from the Saurashtra University. And she also mentioned about the beautiful story of her maternal grandfather, who used to be Diwan, or more like a man who is advisor in King's Palace in Burma. So her mom was very well raised with very high values and very disciplined lifestyle, and those sanskara or values descended to Hemaliji and her sister from very young age. Her mom used to give her some proverbs, or the main how you say, the highliner, that sadhu jivan uccha vichar, meaning that one has to have high thoughts and simple living. Nisan chuk maaf, nahi maaf nichu nisan. If you fail when you aim very high, it is okay, but if you keep the lower aim, that is not acceptable. So this is the thing that make young children start thinking, and I also learned this from our school in very young age. And one of the most powerful statement is, life is in our hands. So hamara jivan hamare haathon mein hai. What you make out of your hands, it is all up to how you think and how you behave and how you act. So very beautiful start of your childhood. Are we okay to move on the next part, or you forgot something?
No.
Very nice. So next, I'm going to ask the same question to Vishalji. Vishal, would you like to tell us about your childhood?
Yes, absolutely. So I was born in Mulund, Mumbai, and honestly, I don't remember a lot about my childhood. So whatever I'm saying, that's the only thing I remember. The first thing is, when I was 21 days old, my parents took me to Kandivalli, where my mama's house is, where my grandmother and my mama lived. You see Sri Rangavdut Maharaj. There's only one temple of Rangavdut Maharaj Ji in Mumbai, which is in Kandivalli. So when I was 21 days old, they took me there because my nani, my grandmother.
Hello. Hi. Hi, how are you?
Can you please mute this?
Okay.
So yeah, when I was 21 days old, I was taken there. So that was probably my first innocent getting into the proximity of a Samadhistha Guru. My fond memory is that I was very close. I'm still very close to my mom. I used to spend a lot of time with her in the kitchen, try to help her. Whatever she used to tell me, I used to do. She was very patient with me. She used to give me some work and I'll create more work for her. But she used to still always encourage me to do it. So I have a lot of fond memories with my mom and in the kitchen. That's my mom in the photo. The photograph that you see on the left of Shankar Bhagwan and Parvati Mata, that's by my mom. She made this one, and my Masi, she made very similar one of Sai Baba because she's a Sai Baba devotee. This photo it's kind of like printed in my heart and soul. As I grew up, one, obviously because my mom made it, I had a lot of affinity towards it. But my mom also told me stories about Ganpati Bhagwan and how he believed that Ganpati Bhagwan's parents are the entire world. So that story of Pradakshina, right? Taking the Pradakshina versus going actual on a world tour. So this had a long-lasting impact that I considered my parents as my guru, God, whatever you call. I just hold them in very high regards. And my other memory is Valsad is my native place. That's where my dad was born and brought up before he came to Mumbai at the age of 21. So the beach that you see is the Tithal beach. It's one of my favorite beaches. If you take me to any beautiful beach which has super nice scenic views, I would still say Tithal beach is my favorite beach because I've spent days and months over there. I remember we were all so crazy about going to Valsad in vacation that 7 to 8 times I have gone to Valsad in my school uniform, meaning as soon as my last exam is done, we would just go to Valsad directly from school, not even going home and changing clothes and all. That's how crazy we were to go to Valsad. Valsad is a place near Navsari. It's probably like a 45-minute to 50-minute drive.
Yes.
Then
30 kilometers from Navsari, more south of Navsari.
Yes.
Mumbai.
I was very close to my cousins, my sisters. The photo you see here is, I call him brother from another mother. He's my Masi's son, Ankur. He's rock steady support in my life. I was naturally just, I liked being social. I made a lot of friends everywhere I went. I just loved talking to people. Sometimes as kids, even fighting with people, it never bothered me actually. I just felt that's just human relations. That's my picture from my school days. One story that I remember from my school days is my two best friends. In school, they were very notorious. They were one of them used to hardly pass exams. So he was already a troublemaker academically and also naughty. And then the other one was decent at studies, but very notorious. So I remember things like they would actually drop tiffin box in the classroom to make noise so that they're expelled from the classroom, so that they can go outside and have fun. And now these two are my best friends. So I can't do a lot about it, right? Relations are like natural. So in parent-teacher meeting, I remember the class teacher told my dad that you should watch out for his company. If he's in better company, like the first rankers, the top rankers, that would be better versus like hanging out with these people. I was a little worried with that sort of parent-teacher meeting is so serious. So I was like, oh my God, now my dad won't allow. I was amazingly surprised the way he handled the situation. He told, first of all, what happens in school is your responsibility. And I don't want my kid to judge anyone. If he feels they are his good friends, they are his good friends, because academics is not everything. Now, this statement of my dad, I loved it. And my mom, she's a she retired as a vice principal of a school. And in Mulund, like once a year, all the teachers, all the vice principals gather, right? So my mom would always feel like, don't make such statements. I have to answer these people because they say no point talking to your family because your husband teaches us like what to do. So I think what happened in this funny story to me was, one, I never lost my two friends. They are still a huge integral part of my life. They are both in Mulund right now. And my dad basically taught me to just never judge anybody. He told me at a very young age that, beta, always give benefit of doubt to others because you don't know where they're coming from. Uh, this has carried with me, I feel, even today. Whenever there is a dispute or there is a situation, I feel, okay, let's give some benefit of doubt. So that I just remember very vividly from my school days. Another thing was, I was a very average student. I used to, so my school was, it was Sharon English High School in Mulund. It was one of the top ranked schools at that time. Getting admission there was very tough. I got admission because my sister Bhumika was already there. The speciality of the school was they used to interview parents, not just the kid. So they believed, the principal believed that parents need to be educated, well behaved, well mannered for them to give admission. So I remember my dad and mom stood in queue since 4 a.m. for Bhumika's admission. And then I just got a wildcard entry because she was already there as a sibling discount, I guess. But I was a very average student. And I say this because I remember like in a class of 60, my rank used to be like 38, 40. But my parents never made me realize that. They never put pressure on me that, hey, like, you need to improve and this is so easy. And they in fact told me, just keep doing your best. It's totally okay. My mom actually, it's funny that she's a teacher. She was a teacher, but she believed that academics is one thing, but education is not for just getting a job. Education is for making you a good human being. So she had this belief of your academics is important, but like not so important that you have to like, burn the midnight oil. So then in 5th grade, I remember this very distinctly that because I was just so habituated to get like 35, 38, right? The ranks which don't even matter. We had this girl in the classroom. She was the first ranker. Her name was Nisha. She was like a geek. Before the teachers gave results, she used to like calculate everybody's marks and declare like, you are the first ranker, you are the second ranker. So she comes to this guy, Siddharthan, in front of me and says, oh, like your total is this much, so you're 10th rank. Now I heard the total and I was ahead of him. So I just asked her, hey, where would I stand? And she was like, who are you? Like, she looked at me as if like, no, we just do top 10 rankings. We don't do for the whole class. So I let it go. And then when the results came out, for the first time, I was 10th in the class. So I was very happy. Like suddenly I went from like 30s to 10. And I was so happy. And I shared this with my parents. And my dad told me that this is good. Don't ever try to come in top 2 or top 3, which I found very strange because I was like, wouldn't you actually say like now that you came into top 10, like go to top 5 and top 3? And then he told me, no, I don't want you to, one, take pressure of being like the top ranker. 2, I don't want you to feel like so like, like the ego around you are like overconfident about like, oh my God, like I, came from 30s to 10s. So that again stayed with me all my life of just being humble and giving your best. So what my dad told is keep giving your best. Results will happen or not happen. That's just another story. So I have these memories from my school days and the way it was handled. I used to love playing outside, cricket, chess. I used to love singing as a kid as well. Never took it seriously. Still don't take it that seriously, but those were some memories from my school days and childhood.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. I think your story is something that everybody can connect very well because most of us have been brought up under the pressure, and unfortunately many Indian parents are always pushing their children to go become doctor and engineer and try to make big name of their parents as well as make better life. And academic excellence is something that is highly emphasized because of the British upbringing or mentality in India, because in those days Britishers were realizing that Indians are very smart people and Indians were expected to excel in the education and go back to UK and join them to become engineer and help them establishing the new bridges and railways and all these civil things. So this is the mindset that is influencing Indian mind even today. And it is like Angrez chale gaye, but Angrezi reh gayi. But I'm very lucky. I feel that you are very lucky that you got the parents who were a teacher or who were very open-minded and guided you in the right direction. So that is a very beautiful thing that happened. And I think your story is something that everybody love to listen because
Yeah, if you go to next slide.
This is the kind of friends we love to hang out with.
Yeah, they're fun. My other two pillars of my life, they're my sisters, Prerna and Bhumika, as you see on this picture. Raksha Bandhan was just recently, so I'm very serious about Raksha Bandhan. It's one of my favorite festivals, one day that I look forward to with all my excitement. And any sister who forgets to send me Rakhi, that's the only time I actually like fight with them. And I don't entertain excuses like mail was slow and blah blah blah. Like, so I take it very seriously. Even Hemali is like, why are you like chasing them? I was like, no, they are supposed to send Rakhis on time. Like, this includes cousin, not just Bhumika and Prerna. But yeah, Bhumika and Prerna, they are
beautiful
both.
thing that keeps you going. Yeah, brother sister love is very beautiful thing to
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah, and I think something that I share in common with Hemali's upbringing, probably not very close, but just slightly, is that picture in the center. That's my family photo when my dad and mom were very young. But we lived, when I was in 6th grade, for 5 years, we lived very close to a mountain in Mulund. That at that time, there were only 5 buildings in that area, which was called Swapna Nagari. And
Wow.
it really felt like Swapna because it's mountains, these 5 buildings, and nothing. Like autos used to be like
city.
yeah, and it
Wind-
used to be very windy. It used to be very windy because there were no buildings, right? These 5 buildings and the mountain standing in tall. So, but I have very fond memories of like even like things like playing cricket or frisbee or like whatever you call like running around in that natural area. I didn't appreciate it as much as I do now. That, oh my God, like I actually grew up for 5+ years in an environment which was all surrounded by hills. We used to do trekking so much. My both my sisters are very close to me. For me, Bhumika is more like a best friend. She's more like my immediate go-to person, like more emotional support, more of where I need some pampering, I'll go to her. And Prerna Didi is something, she's someone who is like she stands by her name to all of us in the family. She's an inspiration in many regards. Even today, she's like my spiritual guide. If I have some things that I want to talk to, I talk to her very openly. She's very supportive of every action, of every decision that we have taken. So just blessed to have them in my life. My parents, my mom had this, just like Hemali said, my mom had this saying, which again, still lives in my upbringing. She used to say, in Gujarati, it says, Bijana mehel mate potani jhopdi nahi salgavai, which means you can't burn your hut just because somebody else has a palace. She used to say this so many times. And sometimes it was not even because something happens. She just, I think, had this thing, just like all parents do, I guess. And I think it always helped me stay grounded. It allowed me to never compare myself to anybody. Since we were 3 kids, it's very natural for relatives to say, oh, Prerna did this, Vishal could not do this, or Bhumika did this, Prerna did not do this. It's very natural. We are all human beings. So
People
this,
always compare and they
Yeah.
try to comment and they try to
yeah,
give-
and the worst part is if 3 comparisons is not enough, they'll compare you to neighbors' kids. So, but fortunately, our parents always taught us that you are like, we are the roots and you are our tree. So we even have a WhatsApp group which is called Tree of Us. But that's the upbringing that we had, that like stay together. There will be a lot of difference of opinions, difference of like thinking, but your hearts and minds are united because we are your roots. And that allowed us to never compare each other. I learned again at a very young age that even today, like in Gurukarya, like don't compare, like don't feel Gurukarya is competition. So that just allowed me to carry that feeling forward. And the other thing I would say is my dad, again, this is something that I was surrendered completely to Swamiji. So not going into too much details, but it's a little bit of relevant. It wasn't all rosy. When I was in 6th grade, I remember my dad met with a fatal accident. He had a business of his own. At the age of 21, he came from Valsad to Mumbai. He actually was becoming very successful teacher over there, getting very good hold, but he just had this thing of doing his own thing in life. He worked for a few years and then stepped into business. He had a business of chemicals. So once he had been to Chennai, and not going into the details, but a lot of acid fell on him. and he sustained 78% burns on his body, which, according to doctors, it's a miracle that he was even alive after that. But his presence of mind was so much, even at that time, that he was the one who was guiding everybody that, like, do this, put sofromycin on me, take this, put water on me, like, where is the tap? So his presence of mind, I think in his words, he told that some kind of guiding force held his hand. And then he just, I saw him after 2 months after that accident, and I could still not recognize that it was my dad, because his looks changed so much because of the burns and everything. But what I learned from him and his life is, even after that, so his factory was shut down for 2 years just because he could not, operate physically. The doctors actually told him, you should take 5 years of bed rest if you want to, like, he lost one of his eyesight in that accident. So it was very tough for him. I was only in 6th grade. But he decided in 2 years he's going to stand back up. I remember very clearly, he told, even if my life is cut short by a few years, it's worth it, because I can't just watch. He was a cricket fan. I was a cricket fan. And I remember he was so jolly, even in times like such. We used to always wonder how to keep the environment light. And my dad was the one who will joke. So it was kind of like we are trying to make things light for him, but he's going to, like, he was the one who was making things light for us. Yes. He used to follow cricket, and those were the days when India just depended on Sachin Tendulkar, right? It was said like one-man army. And he told my mom that you are the Sachin Tendulkar of this house, because you are working, because, you are educated, and you have such nice values. I'm at content, like, so our situation was bad, but not so bad that we were like on, like things, like we had a roof
to survive, basically.
Yeah, we were doing good. Mom, like, her smile on your, like, in most pictures you will see, she was even like nicknamed Hasmukhi in her village. She used to always have a smile. So that just helped all of us. My sister Prerna, she again, I don't know what we would have done if she was not there. She operated, like, she used to go to my dad's factory, and it was in Ambernath. So anybody who knows Mumbai, Ambernath at that time, not today, I'm talking about when I was in 6th grade, it was pretty isolated and all. She used to go there and she used to talk to the workers, and, like, we need to stand back up and do what my dad used to say. So again, a tough phase of life. But when I say tough, because what it taught me was things could change overnight. And I say this because before dad's accident, we were one of the families, like, first phone, first washing machine, first whatever type of things, electronics or something comes in the market. My dad used to love it.
Goodies were available to you.
Yeah. So all these things, my dad was a big, he had a lot of interest in buying camera, and, like, so he used to get this, and we used to always feel like a lot of people used to come to our house for, like, making phone calls. And, like, so from there, you go to a place where you're now thinking how to even survive. So that again helped me just learned staying grounded is very important, whatever phase of life you're in, because things could change. Just like today, I realize what Swamiji says, right? Like, don't catch any corner, stay in the middle. And that I saw a little bit of that in action from my parents and my sisters. So yeah, that's a little bit about them.
Yeah, what an inspiring story. I think your story gives so much to learn from, because it is not about how much problem we are facing. It is about how we take action and how we handle the situation without getting disturbed, without getting imbalanced, without getting agitated. And that is very powerful. And those things come with the sanskar. What you have seen from how your parents were handling their difficult time or their challenging time of life, that is what makes you very strong. And that makes you also appreciate good things that come in your life. Many times people who are born in very rich family, they fail to appreciate what they are getting. And when we come from very small, and when we have seen the challenges in our life, we are able to digest that success, we are able to keep the balance in our life, that this can also happen. The good and bad time comes and go. We don't have to get disturbed by that. So very beautiful family. I know Prerna ji and Nilesh ji, her husband, very well. They came and stayed with us, and they are not too far living from my house. In less than 20 minutes, they can be reached from here. So of course, Bhumika, I did not meet her, but from your story, I know a lot about her. I met your mom and dad also. I used to call your dad Bhaskar Mama, because my mom comes from Valsad too, or Valsad now. And he was such a loving and kind person that when Swamiji gave me this responsibility for the Samarpan America family in 2016 international, not international, our USA Canada retreat. At that time, your father was the first one who came close to me, and he congratulated me, and he inspired me like he has done for you guys, all the kids. He said, Hitendra bhai, I can tell you, I believe in you, and I know that with you, a lot of things are going to change for the Samarpan America family, because I have full faith in your Samarpan for Swamiji and love for the sadhak. So this is the kind of things only come with the experience. When people have seen so many people in their life and dealt with so many different personality, then only they can come up with this. And look, each and every family photo that you have, there is a smile on everybody's face, and there is something that brings the joy of a beautiful family in this picture. So totally different type of life story from Hemali, where she is relaxed and calm and enjoying, and this is the movement and action, and things
I
are
love,
going.
I love watching movies. I still love watching movies. I don't mind watching movies alone. So sometimes I tell her, feel good to sit next to me so that you feel that I have company, but I don't mind. You can sleep. I'll still watch.
Now I can watch a movie.
Yeah, now I trained her to watch movies.
My lifestyle is like kind of laid back.
Yeah.
And Vishal is always running.
See, actually, my mom, so, like my mom worked till I think one day before I was delivered. Like she tells me a lot of time, like, you're so active because I worked almost till your delivery. Like hospital was also very close to her school. So it was kind of like, I'll just take an auto and go to the hospital if I feel like, the labor and all. So it was kind of funny that way. But
because in those days, people used to take time off for a long time, 6 months, 1 year easily. And generally, at least 2 months or 3 months before the delivery date, woman would not go to work.
Yeah.
Nowadays, even that is happening the same way, that ladies are working in their last days of pregnancy also.
Yes.
But that shows the dedication, that shows the strength of your mom's heart, that shows the strength of your father's mind, the willpower. And what a tragedy, but at the same time, what an inspiring story, I would say.
Yeah. My dad was very, I think, like so he grew up with 4 brothers and 1 sister. And they all like tease him, like, you're a man of principles. Like, he would not compromise any of his principles. He was an ardent Mahatma Gandhi follower, fan, whatever you call. Like, he loved reading his book. He read a lot of Vivekananda ji's book. So he was sort of like a man of his words and principles. I remember, on the slide, like, I remember 3 of his words were like Vivek, Namrata, and Dhairya. He must have said this millions of times. Like, he had this specific tone. Like, if I do something or if Prerna does something, like, he'll be like, Vivek, Dhairya, and Namrata. You have to learn these things. And he used to say it in such a clear, lovingly, but very strictly. He used to say like that. We used to see him act as way. So there was nothing that we could, like, point out and say, but you're not doing this, Dad. But yeah, like, he believed, like, even when I when I saw him at his factory talking to his workers, sometimes I used to feel, Dad, like, it doesn't even, like, if anybody, I am your son, so I know you own this place. But if somebody from outside comes, nobody will understand you. You are the owner. Like, and he was like, but nobody needs to know I'm the owner. Why are you worried about who needs to know what? So like the way he used to talk to his workers, he used to talk about their education. He used to recommend schools for his workers' kids. He was very giving that way. Like Swamiji says, right? Like you should do something for your own soul's benefit. And I think he used to do a lot of things which we found out only later on, that dad used to do things even when the things were a little bit hard for us. But yeah, he, like the story about my friends thing and just like the patience he carries. I remember he fought so much with two of my uncles. So when I did my engineering, for some reason, like like I got a few less marks than like I expected. And so Mumbai, it was like physics, chemistry, PCM, they call physics, chemistry, maths. These three matters, nothing else matters. So although my overall percentage was like high, 87 or something, my PCM was only 90, which is not good score in Mumbai. So I was a little bit dejected, and but my dad was like, "Oh, it's okay. Like it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day, nothing matters. Like who you are matters." And I was like, "Yeah, so easy for you to say that, Dad. Like you are already like done with your education. Of course you will say that." And I fought with him, and when the engineering admissions happened, I was getting admission in paid seat in electronics in one of the good A grade schools in Mumbai, and paid seat was not like donation. It was government seat, like so it was like free seat, paid seat, and then donation is totally different, right? Like that's management quota. So I was like, Dad, that is, and he was like, nope, you didn't score well. That is your problem. That's none of my problem. Like you need to understand, like you need to earn your own future. And I was like, Dad, but it's not a huge difference. And I was like, even if it was like 5,000, then also I'll not give. So I was like, okay. So I understood. And for me, my dad's body language spoke more than his actual words. So I was like, okay, let it go. But I remember my two uncles, they were like, oh, don't worry. If you need money, we will give. You can always return. And my dad was like, this is nothing about money. This is more about principles. Eventually, I did instrumentation engineering in the free seat because I believed like I need an A grade college than the course. Again, because my dad told, look, you'll be an engineer. At the end of the day, an engineer is somebody a true engineer will shine anywhere. So don't worry too much about electronics and telecommunication. Like these are all like names.
Yes.
50% is same. For 40%, I agree it's different. So I was like, okay, let's see what happens. But he was spot on. Like 4 years later, I completed my instrumentation engineering, and I was one of the two students who got placement in a software firm. So everybody else was computer and IT, and we were two people, one of my good friends and I, from instrumentation engineering, who cleared that interview. And he told me, see, 4 years ago, you told me what will happen. And like, see, you got the same job that your friend who is in computers got. But again, like he just stood for what he said. And these things just made me believe, like, sometimes we tend to overthink and we feel things should happen exactly what we want and the way it wants. But again, that dharya or that patience that I have seen and learned, I just humbly wish that I can pass it on to my kids or any kid that I know for that matter. So,
very
yeah.
good. So one thing I tell you that from knowing my maternal family in Valsad, people from Valsad are very, very grounded people and very loving and very passionate people, compassionate people, I would say. They have passion for their job or their whatever work they are doing, regardless of how big or small, but they have so much love for the humanity itself that you will feel that this person is enjoying his life, regardless of what phase he or she is going through. Vivek or wisdom comes from the experience and that kind of balance in the life. And when you have challenges, if you don't have patience or dharya, then you will lose your efforts, your focus. Okay, so patience is equally important when you are going in one direction. And namrata, most of the people become so egotistical with very little success that they start disrespecting the people around them, that this person cannot do, this person is smaller, I know more than him or her, that kind of things. But this humility and this wisdom and patience brings the person in a totally different domain or realm. And this is what even meditation is all about, that with meditation we become a human being. We don't just become a character with the title or position or power, you know. So this is very beautiful teaching that your father was able to impart as values in your life. And it is something that every human being or every young kid should learn and invest themselves in learning from the elderly people or somebody who is very experienced. So amazing thing. I really like that.
Yeah. Speaking of him again, he tricked me into this. Like I said, like that whole phase of life, I just grew into being very conservative and be very defensive, like when it comes financially, just because of like some things that I saw. And my dad still was the opposite. He was still like a believer of like think big, dream big, and just believe in yourself. So I started working after my engineering days, and he started talking about like pursuing my master's. So initially it was all like, universities in like IIT, IIMs and like Roorkee and all of those in India. And then suddenly one day he says, yeah, you do all that research. Who can help you do research for like US or somewhere outside? And I was like, Dad, I'm not going anywhere. It's very expensive. So my first reaction was, it's very expensive. And he was like, don't worry about expenses. You're earning now. If I was you, I would have like done so many other things. So then I never took it seriously. And he was, I think, getting a little bit annoyed that I'm not taking it seriously. So then he talks to my uncle, whom I'm very close to, my kaka. And on phone, he's saying, Vishal cannot do it. He does not have that in him. Like he cannot clear GRE, because I talked to him, he's very afraid. And he's saying loudly. And I heard that and I'm like, why are you saying such things? Like I can easily clear GRE. It's nothing about GRE. And he was like, no, it's clearly visible. And I fell for that trap. So I told him, I'll give GRE. I will clear GRE and I'll show it to you that I can do it. Stop saying such things about me to like my close uncles. Like, so I didn't know actually what he was trying to set me up for.
Challenge kar diya sher ko.
Yeah, he played with my whatever, like the the young ego maybe. So I actually started serious, and I didn't invest a lot. Like I didn't do any classes. I just was like, whatever happens, it should happen like without so much of effort. I can't study, and because I was working, I wanted to spend times with my family and friends. So I gave very little like study time, but I did GRE, and then suddenly I was the one who was taking the lead in, okay, like there's only 5 universities that I'm going to apply to, because a lot of my friends were applying to like 10, 12. And I was like, why are you applying for so many? It's costly. Like even the application itself is costly, right? Because even if it is $200, I'm thinking in rupees back in India. Oh, so my dad was then, yeah, don't tell me these university names. I'm not interested in anything that you're doing. I don't believe in like you going to US. So don't even tell me 5 universities, 4 universities. You're earning, you spend whatever you want to do. You put a counselor, you do whatever, right? So I fell for that. And then eventually, so I wanted Texas A&M so badly. And my dad equally didn't want me to go to Texas A&M. And I wanted it because it was the cheapest. So my sorting was very clear, like cheap, cheaper, right? Like it was that way. And his was like, no.
When we go to restaurant as students, then first thing we see is which one is the cheapest dish, and then we order that. That's
the joy of eating Subway during the first 2 years in US of your master's is unparalleled, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, so then eventually I got admission in 4 out of 5. Texas A&M was the only one who rejected. So I was very dejected. I was like, the one college I wanted to go to, it didn't happen. And my dad was like, no, this is good. My friends in Texas told, it's not safe. And I'm like, what are you talking? Like, he's watching some Hindi movie like Cowboy and all. He's thinking it's not safe. So then dad was like, no, I know Texas is safe. But see, I know you since you were born. You were born and raised in Mumbai. So go to Chicago. He didn't ask me about the university rating. He didn't ask me about, like what is the curriculum. He just told me, go in an environment that you're used to. You will excel and you will actually spread the joy because you'll be happy. That was his only criteria. And of course, it turns out to be the most expensive university that I enrolled in. But again, that also taught me something. I came to US. Swamiji just took so much care. At that point, I was already like a sadhak. So But my first day in US was in a family from Mumbai. So I landed, and in 2 hours I eat like pav bhaji,
Wow.
with roti. Yeah, like I cannot ask for any better day 1 to day 10. I guess the first 10 days of US stay were like phenomenal. Like this family from Mumbai, they were like a Maharashtrian Gujarati, like 2 boys and 1 girl staying together. One of them got married now, but yeah, like speaking Gujarati and Marathi coming from Mumbai in US, first day and eating pav bhaji, and I was like, thank you, Swamiji. Like I need nothing more. But so then I applied for assistantship and all, and I remember this very clearly. Like I got an assistantship, but I got it 3 days late. Meaning the university has a deadline. If you get it by a certain date, then that department pays your tuition fees, and you only pay like very nominal fees. So I got 3 days late. Now my boss was so cooperating. She told me that I'll give you a backdated letter, Vishal. Don't worry, you can just cover up for hours. But the university administrator person, he was so strict, didn't move an inch. He was like, the max I can do is go back 1 day. I can't go back 3 days. You came on a Thursday, I can go to Wednesday. I can't go on a Monday. So
Wow.
that just left me like shattered, because again, it's 1 semester's fees for international students. It's not like low. It's like 10,000 or more dollars at that time.
Yeah.
So I called dad, and I was like very dejected. I told my mom, and my mom and dad were very supportive. They were like, don't worry about money. And then my dad was like, this is a very good thing that happened to you. And I was very angry. I actually hung up the phone, and I told my mom, there is a limit, mom. Like, why does he do this? So then he calls me again. He was like, you hung up the phone. First of all, and then he tells me this, okay, you are Swamiji's disciple. Be balanced. Don't hang up phones on your parents.
So that is Vivek. Okay. If you are not balanced, you will disrespect and you will insult others. That is lack of Vivek. This is where I'm talking about wisdom. Okay?
Yes. So then I called him again. I said sorry, and I talked to him. And then he told me, this lesson of your life of missing something by 2 days financially is going to be that seed that will help you grow in every domain, because you will respect time, you will respect money. So, and then he actually tells me, Vishal, actually, let me tell you one thing. Make us a part of your education. Like he told me, let us pay your fees. Why are you so worried? We are not like, we have that much. So then he was like, I'm only going to pay for first semester, Vishal. After that, you figure it out. And his blessings, my parents, both mommy and daddy, they were such that, like literally after that, I never asked for money from like my parents. In Swamiji's grace, things just start like falling in place. But yeah, I'm glad that he advised me to pick the right place rather than like the right ranked university. Yeah, so just very grateful to have been doing masters. He was very proud when I did my masters. So
yeah. So we'll go back to the things that one word that we learn from, if you can put back to the university photos, we have discussed this part. So one word that we learn about this is education, and how Vishal's father was trying to guide him, challenge him, and support him at the same time. So that is a beautiful quality of parenting that one can have. He was trying to teach Vishal not by giving a free support, but he was trying to teach him by pushing him in the hard water, and then make him swim in that water to learn on his own. But at the same time, when he was sinking, his father was supportive. His father was there, standing there. I was watching you, and I will not allow you to sink. So we saw in the story of Hemali, her father was making both the girls swim in the water, and there was the rubber tubing, and here it is all mental, it is all mentoring. That was a stool or physical level swimming. This is the subtle or the mental level swimming in the life. Okay, and this is a beautiful thing. Education can give you a lot of success, as we all know, because your knowledge is the strength that can guide you. But in India, one of the saying is Vidya Vinaiti Shobheche, meaning that your knowledge is useless if you don't have the respect, if you don't have that balance and that wisdom to express your knowledge with respectful manner to others. Okay, so this is where I want to bring your attention, Vishal, that many of us, even today, we know the things, and by nature we sometimes start assuming that I know this and I know this better than others, and that is the ego. Ego will let people stoop down, ego will let people insult others, and that is where we lack our vivek, we lack our wisdom. We have to develop that strength as your father was trying to give you. And in fact, I want to tell you, once you get into Samarpan meditation, that wisdom, that vivek, that balance comes in our life. Humility comes in our life because you are more introspective. You are analyzing and thinking from within. Did I say this right? Did I do this right to this person? Did I hurt this person? I should have not done that. Because every time we are hurting somebody, we are hurting our own self. Every time we are doing something wrong, we are doing wrong to ourselves. Once you become that introspective person and spiritual person, life start becoming in a very light, very delightful way. And that is what Samarpan can do in our life. And I can see that in those days, what Vishal was, today Vishal is totally different person. So that is a very beautiful thing. And this is just the beginning, my dear friends. This is first question and we are getting so much. Let's go on the next part. We want to know what is the second question. And अभी मैं हेमाली जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या आप हमें बता सकती है कि समर्पण ध्यान के बारे में आपको पहली बार कैसे जानना मिला? आप कैसे समर्पण ध्यान से जुड़े?
जी बिल्कुल। मेरा मास्टर डिग्री ऑलमोस्ट लाइक फिनिश हो रहा था स्टडी के बाद। फिर मेरे फ्रेंड्स सभी लोग मास्टर इन बायोटेक किया था। तो वो टाइम पे ऐसा था कि इंडिया में बहुत कम था उसका अपॉर्चुनिटीज, तो सभी आउट ऑफ इंडिया जा रहे थे। एंड सभी मुझे बोल रहे थे, अरे तू तू आ तो सही, थोड़ा सा प्रिपेयर कर ले, सेम लाइक जीआरई ये सब, टॉफल वो सब चल रहा था। आई वॉज वेरी क्लियर कि नहीं, मुझे तो इंडिया के बाहर जाना ही नहीं है। मुझे मेरे मम्मी पापा को छोड़ना ही नहीं है। तो मेरे मम्मी पापा के साथ ही रहना है, मुझे किधर ही नहीं जाना है। तो एट दैट टाइम वो मास्टर डिग्री के बाद ऐसा था कि क्या करना है, सब लोग लाइक पुशिंग कि यार ये कर, वो कैरियर पाथ चुन कर, वो कर। तो फिर वो तो कुछ हुआ नहीं। एंड आई वॉज लाइक, मुझे ही खुद नहीं पता कि मुझे क्या करना है। लाइक आई वॉज सर्चिंग समथिंग, आई वॉज वंडरिंग समथिंग, बट वो क्या था वो मुझे भी नहीं पता था। और वो फेस ना एकदम थोड़ा सा
अंधकार जैसा लगता है,
हाँ कि क्या
ऐसा लगता है
करना
कि क्या होगा।
लाइक हाँ। तो बाकी वो टाइम पे मेरी दीदी की भी मतलब शादी हो गई थी। वो सब
फ्रेंड चली गई तेरे घर से।
हाँ, मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड मतलब मेरी दीदी सबसे आगे थी पढ़ाई में। शी इज वेरी इंटेलिजेंट। वो दिखने में भी मतलब वो सब एक लेवल आगे ही थी मेरे से। तो लाइक तभी वो टाइम पे कुछ सर्च चल रहा था कि क्या करूं। और मेरे मम्मी पापा ने कभी भी मुझे पूछा नहीं कि अरे तू थोड़ा सा कुछ तो काम कर ले। मतलब मेरे पापा थे कि अरे तुझे जो अच्छा लगे वो कर, तुझे तेरे अंदर से आवाज आनी चाहिए कि ये करना है तो वो कर। मतलब वो तुझे जो करना है वो कर, ऐसा कुछ प्रेशर नहीं है कि तुझे ये करना है ये नहीं करना है। मेरी मम्मी भी मुझे कभी भी मतलब ऐसे नहीं कर रही थी कि अरे इतनी बड़ी हो गई क्या कर रही है घर पे, सिटिंग ऑन पोटैटो काउच मत बन। मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं। जो करना है वो करो, पर वो एक ही चुनो, अच्छा चुनाव करो, टेक टाइम्स, पर जो करो वो सही करो। ऐसे ही चले मत जाओ किधर भी। तो आई वॉज वंडरिंग, वो चल रहा था। एंड अचानक
ये सबके जीवन में होता है सच बोले तो, कि when we are graduating or when we are coming out of the college or finishing our bachelor or master, we really don't know where the life is going to take and what we should be doing, because everybody is in that darkness. So you were not different, you were going through that phase and we have to take that. But लेकिन समर्पण कैसे आ गया फिर भाई?
हाँ, तो वही कि मैंने छोड़ा नहीं, मतलब वो ऐसे ही किधर चली नहीं गई कि अरे ये करियर पाथ, मुझे कुछ ऐसा करियर पाथ नहीं चाहिए था। मुझे वो जो अंदर से सेटिस्फेक्शन दे, मतलब वो जस्ट फुल्ली मुझे मुझे जीना सिखाए, कि मुझे पैसे नहीं कमाना था, कि करियर नहीं बनानी थी, कि ऐसे डिग्री लेके डॉक्टर भी नहीं बनना था, कि मेरे फैमिली में सभी सारे डॉक्टर ही है, पर मुझे नहीं बनना था डॉक्टर। मुझे हैप्पीनेस, ब्लिसफुल हैप्पीनेस दे अंदर से, जो खुशी ढूंढ रही थी मैं। तो फिर अचानक मेरी मम्मी वो टाइम पे इंडिया में 2005 में महाशिविर भी हुई थी स्वामी जी की, वो टाइम पे हम लोग नहीं गए। फिर 2007 में ऐसे ही एक किसी आंटी ने वो पेम्पलेट दिया मम्मी को, तो घर के बाजू में ही स्कूल में वीडियो शिविर चल रही थी, तो मम्मी जाने लगी ऐसे ही डे 1 से। मम्मी को बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। मम्मी घर पे आके बात करती है, आज स्वामी जी ने ये बोला वो बोला, बहुत ही अच्छा बोल रहे हैं, कि ना वो इतने इनोसेंट है और इतने छोटे बच्चे की तरह है ना, सुनना बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है, तू आ तो सही। फिर मैंने बोला अरे मम्मी क्या बोल रही, मुझे नहीं आ रहा, मुझे बोर मत कर। तो तभी मैं कुछ ना कुछ, मतलब स्टडी भी कुछ चल रहा था, मुझे टाइम ही नहीं है, मुझे आना ही नहीं है, ऐसे छोड़ दिया मम्मी को। फिर एक दिन संडे को ऐसे ही बैठी थी, कुछ था नहीं, मेरे फ्रेंड्स के साथ प्लान सब कैंसिल हो गए, कुछ भी नहीं था, तो मम्मी जा रही थी, तभी बोला कि अरे तू आ। तो मैंने सोच में पड़ गया, अच्छा ठीक है। मम्मी ने बोला कि तू जस्ट आ, 5 मिनट बैठ, तुझे नहीं अच्छा लगे ना तो तू 10 मिनट में उठ के चली जाना, कोई तुझे नहीं पूछेगा कि तू क्यों चली गई, तुझे अच्छा लगे तो बैठ, अदरवाइज तो उठ के चली जाना। मैंने सोचा अच्छा ऐसा है तो ठीक है, आई विल ट्राई। तो ऐसे करके मम्मी के साथ गई। तभी तो वो टाइम पे जैसे हॉल में एंटर हुई, सामने वॉल पे प्रोजेक्टर शिविर में स्वामी जी को देखा, और देखते बैठ गई नीचे, और सिर्फ सुनते ही कब आंख बंद हो गई पता ही नहीं चला। मैं तो सोच के गई थी कि अच्छा ठीक है, मम्मी ने बोला है 5-10 मिनट बैठ के चली आती हूँ, ऐसा सोच के गई थी। पर वो तो कुछ हुआ नहीं, जैसे बैठ गई एकदम, शिविर खत्म हो गया, कब खत्म हो गया पता ही नहीं चला एकदम। वो आई फील सो कनेक्टेड एंड आई फील सो सेटिस्फाई कि अरे जो ढूंढ रही थी, मतलब जो कमी थी लाइफ में, वो आज पूरी हो गई।
अरे वाह,
ऐसे ही ऐसे ही एकदम कनेक्शन फील हो गया स्वामी जी के साथ।
वाह, ये आत्मा से आत्मा का कनेक्शन, यही स्वामी जी कहते हैं कि आप एक बार आके बैठो तो सही मेरे पास, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि आपका और मेरा रिश्ता क्या है। दिस इज सच
फिर भी खत्म हो गया और सब उठने लगे, तभी तो भी मुझे नहीं पता चला कि अरे ये हो भी गया खत्म। मैं तो एकदम ही वो अलग ही जोन में चली गई थी।
यस यस यस। तो ये तो बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल स्टोरी है आपकी, और कई लोगों की ऐसी साधना है, ऐसी स्टोरी है, और कई लोगों को ये याद आता है कि स्वामी जी कितने सरल है, कितने सिंपल है। कोई यानी कि तुक्काबाजी या दिमाग का चतुर आइडिया या ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। उनकी बातों में एकदम सिंप्लिसिटी है, एकदम सादगी है, और उनका स्वभाव, कल्पना भी यही बोलती है पहली बार, स्वामी जी जब हंसते हैं तो ऐसे छोटे बच्चे की तरह एकदम निर्दोष हास्य है उनका, कितना अच्छा लगता है। और परमात्मा जहाँ बसता है वहां पे पवित्रता और निर्दोषता ही होती है। यही एक प्रमाण है मनुष्य के जीवन में किसी से पहचानने का, कि सामने वाला कोई कपट के साथ या कोई तर्क वितर्क के साथ या माइंड गेम के साथ बोल रहा है या फिर सरलता से बोल रहा है। स्वामी जी तो ये कहते हैं कि मैं कोई पुस्तक की बात नहीं करता, मैं अपने जीवन की अनुभव की बात करता हूँ। इसलिए जब स्वामी जी बोलते हैं तो सीधा पहले तो ऊपर से गुरु शक्तियों से कनेक्ट होते हैं और हृदय से हमारे साथ कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं, हमारी आत्मा के अंदर सीधा उनका शब्द उतर जाता है। और जैसे तुम्हें हुआ, कई लोगों को, हजारों लाखों को सारी दुनिया में हुआ, कि सबको लगता है ये मेरे गुरु है, ये
Yes.
मेरे जीवन साथी है, ये मेरे संगाती है, यही मेरे हमसफर और हमराह है। सही, बहुत ही
ऐसा स्वामी जी बोलते हैं, मतलब वो सिंपल ही है, कुछ ऐसा है नहीं, पर वो इट्स कनेक्ट, सभी लोगों को दिल से कनेक्ट होता है कि और मेन कि आज के वर्तमान के अनुसार के आधार पर जो बोलते हैं कितना अच्छा बोलते हैं, आज की परिस्थिति के अनुसार हमें क्या करना चाहिए क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, वो तो सिर्फ सदगुरु ही, सो अमेजिंग, सदगुरु ही दे सकते हैं।
आपकी बात मुझे दूसरी बात स्वामी जी के शब्दों की याद दिलाती है कि वर्तमान का गुरु वर्तमान के समय के हिसाब से आपके जीवन में जो जरूरी है उस रूप में आएगा पहले तो। यानी कि यू कैन एक्सेप्ट कि हाँ ये हमारे साथ कनेक्ट भी हो सकते हैं, हम उनको स्वीकार भी सकते हैं। नहीं तो अगर हिमालय से कोई नंग धड़ंग व्यक्ति यानी कि एक नेकेड साधु आ गए हमारे सामने तो हम उनसे स्वीकार नहीं कर पाएंगे। लेकिन ये हमारे जैसे लगते हैं, समाज के लगते हैं, संसार के लगते हैं, और वर्तमान के गुरु वर्तमान की बातें करेंगे। यानी कि स्वामी जी कहते हैं आज के बच्चों को, आज की जनरेशन को ये नहीं चाहिए कि हम उनको शास्त्रों की 2000 साल पुरानी 5000 साल पुरानी बातें करें, श्लोक बोले और शास्त्र पुराण से यही कथाएं कहते रहे और वो स्वीकार कर लेंगे। वो कहते हैं अगर परमात्मा है तो आप मुझे अनुभव करा के दिखाइए, मैं सिर्फ आपकी बात नहीं मानूंगा या मानूंगी। तो आप तो साइंस की स्टूडेंट थी और आप जब जब ऐसे गुरु के सामने बैठ गई तो वो बचपन से जो आप कहती थी ना कि मुझे तो मोक्ष चाहिए क्योंकि दादा भगवान ने भी यही सिखाया है, तो यही बात तुम्हारे अंदर जमी हुई थी, बसी हुई थी। उस फलद्रुप जमीन में गुरुदेव ने ऐसे शब्दों से, प्यार से, आत्मीयता से बीज बो दिया कि आपको ऐसा लग गया कि हाँ ये मेरे गुरु है, यही तो मुझे तलाश थी। यही एक चिंगारी जब बच जाती है ना, वो हमारे गुजराती में एक तो बहुत सुंदर कविता है, आज न जाने क्यों आपके साथ मिलके सब गुजराती की बातें याद आ रही है। एकज दे चिंगारी महानल, एकज दे चिंगारी, गिव मी वन स्पार्क ओ डिवाइन great fire, give me just one spark and I will lighten up my soul. And that is what happens with the presence of such guru. What a beautiful story. So हेमाली जी, मैं थोड़ा इंग्लिश में बता देता हूँ कि my question was how you came to know about Samarpan meditation. So she was saying that I was completing my master and I was doing my studies, and all my friends and everybody was thinking of going for further studies. And I did not want to go for that. I wanted something that gives me satisfaction, not just career or name or fame or job. And I didn't know how to get that. But one day, my mom, who came to know about this 8 days workshop from our neighbor, uh, she attended from day one. And somewhere on fifth day, she said that it is weekend. Why don't you come with me? And you will also enjoy this workshop, because the Guruji is such a simple person and he talks in a very simple language. And he sound very innocent when he's talking. He's not talking any scriptures or any books or any religious things. He is talking only day-to-day life, only common man's experience. Whatever he has gone through, from those stories he's teaching about spirituality and meditation. You are going to love that. And uh, Hemaliji say, oh, why you are trying to bore me? Why you are trying to pull me into something new again? I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay here. I'm happy. Say, no, 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 come. If you don't like, leave within 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It is okay. But if you come, I can tell you, you are going to love it because I know you are my daughter. And mom brought this cute little daughter to this workshop. And look what happened. She goes there, she listens to Swamiji, and she feels like, I can't open my eyes. This is what I wanted to hear. This is the thing that I was looking from all my life. This is where I was supposed to be. And today is the day and time. And this person is my guru, probably, because it is for him that I was waiting for. This is what I wanted in my life. And that connection instantly happened, because when you meet your guru, you forget everything. And I can see your heart is melting and your love is coming out. Even I can feeling those vibrations. And when I talk about my guru, I feel the same way, because so much love comes from heart. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Let's go for Vishalji. Vishalji, how you came to know about Samarpan meditation?
Yeah. So I learned about Samarpan meditation through primarily Prerna Didi, but both my sisters. So 2001, Prerna Didi learned about Samarpan meditation, and she also attended the Vadala Shibir, the 8 days. And she just, as soon as she saw Swamiji and like heard him, and like that 8 days changed her life forever. So she was so sure about this. And Prerna Didi is also, she's a PhD, so she's very
Logical.
like logical, science and spirituality. And even today she talks to me about like science and spirituality a lot. And so she just was like, this is it, like I have found my guru. And she was going through a phase in her own life. And yeah, like Swamiji, I think, met at that time. There were very few. I'm talking about 2001. So Swamiji used to even meet most people who came to the Shibir. So Swamiji even met her, just like everybody, and told some things about her life and about herself that she was just shocked. Like, how did he find out? So then she used to come home and talk about such things. I was like a skeptic. I was like, I don't know, what these people are up to. And although I loved them both so much, and after Prinadadi, Bhumika just like immediately followed sister, like elder sister, right? Like she's like a role model. So Prinadadi did this, even I'll do this. And she also felt good. And they both started doing a lot of Gurukarya. So my way of learning about Samarpan was through my sisters and their talks. They used to talk about what Swamiji told and how it is magical and how it is at a different level. And Prenadhi even told me the world will take years to even understand what Swamiji is trying to say. And I was like, God knows what she's listening. So I was again applying my normal self, and I never opposed them, but I also didn't be a part of it, but I learned about it. The Gurukarya was happening at our house. 2001 is when I was just starting my engineering. And all the sadhaks used to come to our house for engineering, and we didn't have a big house. It was like a average middle class house in Mumbai. Anyways, the houses are small.
Yes.
So they used to like crowd the whole living room with like so many things. They used to make these banners. At that time, printing and all was very expensive. So they used to make big banners, like hoardings for roads, with like markers and all of that. And they used to do a lot of Gurukarya. And I used to always feel like, you don't even care about me. Like I'm just starting my engineering. My exams are due, and I'm studying. And they were like, don't worry. Like, so my sister used to like joke, look, it's everybody's house, and deal with it. They will come. They are our friends. So I was like, okay, 2 versus 1. I remember I used to like put Walkman. So throughout my engineering days, I was studied listening only to one cassette. Like that time it was cassette, right? No, not like MP3s like these days. Same songs, A side, B side. I used to not even listen to songs. The songs were actually to like just not hear anybody else. But yeah, so I learned about Samarpan meditation primarily through my sisters and their Gurukarya and just their talks. And honestly, like a lot of it like started getting in me, but I had not like fully still accepted, because I didn't hear like directly, but they used to play cassettes at house. So I used to listen to Swamiji also. And a part of me liked it, and part of me was just sort of confused. And the good thing about my sisters and my family was nobody forced me. Like my dad immediately joined also. My mom she didn't join formally, but she was very supportive. But nobody forced me. In fact, Prenadji was like, don't join. Like, I don't want you to join because of me, because then you leave because of me, and that's a bigger problem. So don't join. But don't block us also. So yeah, that's how I learned about Samarpan meditation back in 2001 for the first time.
Very beautiful story. But it is very true that we come to know about Samarpan meditation, sometimes by friends, sometimes by family, and we accept something like this topic. Samarpan is a very powerful meditation, but meditation word or meditation practice, from all these external things that people do in the life, and we have no exposure, then we will think that it is a very dry and boring subject. Why should I do this? Why should I sit for doing nothing? It is such a boring thing. So when you will accept or when you will join something, when somebody whom you love and respect so much is connecting into it or is practicing this, then you will be inspired that because I trust my sister, because I trust she is my hero, she is the one who is inspiring me.
Yeah.
If she is doing that, then I want to do it. And
Yes.
that is how, but there is arrogance also. There is ignorance and arrogance that goes in our life that, oh, probably it is good for them, but not for me. But how can I argue? It is like you said, majority wins, and these are two sisters who are doing this.
Yeah.
I have no space left for me.
Yeah. And in addition, uh, one thing I didn't mention about my childhood was I loved doing, like I told, I spent a lot of time with my mom. So I loved doing puja. I loved making the
Craft things and
gods, the photos, the Krishna Bhagwan, like the small silver murtis. I love to bathe them.
washing and doing the
Yeah,
prayer.
rose water, putting tilak. I loved all of that. I never felt like I'm being pressured to there. My mom taught me once, and I just loved, and I kept doing it for several years. So it was also a little bit of that change in dynamics, right? Like I'm seeing the shift from like nobody disrespected, like our temple and everything was done, but I'm seeing this new entry. Like Swamiji is taking a lot of that spiritual space and the discussions, and right. Although my dad used to sing so many bhajans of different gurus, but to me it was also a little bit of like, wait, I'm doing this puja. I'm doing this.
Sort of
Now they're talking about Swamiji. So yeah, it was a little bit of arrogance come
and
that
possessiveness. It's like
yeah.
when you have some emotional connection or bonding or faith, the bhakti itself, the devotion. If you are worshipping, let's say, Lord Krishna all your life, and suddenly your sister or your family member start coming and worshipping somebody else, then you question that, oh, that means that I'm going to lose what I have been practicing. And I believe that from all what I know, it is the story of everybody's house. Like in my house, my mom used to do everything that your mom did, okay? And even today I continued that tradition. I will light up the lamp in front of that silver statues or photos that my mom has kept, and I will still do my meditation. So this is emotional bonding, this is the values, and not everybody can give up those statues or those photos in their life because they don't feel that right thing to do. And Swamiji also says that you don't have to give away the gift of those statues to your neighbors or your sister or your family like I have done. You are a different soul and I am a different soul. But at the same time, our emotional attachment to the sanskara or values that we have been practicing all our life is not easy to give up. And we should not do this until and unless your soul is guiding you to do. And that for that, I respect what Hemaliji and her parents have said, and what your father was also doing. Like your father was very high level. He could see what your sisters are getting into, and he could also understand what his wife or son is attached to, and he will keep the balance. And that is what the wisdom and humility comes in the life. Very beautiful story, man. It is really inspiring, and it is something that everybody can connect with because we have all gone through. I have lived in Mumbai also 10 years. I have very similar roots, like your mom and dad are coming from Navsari Valsad. I have Navsari Valsad story. So I can connect with the values, I can connect with the tradition, and I can connect with all the challenges that we have all gone through in our life. And still we are here today talking about Samarpan meditation. What a beautiful story to start with. Now that you came to know about Samarpan and you had all this logical mind, the attitude, this questioning, and the way of neglecting by listening to the music with the headphones on your ears, it is all part of our personality and our life and how we get into the Samarpan meditation. Tell me something. Did you start meditating immediately after knowing about Samarpan simply because of your sisters? And when did you accept Swamiji as Guru? Vishal, I want to know from you first.
Yeah. So now I didn't start meditating immediately. So I learned about Swamiji in 2001. His words were falling on, my ears. I think they were penetrating slowly, but no, I did not accept him immediately. My first, the turning point of my spiritual life is my sister Prenadi's decision to get married in Samarpan Viva. So I remember very clearly a few things. She decided that she wants to get married in Samarpan Viva. She shared that with my parents. My parents were very supportive, were very happy. And my dad and mom both, my dad especially was very happy. And I was watching all this, right? And I'm like, wait, like, seriously, you can't outsource marriage of your daughter. Like, this is what came to my mind first. Like, how can you? So I told my dad, Dad, like, we need to get serious about like my sister's marriage. You can't just, this is so easy. You just saying Swamiji will decide. And my dad is very loving, but when he's strict, he's very strict. Yes. So in a very polite, like that polite strictness, right? There is love, but so he told me, I know what I'm doing. You don't try to measure the depth of an ocean while standing at the shore. If you are really interested to know about what your sister is doing, to know about what we are doing, come inside, measure the depth, then we'll talk. And that's all. That was his only small response to my, like typical small younger brothers venting out, whatever you want to call it, right? Every family has seen this.
Every guidance.
Yeah. He said, and he just walked out. And I was like stunned. I was like, wow, like he's so clear. And then I was a little bit like, I talked to my sister, and Prerna Didi, as loving as she's always, she was like, look, I remember this very clearly. She kissed me on my forehead and she told me, don't take pressure of anything, Vishal. You don't have to follow this. You don't have to do anything. Your soul will guide you. And just remember one thing. You don't have to fake also that you will become a part of this. I want you to, if you feel like you want to learn about this, you're welcome to. But I don't want you to later say it was all because of you. Yes, regardless of Samarpan, our relation as a brother and sister will be lifelong. When she said this to me as an older sister, right? And she's 7 years older to me. So she's literally like a mother figure to me. So I told her, that calmed me down, first of all. Like, okay, she's not like, forcing or doing something. But then I just felt, okay, let me think. And then at that time, so this formality started like moving forward, because as soon as she shared that she wants to get married through Samarpan Viva, she filled up the form. My mom and dad signed, and all of these things happened. And suddenly one day I was alone at home. Sonali auntie called, Sonali Shah. She managed all the Samarpan Viva from Maharashtra. So she called and I picked up the phone. So she told me, is dad home? I'm like, no. And she was like, is mom home? I was like, no, nobody's home. I'm alone. You can talk to me. So she was like, no, beta, as soon as your mom, dad comes, one of them, just have them call me immediately. So then I told, oh, okay. So then my father returned the call, and what I learned then just shook me. So they told that, Swamiji has given this direction that although your mother has signed, and my sister did a blank form, meaning whoever Swamiji says, she will get married to. So no conditions, no like, like the form used to have some basic details.
Surrendered.
Huh? So Swamiji said, but your mother wants a Gujarati boy. So you should all respect what your mother feels. Don't force her. She has signed out of that family respect and love. She's supportive, but whatever is in her heart, you should let it come out.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard this, I was very much shocked, because this is a story of my bedroom. There is no chance like there was some sadhak doing Gurukarya at our house, and they overheard something, because we used to never talk about my sister's marriage in front of any sadhak also. Because at that, Swamiji also said, like, it is not necessary everybody's chitta is always good on you.
Yes.
So, and Prerna Didi used to just, whatever Swamiji says. So I was like, how did Swamiji find out what is in my mother's heart? So then Prerna Didi was like, Mama, like, you should, like, then they were like, like this mother-daughter, little bit of like, why did you think that way? And then if you thought so strongly, you should have told me. And then I was watching, and Mom was like, I told you since day one. You were just like, no. Swamiji knows it all. We don't have to put such criteria. So to me, this was Swamiji's energy at work. when I experienced this, and I was the one who answered the phone call. So in a way, I felt maybe Swamiji is actually giving me signs that you're listening me for last 2 years. You are inside accepting me, but from outside, you're not. So when I heard this, and I really experienced some sort of like a different kind of an energy in the house, that, wow, like Swamiji figured out what is going on in my mother's mind, heart. So of course, now he will figure out what is in my sister's heart, and like that match that he will do is going to be great. Because who else? So in joking way, I told my sister for the first time, nobody understands women. And Swamiji understood what is in my heart, even he has not met her. So he will know who will understand you. That I know now. So then my sister just laughed and said, again, no pressure, Vishal, do what you want to do. But then I decided that one, it is a responsibility as a brother to just know what she's getting into. And I was anyways hearing. So that's when I decided to do a video shibir that was going on at that time in Mulund Center in 2003, April. So I decided to do that video shibir. And at that point, I had a best friend who used to tie Rakhi to me. Her name is Aarti. So I used to tell her everything, okay? Everything, like Samarpan, non-Samarpan. So I told this, and she found this all very magical. She was like, who is this Swamiji? Even I want to meet. I was like, I am not meeting you. I'm talking about you meeting me. So then I did this video shibir, and I used to tell her one question every day. They're very trivial questions, okay? Like nothing like great. And I would say, see, if Swamiji will answer this in video shibir, I will understand that he is actually a guru. And every time in the shibir, I used to hear, I was just like blown away with like all the answers and more I was getting. Like things like this, like doing rituals of like this, I'm doing, what will I do that? And Swamiji explained in a very good way, like nothing is going away. This is an addition. So when I did the video shibir, I knew on day 3 itself that I'm done. 8 days is now just a formality. Like on my day 3, I just knew like, this is it. And now finishing the discourse, and now it was like, like Swami says, it's like pendulum. Till now I was like not entering, and now then I wanted to rush into everything. I was like, when do I do the live shibir? When do I do Guru Purnima? I just want to do everything. I want to be done officially. So it was funny that that shibir had a great influence on me. And again, but my sister's decision of marriage and the faith that I saw in my family, my father, my mother, Bhumika, Prerna Didi, like, because getting married at that time, Samarpan was not even big, right? It was not like as it is today.
Yeah, it was a small scale.
It was a very small scale thing. Nobody knew. Like when I told my friends, my sister is getting married this way, they're like, what again? So I was like, Samarpan Meditation. And they're like, what is that? And then they're like, I was like, it is something, you don't have to know about it, but like, this is what is happening. My best friends, right? So yeah, this is what I felt. Right after that, I went to, like I said, like I was in a hurry to, do a live Mahashivir. So I went to Navsari Mahashivir. I think I have a slide on that one, the one before this. So yeah, this one. And this was just amazing. First, like to be in Navsari, and I was mesmerized with what Swamiji was saying. I was not one of those who used to, like Hemali said, like my eyes just went down, and I loved listening to every word that Swamiji says, like literally every. If I miss something, I feel like, oh my God, why did I miss it? So like my eyes and ears were like standing tall, like looking at him on the stage, looking at every body action, like how he moves, like even his feet gently, while sometimes he just gently moves his feet. And Papa used to always, Papa was with me. And my dad has this very weird, I never understood why. He always used to sit in front of me. He never allowed me to sit next to him. I still don't know why. He always said, like, you always sit behind me. So he was always sitting in this photo. He's there on row 3. And I'm behind him, who actually, only in this photo, I think probably Swamiji wanted my intelligence or ego to break. If you'll see row number 3 from, I don't know, center maybe.
Yeah, there is a...
That's my dad. I don't have the thing, but... And then there is somebody who is like behind like this. That's me. I'm not visible in this photo, but that's behind my dad is me. So what happened is, in this shibir, I remember there was a time when Swamiji said, he was talking about aura. And I really told, and then he said this, see, right now you can't see my aura because itne bade halogen light laga hai. There is so much light around that you can't see my aura. If this was a dark place, you would have seen my aura. And I actually very innocently said, Hey, damn it, like, why do we have this light here? Like, light should not be there only. And in like 5 minutes, there was a power outage for like one minute or so. Then they turned on the generator and all. And then the first thing Swamiji told after that was, somebody may have wished to see my aura. That is why the power went off. And I came out like, like a child jumping when you give like that, whatever the child wants. I told my dad, like I saw aura. Like I remember very clearly, it was like maroonish red thing that I saw all around, like on the entire stage. And I just closed my eyes at that point. Until then, I was like, no, like I have to listen, I have to see everything. And my dad used to say a lot of things like gurus, like every action of guru has a lot of value. So even if my dad used to say this, even when Swamiji is playing with his beard, don't think it is something, it is an act that he's doing. When he's moving his feet, he's doing something, it's clearance and all. But when I saw that aura, like that maroonish light all over the stage, I think that was probably like that turning on of that power outage was also like my intelligence were like shut down forever when it came to like Swamiji and his teachings. Because after that, I did Guru Purnima right after, again in Navsari. And I was one of those for a long time, I'll say, for a long time. And I'll say this later, I never felt any energy. I never used to feel like vibrations on my palm. I'll be very honest about this. I used to run away when I hear sadhaks talking about fragrances, like Om or like this, all this Anubhutis that, again, I respect all of that, but I used to always feel why I used to never said like why I never felt, but I never felt it. But one thing I always felt was I felt good with Swamiji. I always felt that he's the one who is driving things. We don't have to do anything. So that Naviktu or Nav Samarpan is something, that bhajan that came, in Swarna Kiran. That is something that I always believed, because imagine like I'm not feeling vibrations. People all around, my dad will say there was sandalwood, there was rose. My sisters will talk about cold vibrations. And I'm like, Bhumika also used to never feel vibrations. Bhumika was like, we have to do Gurukarya. That covers everything. Her thinking was very simple. Gurukarya covers a lot of things. And I was like, okay. So when I was not feeling any such vibrations, but to feel good and to be driven. And when this little glimpse of aura that I saw, that to me was like, like everything that made me last for like years until that. So again, I just wanted to share, because again, when we do introduction workshops, a lot of people ask, I'm not feeling vibrations, I'm not feeling anything. Is this normal? It's very normal. It depends on like your background and where you come from. Some people feel it instantly. Some people, like Swamiji says in one of his discourse, if your house is on a slope, that house is not visible from far off. It will take some time, right? Like that's just that your land is that way. So, but it's still a house. It's still a house. So, for me, that was the turning point. I didn't remember like my mom who is here. She was the one. Your photo is in Navsari Mahashivir, because I was telling like, again, like a small kid, I was talking to her about these things a few days back. And I was like, really? Where, mom? And then she was like, look, this is Papa, and the one behind who is invisible, who keeps saying that I listen to every words. He's sleeping in this photo at least. I was like, okay, really? Only in that photo.
So if you magnify that photo, I'm going to show our audience the group photo that we have of the audience. From the left side in the bottom, if you go 1, 2, and third person is in a green shirt. Behind that, in fact, you will see Bhaskar Bhai. Is that right, Vishal?
Yes, the leftmost person, the one in white beard. I don't know whoever is operating the screen.
In that row,
that's
third one.
And then behind that, and two behind that.
Yeah,
the one in white
third one. And then you are on the right side.
I'm the one who dozed off.
Jai Baba Swami, apologies. In this mode, the pointer is not visible, or the function.
No problem. Hi.
So Vishal Bhai is dul ho gaya wo.
Yes, and I'm happy about it actually. Now that I look at it, I'm really happy about it.
So this is a live demo of what Swamiji say. Aapki buddhi dhari ki dhari reh jayegi. In this story of Hemaliji and Vishalji, I want people to notice. We can go back to the normal thing.
Sorry, uncle. One more thing. See that photo right above ours. If you zoom again, that's where Swamiji's foot is like little upwards. If you see And this is what my dad used to show me. Like he used to actually say, you look at that. don't,
Yes.
it's okay if you don't listen. That act has a lot of things based
Yes.
on what he has read about gurus. So just wanted to highlight that because I saw it.
Amazing. I just want to bring to our audience's attention. A guru releases the energy from his thumb and from the fingers of his feet, because, as Swamiji says, you may put attention on the face of the guru, on the shoulder of the guru, on his tummy, or on his hands, or on his feet, but the bottom of the feet, jahan pe fingers hain, that is the place where guru really releases the energy, where there is a contact with the earth. Those part, guru releases the energy, and that vibrations is descending from the very high level of space. And one need to be practicing meditation for long enough to experience those kind of thing. And your father, being very spiritual person and having read so many books of different gurus, Rangaudutji and Swami Vivekanand and all those things, I believe that that was the influence that he came to know all these things.
Yeah, he had read about it, and when he saw these things, he himself was like overjoyed. Look what Swamiji is doing. Look what he's doing. He used to act also. I'm like, Daddy, you're not Swamiji. Stay there. He's like, no, I'm just telling you, sir, you don't miss it. But yeah, like speaking of that energy, and like when I saw these photos come out, you just feel blessed. I hope like everybody realizes when we do shibirs, even video shibirs, this is the play of energy. Like this Swamiji's photographs were taken by in January 2004, like on each day of chakras, right? Sahasrara Chakra, Vishuddhi Chakra, Agya Chakra. These are the photographs that are published in book and were actually tested. So like we are so blessed to have a Sadguru in our life. And I remember doing Guru Purnima in the same year in Navsari. Because I remember like in those days, it was very strict. So when I did my video shibir in April 2003, I had not completed my 45 days before the Guru Purnima registration started because I was in a hurry. So I asked my Acharya, can I do Guru Purnima in 2003? And they were like, no, you have not finished your 45 days. So you try next year. So it was again, Guru's, I made Swamiji wait, Swamiji made me wait to do the Guru Purnima. And Guru Purnima 2004, again, I remember it's one of my favorite songs. We played on Sunday meditations. Oh, Swamiji, thank you, Swamiji. So I heard that live because Hani sang it live. Yes. And it was one kind of an experience because Swamiji, after singing, like stood up on his throne and like, he was doing his energy. And that was the time when I actually felt a little bit of vibrations. But again, my eyes were like watery and I just felt good. So, but yeah, that's how I connected.
That is the story. That is the experience. A intelligent person, an intellectual, logical, rational person, when they come across such experience and see the beauty of how, without even talking to somebody in words, somebody can hear my prayer, my wish, and somebody even reward my prayer instantly in these thousands of people by letting the electricity go off and by showing the aura in that darkness to me. Anybody will wake up. Anybody will feel that this is not logical. This is not something that I can understand. This is not something that I have learned in my life. This is not something that I know. My intellect, my buddhi is being held in my hand and something miraculous is happening in my life. This is happening in the presence of gurus. This is happening in the presence of such a divine energy. This person may look like a human being to me, but it is not an ordinary human being. This is, in true sense, the avatara, or somebody who is in the human body manifesting the divine energy on the earth to me. And that is what we call the moment of realization, the moment of awakening, the moment of enlightenment. What a beautiful story, Vishal Bhai. And everybody is giving beautiful comments that your story is really amazing, loving, and inspiring to all of us. We are seeing two different colors on this slide. If you see, left side is pink and right side is blue. And Left side is more the color of Hemaliji, the heart, the Chandranadi, and right side is more of a pink, the blue, the Vishal, the Suryanadi. They both have different personality and they both bring different energy, but together they complement each other. And this is how Swamiji always see a couple when he is bringing them. We have some inspiring story to come to know about. So this was the story of Vishalji, how he believed and accepted Guru Swamiji as his Guru. अब हेमाली जी, आपकी स्टोरी क्या है? हम आपसे भी सुनना चाहते हैं कि आपने कैसे स्वामी जी को गुरु की और तरह मान लिया?
यस, सो जैसे वीडियो शिविर में गई, पहले एक ही दिन गई, फिर वीडियो शिविर के बाद वहाँ तभी वो टाइम पे कहते थे कि 40 आफ्टर शिविर 45 डेज करना बहुत ही जरूरी है। मतलब वो बहुत ही इंसिस्ट करते थे, स्पेशली 45 डेज के लिए सेंटर चलते थे राजकोट में। और तो एवरी शिविर के बाद 45 डेज सबको करना ही था और प्रेजेंस लेते थे, सब करते थे। तो मेरी मम्मी तो एकदम उसे अच्छा लगा, एकदम उसे भी अच्छा लग गया। और बेसिकली शी इज स्पिरिचुअल पर्सन, तो उसको ध्यान करना भी अच्छा लगा, एकदम ध्यान करना अच्छा लगता था। तो वो सेंटर पे जाती थी 45 डेज के लिए एवरीडे। उसने फॉर्म भर दिया, साइन कर दिया, सब हो गया। और फिर मुझे भी बोला कि मैं जा रही हूँ तो तू भी चल, ध्यान करना 45 डेज बोला है, स्वामी जी ने ही बोला है कि 45 डेज करना है। तो आई एम लाइक अच्छा ओके, स्वामी जी ने बोला ठीक है, मैं तो चलती हूँ तेरे साथ। फिर एवरी मॉर्निंग 6 to 7 वहाँ पे एक जीवन शांति स्कूल में सेंटर चलता था, तो वहाँ पे मम्मी के साथ एवरी मॉर्निंग डेली जाती थी ध्यान करने के लिए। तो बेसिकली वो शिविर खत्म होने के बाद ही तुरंत मैंने 45 डेज किया और एवरी डे एक भी दिन गैप नहीं किया। 45 डेज एकदम गुड स्टूडेंट की तरह 45 डेज कंप्लीट किया। वो टाइम पे प्रेजेंस लेते थे, सेंटर बहुत ही अच्छा चलता था। तो सेंटर आचार्य भी एकदम वेलकमिंग कि यंगस्टर को तो एकदम देख के सभी लोग एकदम खुश हो जाते थे, अरे वाह इतने यंगस्टर आ रहे हैं, एकदम सही। तो उनको एनकरेज करते थे। स्वामी जी का फोटो अरेंज करने के लिए मोटिवेट एनकरेज करते थे मुझे कि तू कर, तू गुरु आह्वान कर, तू शांति पाठ बोल, तू सबका प्रेजेंस ले। तब वो टाइम पे प्रसाद थोड़ा देते थे, वो तू सर्व कर सबको। तो वो सब करने में मुझे मजा आता था सेंटर पे। और 45 डेज एक भी दिन गैप नहीं किया, पूरा 45 डेज किया। और वो टाइम पे ही मतलब स्वामी जी को मैंने एज ए फ्रेंड मान लिया कि स्वामी जी इज लाइक माय पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। जैसे मेरी फैमिली में मेरी बड़ी बहन मम्मी पापा एकदम क्लोज है, वैसे ही स्वामी जी मेरे क्लोज हो गए। मतलब मैंने उनको अपना मान लिया, फ्रेंड की तरह मान लिया।
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। और आपकी वो जो आध्यात्मिक सत्य
हाँ,
और
तो वो टाइम पे 2007 में जस्ट फर्स्ट अनुष्ठान के स्वामी जी के मैसेजेस की बुक बाहर निकली थी। तो वो अनुष्ठान के बाद जब भी वो बुक, पहली बुक स्वामी जी की रिलीज हुई, तो ऑफ कोर्स तो लेना ही था। तो तुरंत ही वो फर्स्ट बुक लिया और एवरीडे पढ़ती थी। मतलब जो भी बचपन से ही पढ़ाई में भी ऐसी आदत थी कि जो भी पढ़ो वो समझ करके पढ़ो, तो भले ही थोड़ा सा पढ़ो पर कंसेप्ट क्लियर होना चाहिए। ऐसे ही सिर्फ रट्टा मार के नहीं, मैं कर ही नहीं सकती थी। तो वही इसमें ही अप्लाई हुआ कि जो भी किया, ध्यान किया, बुक पढ़ा, वो समझ करके, मतलब एवरीडे। तभी तो एकदम रेगुलर थे। हाँ, सेंटर पे ध्यान करना, हाफ एन आवर प्रवचन की कैसेट सुनना, तो वो मम्मी भी करती थी और हम दोनों साथ में ही करते थे। और पापा इज लाइक, हाँ, मुझे हम दोनों को देखते थे कि अरे ये दोनों को क्या हो गया, क्या पागल हो गया क्या, इतना सारा ये सब ही करते
रोग लग
रहते।
गया। डॉक्टर है ना, तो सोचते हैं अभी ये कौन सा रोग है, इसका दवा क्या है।
इन दोनों को पापा इज वंडरिंग कि ये दोनों पागल हो गए कि क्या कर रहा है, क्या चल क्या रहा है। पर मुझे आध्यात्मिक सत्य पढ़ना बहुत ही अच्छा लगता था वो टाइम पे। और अभी भी इज लाइक क्लोज टू माय हार्ट। मैं साथ में लेके सोती थी। कभी भी कुछ भी क्वेश्चन रहा या मूड खराब हो गया, क्या है सम डाउट, तो बुक लेके पढ़ लिया तो बैलेंस हो गई। मतलब वो हाफ एन आवर प्रवचन सुनना और एक बुक पढ़ना एकदम रेगुलर चलता था.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. So one thing I like about this story, thank you, Hemaliji, first for sharing this interesting part of your journey, because many people attend the workshop or 8 days live shibir, but they don't continue. And when they don't continue for the 45 days, Swamiji says, then chances are they will go back into the society and they will forget about it. You were so determined that you attended in the very late of 7 days workshop, and then you were so connected that you decided that I'm not going to miss the 45 days Anushthan. And your spirit of serving and doing the work for others, making registration, noting down who is attending, who is not attending, all this spirit of loving and giving became probably part of your 45 days Anushthan habit, because this is what Swamiji says. You have to first train your body and your mind to get into the new habit. This 45 days is designed for that. And with this, you connect not just with the Guru energies, but you connect with the collective energy of the souls who are part of this 45 days Anushthan. So I felt that 45 days Anushthan became one of your trend in the life that we are going to learn later. But,
Yes,
but the
45
book,
days
yeah,
ट्रेंड. और सेंटर आचार्य भी मतलब बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से सबको वेलकम करते थे, सब सिखाते थे. इट्स लाइक काइंड ऑफ फैमिली एनवायरनमेंट.
स्कूल हो गया है. हाँ, आपके लिए स्कूल हो गया वो जानने के सीखने के लिए. And this is what happens when you start seeing the ray of light in the dark tunnel. As you were saying that I didn't know where and how I will end up doing what in my future. By coming to Swamiji and by joining the Samarpan family, you felt that this is something that I can connect with, I can live with, and I am enjoying this place. The book, Spiritual Truth, if you can show that slide, it is one of the most powerful book. When I attended Guru Purnima in 2007 at Junagadh, in of course Junagadh is Saurashtra in Gujarat, North Gujarat. I felt when I got this book and I started reading, I felt that this is our Bible, this is our Gita, this is our Guru Gita, because Swamiji has spoken every aspect of spirituality as truthful sentences one by one. The beautiful thing about this book is it is not a narrative book. It is point by point, step, one sentence at a time or 2-3 sentences at a time. Swamiji is trying to bring the concept in our mind as if this is a course that he is teaching you about spirituality. Everything that Swamiji has learned from his gurus in 16 years of Himalayan journey and in his this life and past life, he is trying to teach us and trying to give us wholeheartedly. He wrote this book also during his 45 days of Anushthan.
First understand.
This book also while he created the first Mangal Murti or living energy statue and consecrated his own life force. He went through a very deep journey of spirituality with the dream and with the mission of his gurus from Himalayas, that he was trying to give everything that he got to the mankind. He didn't know if he will come out alive out of these 45 days. This book is one of the most powerful book that Swamiji has ever written, and it has so much knowledge, so much vibration. It is going to be the torch for the future generations to learn about spirituality. And if anybody don't have, I would say and suggest that everybody should have this book in their house and you should try to learn from it. It is beautiful. And interestingly, our sadhaks today, they translate couple of things from Swamiji's book and share it with us. So please keep reading, please keep learning from that. And if it has inspired you and connected you, Hemaliji, I am not surprised, because this is one of the beautiful things that Swamiji has given us as gift. Vishalji, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just adding that actually I remember very vividly Guruma at that time even told this book is like our Bible. In
Yes.
fact, I don't know how they do it now, but at that time when I got my first copy, they actually gave it in that
In the
red cloth,
Yeah, it's
in
like
that
a
red
grunt.
cloth, like a grunt. So yeah, they used to never say like, you are buying a book. They'll say it's a grunt. So we even bought, like those the wooden thing where you hold a book, the
Yeah,
stand, the
yeah.
wooden stand. So Guruma used to actually recommend that. See, the thing is, whether we believe it or not, the respect we give it to it, that's the energy that we will get it back. So I
Yeah.
think what happens is, what Guruma told is, if you treat this like a granth, if you keep it in that red cloth, if you read it and like like a granth,
So
then you will achieve a lot.
Yeah, then we can like
So we got it as a
And-
gift.
In this yellow, yes, and then there was a red
The
cloth.
red
The red cloth that was wrapped on this book.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
correct.
We opened it, and then we have this book like this. It was a book this way, but it is one of the very powerful thing that I have this in Hindi, and there are so many beautiful pictures of Swamiji like
Yes.
this in this book. So
Yes.
everybody should try to get this book. It's
Yes.
amazing photos of Swamiji and amazing teaching, the Dandi Ashram and everything you have there.
Yes.
Very
Yeah.
beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. It's reminds me a lot of things about Junagadh when Swamiji gave, and it has so much vibration. If you bring it and you keep it in your house, it has so much vibration and wisdom for all of us to learn.
Yeah.
चलो
Yes.
आगे बढ़ते हैं in your journey because so
Uncle,
much.
when you were in Junagadh, and that's the day when I flew to Chicago.
अरे वाह
To Guru Purnima.
क्या बात है. We have so much connection.
Yeah.
तुझे चोटी पकड़ के मैंने हाथ में रखा है. So there is interesting story from your parents and your family also, how they got into the Samarpan meditation. And at this point, I would like to know about the journey of Hemaliji, Hemaliji's parents. तो हेमाली जी, आप अपने मम्मी पापा के बारे में ये कहानी बताएंगे या फिर वीडियो से हमें बताना चाहते हैं?
Yes, video.
अच्छा, फिर आपका वीडियो ही देख लेते हैं क्या हुआ मम्मी पापा के साथ. नमस्कार, जय बाबा स्वामी.
नमस्कार, जय बाबा स्वामी.
डॉक्टर रतिलाल एंड रेखा जी, आप હેમાલી બેનના મમ્મી પપ્પા છો અને સમર્પણના પ્રોગ્રામમાં ધીસ ઇઝ સમર્પણમાં તમારું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે. તો આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં અમે તમારી સાથે થોડી વાતો કરવા માંગીએ કે હેમાલીના બાળપણની અમુક વાતો તમને યાદ હોય અને સમર્પણ ધ્યાનની સાથે તમે કેવી રીતે જોડાયા અને તમારી યાત્રાની કોઈ યાદગાર પળો હોય તે અમારી સાથે શેર કરો.
ઓકે, 2007માં અમારી બાજુમાં સ્કૂલ છે ઇનોવેટિવ, ત્યાં વિડીયો શિબિર થવાની હતી. એક બેને મને એક પેમ્પલેટ આપ્યું કે તમારા ઘરની નજીક છે, અહીં એક શિબિર છે, તમે જરૂર આવજો. તો હું ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ ગઈ અને મેં સ્વામીજીને જોયા. આહા, ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ જ મેં સ્ક્રીન ઉપર જોયા અને એમ થયું કે કેટલું બાળક સહજ નિર્દોષ ફેસ છે. અને બસ મને ત્યાં ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ જોઈને ત્યાં જ મને દિલમાં એકદમ ઓલું થઈ ગયું કે ના, આ બરોબર જ છે મારા માટે એમ. ને મેં 7 દિવસ શિબિર કરી. એકવાર સન્ડે હતો તો રવિવારે હેમાલીને કોલેજ બંધ હતી, એને પણ મેં કીધું કે ચાલ તો એક બહુ જ સરસ સ્વામીજી આવ્યા છે, તું એકવાર આજ ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ સાંભળતું. એટલે પણ એને પણ લઈ ગઈ અને એ ત્યાંથી જોઈન્ટ થઈ ગઈ.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. એક વિડીયો શિબિરથી તમારો આટલું સરસ જોડાણ થઈ ગયું સ્વામીજીના આત્મા સાથે. એ જ બતાવે છે કે ગુરુદેવ હંમેશા કોઈ પણ વ્યક્તિને કહે છે કે તમે એક દિવસ આવો, તમે એક દિવસ આવશો તો બાકીના દિવસોમાં ઓટોમેટિક આપોઆપ જ ખેંચાઈને આવી જશો.
તમારો આત્મા તો ખેંચશે જ એમ.
સીધું આત્મા સાથે જોડાણ થઈ જાય તમારું.
હા, એમ.
બહુ સરસ. અને તમે
ફેમિલી જોઈન્ટ થઈ ગયું. પછી આ ડોક્ટર સાહેબે એક શિબિર બીજી જગ્યાએ વિડીયો શિબિર કરી, એ પણ ત્યાંથી જોઈન્ટ થઈ ગયા.
તમે 2007માં શરૂ કરી હતી શિબિર?
ના, એમને મેં 2008 ફેબ્રુઆરીમાં કરી હતી.
અચ્છા, એટલે 6 મહિના પછી કરી.
મેં 7માં કરી, તમે 8માં કરી.
હાજી હાજી હાજી.
અને
બહુ
પછી
સરસ.
અમદાવાદ છે ને મહાશિબિર હતી, ત્યાંથી મોટી મારી પૂજાના મેરેજ થઈ ગયા હતા, તો ત્યાં એનું ઘર હતું, તો એમને પણ મેં સાથે લઈને શિબિર કરી, મહાશિબિર. એટલે ત્યાંથી એ પણ જોઈન્ટ થઈ. એના હસબન્ડ સર્જન છે, તો એ ક્યારેક ક્યારેક કરતા, એ પણ થોડા ઘણા જોઈન્ટ થઈ ગયા. અને જયારે આશ્રમમાં મેડિકલ ચેકઅપ હોય ને ત્યારે પહોંચી જતા હતા નવસારી.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ.
ડોક્ટર વિપુલ સર્જન છે, પણ તો પણ એને ઘણી વખત 3 કે 4 વખત એવી રીતે મેડિકલ ચેકઅપમાં પોતે હાજરી આપી હતી નવસારી.
ઘણું સરસ કહેવાય. અને તમારા જમાઈરાજ વિશાલભાઈ નું પણ પહેલી વખત જયારે આશ્રમમાં રહેવા ગયા ત્યારે ચેકઅપ એમને જ કર્યું હતું, વિપુલભાઈ જ કર્યું હતું.
હા, એ સ્વામીજીએ બધું સરસ વિચારીને ગોઠવીને જે કલ્પના બહારના બે આત્માને મિલન કરાવીને ભેગા કરી દીધા.
સાચી વસ્તુ છે. પણ મને સૌથી વધુ આનંદ એ વાતનો છે કે તમે વિડિયો શિબિર થી શરૂ કર્યું અને આખા પરિવારને ગુરુદેવની સાથે જોડી દીધા. એ તમારા આત્માનું પણ એક કંઈક પુણ્ય કર્મ છે કે તમે દીકરીઓને જન્મ જ નહીં આપ્યો, પણ દીકરી અને જમાઈને બધાને જોડી દીધા આ પવિત્ર કાર્ય સાથે. બહુ સરસ કહેવાય. તો તમારી કોઈ એવી યાદગાર અનુભૂતિ છે જે તમે આજે અમારી સાથે વાત કરવા માંગતા હો?
2008 થી જોઈન્ટ થયું સમર્પણમાં. તો શરૂઆતમાં તો આમાં શું થાય, પછી આ તો બધું અત્યારે એવું છે ને, આપણે લેડીઝ ની વાય તો જવું જ પડે ને. તો શરૂઆતમાં એને આપણે સારું લગાડવા જઈએ, એમ કે એને સી ફિલિંગ વેલ એમ. તો કુતૂહલ ની ખાતર હું અંદર જોઈન્ટ થયો. બરાબર, જોવા આ બધું શું છે. અને નંબર 2, હું નાનો હતો ત્યારે મને પહેલેથી આધ્યાત્મિકમાં તો વધારે ઇન્ટરેસ્ટેડ હતો. સમજણો થયો ત્યારથી 5 વર્ષથી. બીજું, મારા ગામની બાજુમાં જ 1 જ કિલોમીટર અમારે સ્કૂલે અહીંયા જવાનું, વવાણિયા બંદર હતું પેલા, ત્યાં શ્રીમદ રાજચંદ્ર થઈ ગયા. એ આધ્યાત્મિક જગતના આપણા ભારત વર્ષના ટોપ ઊંચા શિખર ઉપર હતા. તો ઈ હતા ત્યારે વવાણિયાની અંદર અમે જતા સ્કૂલમાં જઈને, પછી એને જ્યાં આધ્યાત્મિક જ્ઞાન પ્રાપ્ત થયું હતું ને, એના ફાધર ને અગ્નિદાહ દીધો. એ જગ્યાએ બાવળ એક હતો, આમ વળેલો, એના ઉપર બેહીને, કારણ કે છોકરાઓ અને સ્ત્રીઓને આપણે અગ્નિ સંસ્કારમાં આવવાની છૂટ ન હોય. બરાબર. તો એ બાવર ઉપર બેસી અને એને અગ્નિદાહ બધું જોયું, ત્યારથી એને આખું પરિવર્તન થયું નાની ઉંમરમાં, આધ્યાત્મિક જ્ઞાન ત્યારથી. અને આપણા ગાંધીજીને આ આધ્યાત્મિક ગુરુ ઈ શ્રીમદ રાજચંદ્ર હતા. જયારે સલાહ જોતી ને ત્યારે એની પાસેથી લેતા,
એમની પાસે માર્ગદર્શન લેતા.
એટલે નાનપણથી પાછો હું જાતો ત્યાં એના મંદિરે. વવાણિયામાં આખું બધું મોટું સંકુલ છે. અત્યારે તો આખા ઇન્ડિયા લેવલનું બહુ મોટું છે અહીંયા વવાણિયામાં. એની તો નાનપણથી જ આવું આધ્યાત્મિકમાં ખરું. તો પછી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ આ જોયું તો એમ થયું કે આપણને તો કીધું બરાબર મળી ગયું, કારણ કે આપણે ગુરુની કઈ શોધ કરી નહોતી, પણ ઓટોમેટિક સામેથી આવીને મળી ગયા એવું થયું. અને આની અંદર આવી ગયા પછી મજા આવે. એક તો આપણે આધ્યાત્મિક હતું જ નાનપણથી, એટલે કારણ કે અમુક વસ્તુ શું છે એને રંગ નો લગાડવો પડે, અંદરથી જન્મથી જ રંગ હોય. દાખલા કોઈ પણ કલાકાર હોય, ચિત્રકાર હોય, સંગીતકાર હોય, વગેરે વગેરે. બરાબર. તો નાનપણથી જ હતું તો આમ થયું બરાબર, કીધું આ ગુરુ એ બરાબર અસલ લાયક છે. પણ આ નક્કી થઈ ગયું કે બરાબર છે, ધીસ ઇઝ ઓકે. તો એવી રીતે અંદર આવ્યા પછી અનુભૂતિ ધ્યાનમાં બેહી, પછી તો પેલા તો વ્યસનો વ્યા જાય, પછી અહમ યોગ્યો, પછી એવું તો ઘણી અનુભૂતિઓ થઈ. પણ પછી બોલીશ તો બહુ લાંબુ થાય, કારણ કે મારું જરાક બોલવાનું
તમારા દિલમાં જે ભાવ હોય તે બોલો, આ તો બહુ સરસ
કઈક આવે એટલે ઘણા અનુભવ છે ટૂંકમાં એમ.
બહુ સરસ. તમારી વાત સાંભળીને મને ડિસ્ટર્બ કરવાનું મન નહીં થયું, કેમ કે એક સરખી સરસ એનર્જી વહેરી રહી હતી. અને તમારો જે આધ્યાત્મિકતા પ્રત્યેની જે રુચિ છે એમાંથી તમને એમ સમજો કે શ્રીમદ રાજચંદ્રજી દ્વારા જે બીજ રોપાયા હતા એ ગુરુદેવે અંકુરિત કરી નાખ્યા, અને આ રીતે થોડું આગળ વધારે પ્રગતિ થઈ ગઈ તમારી. રસ તમને હતો જ પહેલેથી, જેથી કરીને તમને આનંદ થયો અને પરિવારને પણ એનો લાભ મળ્યો. બહુ સરસ કહેવાય.
પાછું જાજુ તો મારે મિસિસ ના હિસાબે, કારણ કે મારા પેલા ગુરુજી તો આજ કહેવાય. ઈ ગુરુજી મિલન તો પછી થયું, પેલા તો આ ગુરુ આવે ને પ્રથમ
હાજી,
પગથિયું, એ તો છે બીજું પગથિયું થયું એમ.
એ તો તમે આટલા
તો હું જોઈન્ટ થવાનો જ નતો, એટલે એવું છે.
તમે આટલા પ્રમાણિકતાથી બોલો છો અને વિશાલને પણ પ્રેરણા મળી રહી છે આ વસ્તુમાંથી. બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. તો રેખાબેન, તમે આ બાબતમાં બીજો કોઈક અનુભવ તમારો શેર કરવા માંગતા હો તો જરૂરથી.
એટલે પહેલેથી જ મને બસ એકદમ આત્માથી ગુરુ સાથે જોઈન્ટ થઈ ગઈ, અને જ્યારે નમું ત્યારે હું એમ કહું, માત પિતા ગુરુ ભગવાન બધું તમે જ છો એમ. એટલે એનથી એકદમ, અને જ્યારે યાદ કરું ત્યારે મારા હાથમાં રાઉન્ડ રાઉન્ડ ફરીને એટલી એનર્જી આવી જાય. મને કોઈ દિવસ કોઈ પ્રોબ્લેમ આવ્યા નથી લાઈફમાં આમાં જોઈન્ટ થઈ પછી, પણ ક્યારેય એવું થાય તો સ્વામીજીને યાદ કરું અને મારી હથેળીમાં કન્ટિન્યુઅસ રાઉન્ડ રાઉન્ડ ચાલુ થઈ જાય.
બહુ સરસ.
અને ઘણીવાર શરૂઆતમાં જ્યારે 45 દિવસના અનુષ્ઠાન કર્યા હતા ત્યારે તો કોઈ પણ જગ્યાએ જાય, મંદિરમાં નમું, સ્વામીજીને યાદ કરું, સીધી મને ગુલાબની સુગંધ એકદમ આવવા માંડે એમ શરૂઆતમાં. અને સ્વામીજી જેમ કહેતા હોય કે શરૂઆત જે પહેલા 45 દિવસ તમે ધ્યાન કરો તો હું તમારી સાથે તમને ગોદમાં લઈને રાખું છું. એ ખરેખર એનો સરસ અનુભવ થયેલો શરૂઆતના 45 દિવસ અનુષ્ઠાનના. સ્વામીજી સાથે જ આપણું ધ્યાન રાખે છે. હા, બહુ સરસ,
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. વેરી બ્યુટીફુલ. સો હું છે ને થોડું તમારી વાતોને ઇંગ્લિશમાં સમજાવી દઉં, જેથી કરીને આપણા જે સાધકો છે હિન્દી ગુજરાતી નહીં બોલતા હોય એમને સમજાય. So what we learned from the parents of Hemaliji is Hemali's mom Rekhaji came to know about the video shibir that was being conducted in the nearby neighborhood. So they were in Rajkot, and this was the video shibir in Rajkot that she attended for the first time, and she liked it so much that during the weekend she requested Hemaliji also to join her, because she knew Hemali is very inclined to the spirituality and this kind of subject. And surprisingly, Hemali also enjoyed this shibir with Swamiji. During this time, she felt very beautiful energy, and Rekhaji said that from the first day, she felt very connected with Swamiji at the soul level. So it became a blessing, because after she introduced this Samarpan to the family, everybody in the family, Dr. Ratilal is very obedient husband. He followed his wife, and he also attended another shibir, video shibir in February, within probably 6 months from that time. And their daughter, who lives in Ahmedabad, she was also able to attend another shibir of Swamiji. So this is how everybody in the family got connected. And Hemali, after attending this shibir, as we heard in her story itself, that she got fully connected with Swamiji. It is as if Swamiji was coming in their life to touch every soul in this family. Further, when we talk about Dr. Ratilal, he said that from his childhood, very young age of 5, he was in contact with Srimad Rajchandraji. He is a Jain monk, and he is very well known for his spiritual state, because Srimad Rajchandraji also got enlightened in the cremation place while looking at the dead body being cremated, and suddenly he got enlightened just by looking at that situation. Srimad Rajchandraji was also a spiritual counselor for Mahatma Gandhiji, and this kind of guru he came to know in very young age, and that literally planted the seeds of spirituality in Dr. Ratilalji. And when he followed his wife and attended this video shibir, he felt that no, this is something that very close to what he learned from very young age. And this is right thing for us. This is right thing for our family. We should practice it. We should keep it in our life. And that is how this family got connected. And Rekhaji shared her Anubhuti also, that in the early 45 days Anusthan, after the Shibir, she always has beautiful vibrations experience. It's like a tornado of vibrations going round and round in her palm. So that is something that made her feel that I am being connected to Swamiji, even though she did not meet Swamiji personally. She was getting the fragrance of roses during those 45 days. And all these little things made her feel that Swamiji is holding her like a child in his lap. And this is what Swamiji says, that in 45 days of Anusthan, I am always taking good care of you. At that time, this is our opportunity to connect and develop this relationship at the soul level. So Dr. Ratilal also told us that in this journey, if you want to tell and describe everything, it is going to be very long. But he said that slowly, your thoughts starts going away, your negativity starts going away. And most importantly, he said that my ego started vanishing. And that is the best Anubhuti that one can have, because between us and God or Paramatma, if there is anything, that is our ego. And Guru is the one who come in our life and remove this ego and connects us directly with our Paramatma. Our soul gets connected with the Supreme Soul, Paramatma, and that is what Samarpan is all about. Swamiji says, if you practice regularly, then moksha or niskarma sthiti is possible. State of niskarma or akarma is possible for you, that you don't keep attachment for any fruit in your karma and you are fully connected with Guru. So તમારી વાતોને મેં થોડી ઇંગ્લિશમાં સમરાઇઝ કરીને બધાને કહી દીધી. આઈ હોપ કે મેં સાચું ટ્રાન્સલેશન કર્યું.
ના બહુ સરસ,
ના બરાબર સારું.
we know English not speak very well, but understand.
yes બરાબર છે. ના બહુ સરસ. અને તમારી દીકરીને જે તમે સંસ્કાર આપ્યા છે એનો ફાયદો, અને ગુરુદેવ અને ગુરુમાએ જે સંસ્કાર આપ્યા છે એનો ફાયદો આજે સમર્પણ અમેરિકાના પરિવારને મળી રહ્યો છે. એ માટે હું તમારા બંનેનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભારી છું. થેન્ક યુ. જય બાબા સ્વામી.
જય બાબા સ્વામી.
What a beautiful video, Hemaliji. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में? मम्मी पापा ने कितने प्यार से, कितनी अच्छी तरह से उनकी स्टोरी की, और मुझे पापा का सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर बहुत अच्छा लगा. हमको घर वाली को तो सुनना ही पड़ता है ना, वो पहली गुरु है. स्वामी जी भी कहते हैं, अभी वो भी टीचर है ना गुरु माँ, तो मुझे तो सुनना ही पड़ेगा. घर की कहानी है ये.
हाँ, स्वामी जी तो हमारे में से एक ही है, तो एकदम हमारे जैसे ही है सब.
इसलिए मैंने पापा को बोला कि विशाल को भी प्रेरणा मिल रही है आपकी बातें सुन के. बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा, बहुत इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी है. और आप बहुत तकदीर वाली हो हेमाली जी कि आपको इतने प्यारे और इतने ओपन माइंडेड, ओपन हार्टेड पेरेंट्स मिले. बहुत कम लोग हैं, बिकॉज दिस इज in that generation people were not this open minded. बहुत rigid, और स्पेशली छोटे से गांव में होते हैं तो इतना खुल के रहने वाले नहीं होते. लेकिन you are very lucky. आपके मम्मी पापा को मिलके मुझे भी बहुत 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 अच्छा लगा. एंड वी आर थैंकफुल कि वो अभी देख रहे हैं और इस कार्यक्रम के लिए उन्होंने इतना खूबसूरत इंटरव्यू भी दिया हमें. थैंक यू. थैंक यू डॉक्टर रतिलाल.
About that, like his wisdom is very high. Like even other than Swamiji, the way he talks about nature, the way the knowledge he actually has about different countries, different cultures. His favorite time, even if he's watching YouTube, it's not like any serial, it's about like geography or like travel channel, and he just appreciates so much culture. And till date, I find this really like something very respectful. Like till date, He has
Uh-huh.
never asked me how much I earn. Never. Which
That-
actually is right. But like he has never, he behaves like he told me when we met that like if the boy if the guy is proper, then everything is proper. So no need to give the details. That's what he summarized about his like conviction to me. Samarpan and otherwise also. So
And one thing I want to tell you and everybody in the Samarpan family also, if the woman in the family is good, loving, caring, and understanding, the everything in the family is going to be good. And that is what we are seeing from your mom, Anupama ji. अभी तो इंडिया में बहुत सुंदर टीवी सीरीज भी चल रही है अनुपमा, which is story of and that is the story of Hemaliji's mom and Hemali also. So I believe that for a happy family, for a spiritual family, it is very important that we understand and respect each other. And Samarpan meditation can certainly bring that happiness and balance in your life. That is for sure. Right, Hemaliji?
Yes, definitely. समर्पण से ही सब कुछ है.
हमारा तो जीवन समर्पण से ही चल रहा है, इतना हम कह सकते हैं.
हाँ, एक बात कि कैसा अमेजिंग है ना, सिर्फ स्वामी जी को देखा भी नहीं पर्सनली, सिर्फ एक वीडियो शिविर से इतने सारे लोग जुड़ गए, इतना सारा पॉजिटिव चेंज हम सब में आ गया. सो इट्स लाइक एनर्जी के साथ जुड़ जाओ. स्वामी जी के स्थूल से नहीं, सूक्ष्म में ही सब कुछ है. तो स्वामी जी को देखे बगैर ही इतना सब कुछ हो गया. It's so amazing.
yes,
This is the beauty of Samarpan. In fact, Swamiji, throughout this Guru Purnima discourses, all 3 days, was trying to give the same messages that learn to connect with the subtle body, learn to connect with the power energy body of Swamiji. Don't get attached to the physical form or what you had in the past, how Swamiji looks today, and what is something that we are always going behind a person. You want to go behind the energy, you want to go behind the Guru powers that we are experiencing from so far. So that is beautiful thing, and that is what connected you and your mom and the entire family with Swamiji, subtle body, Sukshma Sarir. What a beautiful story, what an inspiring story. चलो अभी विशाल भाई के मुंह से उनके परिवार के बारे में सुनते हैं. विशाल भाई, tell us little bit about your family story. थोड़ा बहुत तो पता चल गया.
do you want to tell anything about?
नहीं, सिर्फ एक ही बात था कि
हाँ जी, जरूर.
मेरी बड़ी बहन वो डेंटिस्ट है, पर वो स्टार्टिंग में नहीं जुड़ी. लाइक वो उसको भी ऐसा लग रहा है क्या ये सब लोग कर रहे हैं, पर शी सो सम पॉजिटिव चेंजेस इन मी. घर पे सब में उसने देखा, फिर उसने भी शिविर अटेंड किया, फिर वो भी मतलब वो जुड़ गई. मतलब एक परिवार में एक सदस्य को ध्यान करने से पूरे परिवार में, इवन उनके भी 7 पीढ़ियों में भी मतलब उसका इफेक्ट आता है ध्यान करने से. वो एक बार एनर्जी के साथ जुड़ जाने से 7 पीढ़ियां तर जाती है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. ये जन्मों जन्मों का हमारा इसे कहते हैं कि ऋणानुबंध है, तभी गुरु ऐसे मिलते हैं. और हमारी अगली 7 पीढ़ी को ये फायदा होगा, क्योंकि इसमें इतनी ताकत है, इसमें इतनी पवित्रता है, इसमें इतना चैतन्य है, जो न सिर्फ हमारे आत्मा का कल्याण कर सकती है, लेकिन हमारे परिवार और अगली पीढ़ी का भी कल्याण कर सकती है. इसलिए तो स्वामी जी कहते हैं ना, अगले 800 साल तक चलेगा. इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट है, इतना वेल्थ है गुरुदेव ने दिया हुआ. तो ये तस्वीर किसकी है, जरा बताइए.
ये मेरी बड़ी बहन है पूजा. वो अहमदाबाद में रहती है. वो अहमदाबाद में स्वामी जी ने डॉक्टर शिविर लिया था, तो वो टाइम पे दीदी ने भी अटेंड किया था, और उसने भी, दीदी जीजू दोनों में अटेंड किया था, और उसने सब स्वामी जी को सब क्वेश्चन भी सब पूछे थे. तो दे आर ऑल्सो डूइंग.
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस. तो मम्मी ने बताया जैसे अपनी स्टोरी में कि पूजा ने भी अहमदाबाद में बाद में शिविर की. तो पूजा जी, अगर आप देख रहे हो तो नमस्कार फ्रॉम समर्पण फैमिली. एंड इट इज ऑलवेज गुड टू विटनेस कि that Samarpan can touch so many lives, and one member, as Hemaliji has said, one member starts the meditation and the entire family is benefited. Rekha ji, Hemaliji's mom, started. with the invitation of a neighbor. And today, look how much change it has made in the entire family. We can also do that. If you are practicing Samarpan meditation and you are watching this program, you can invite someone to the workshop that is going to take place in next month or this week or whenever. Invite them, and you don't know how you can become instrumental and medium for Gurudev's energy in changing one's life that can transform not just their life, but the entire family or their next 7 generations. Powerful story. Interesting.
Thank you.
अभी मम्मी जी आ रही है?
हाँ, she's here. She's here.
अनुपमा अनुपमा, मैं तो टाइटल सॉन्ग बोल रहा था वो टीवी सीरीज का. आइए अनुपमा जी. जय आत्मेश्वर, जय बाबा स्वामी.
बाबा स्वामी, जय आत्मेश्वर.
સો મારે તો તમને મામી તરીકે બોલાવું કે મારા બેન તરીકે બોલાવું, કેવી રીતે બોલાવું સમજાય નહીં, કેમ કે નવસારીથી નજીક છો, વલસાડ મામાના ગામથી છો, સો ઘણા બધા સંબંધો છે આપણા. વેલકમ ટુ સમર્પણ પ્રોગ્રામ.
ચાલે અને આપણે સાધક છે એ બી બરાબર છે.
યસ, આપણા સંબંધો આત્માના છે, સેકન્ડરી છે. તો પહેલી વાત તો તમે આવ્યા અને આજે ઉપસ્થિત છો શિકાગોમાં, એ અમારે માટે આશીર્વાદ છે, કેમ કે તમારી સાથે વાતો કરીશું અને તમારી આધ્યાત્મિક યાત્રા, સમર્પણ ધ્યાનની યાત્રા, એના વિશે જાણીશું, તો અમને ખરેખર મજા આવશે. તો તમારી વાતો કહો, તમને સમર્પણમાં કેવી રીતે જાણવા મળ્યું અને તમારી બંને દીકરીઓ, તમારો દીકરો, હસબન્ડ બધા હતા, પછી તમે ધીમે 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 આવ્યા, વિશાલને તમે થોડા ધીમે ધીમે આવ્યા, તો તમારી વાતો કરો ને કે એવું શું હતું અને તમને શું લાગતું હતું આ સમર્પણ ધ્યાન વિશે?
હવે સમર્પણ ધ્યાનનું કહું, પણ તે પહેલા છે તે જરા થોડી બાળપણની વાત બી કરું.
હાજી હાજી, આધ્યાત્મિક તમારી યાત્રા કરો.
આધ્યાત્મિકમાં જ એટલે ખાસ કરીને તો અમે જયારે છે તે મારી નાની અને મારા દાદા દાદી સાથે જ અપ ટુ 7th સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ સુધી, 13-14 વર્ષ સુધી હું ગામમાં જ રહી હતી. એટલે આપણે નવસારીની પાસે પનાર કરીને ગામ છે, અને મમ્મીનું ખારાબરામાં. પછી પેલા દાંડી હતા મમ્મીને ત્યાંના, તો પાણીની એ લોકોને તકલીફ પડી ને પીવાની, એટલે એ લોકો આખું ટ્રાન્સફર કરીને ખારાબરામાં આવ્યા હતા. હવે આ બે જગ્યાએ મારો ને મારો મોટો ભાઈ અમે બે ઘણા રહ્યા હતા ત્યાં. ત્યારે વડીલોની સાથે રહેવાનું પહેલા તો આવ્યું, અને નાની બેન પહેલા સ્કૂલમાં ટીચર હતા, પછી એ તો ઘરે જ હતા, પણ એમનું એમ ખાસ કરીને સવારે વહેલું ઉઠવાનું, ભગવાનનું નામ લેવાનું, પછી તે વખતે તો ગણિતનું એટલે બધા આંખ મોડે કરવાના, સુઈ તો આંખ બોલ્યા વિના સુવાનું નહીં. એટલે આવી રીતની બધું એમ કે નાનપણથી જ એક ભણવાનું સારી રીતે ટેવ પાડવાની એમને હેબિટ અમને પાડી દીધેલા. અને પોતે બહુ આમ ભક્તિમાં બહુ ચુસ્ત હતા, એટલે એમને એકદમ ઘરમાં ચોખ્ખાઈ વધારે જોઈએ, નાવા ધોવાનું વ્યવસ્થિત, એ બધું અમને નાનપણથી શીખવી દીધું હતું. એટલે અને આપણું અબરામાં તો તમને કહું તો આમ તો ગામડું જેવું બી નહીં ને શહેર જેવું બી નહીં, કસ્બો ટાઈપ. એટલે ત્યાં તો છે ને પેલા આ બાણભટ્ટ આવતા, રામલીલા વાળા આવતા, બહુરૂપી વાળા આવતા, એટલે એ બધું આમ નેચરલ જોવાનું મળતું હતું. હનુમાનજી જે પણ રામનું કેરેક્ટર કરતા એ બહુ અમને ગમી જતું, કે હનુમાન હંમેશા હનુમાનજી રામના ચરણોમાં જ નીચે બેસીને પગે લાગતા, એવી રીતનું એ સિચ્યુએશન બતાવતા. બહુ કે એ જો ને કેટલા પ્રભુમય, અને બીજું ચરણમાં જ સીધા બેસે છે, નથી આમ સામે બેસી જતા. એટલે એ એટ્રેક્ટિવ પાત્ર, બહુ નાના હતા પણ એમ ગમી જતું હતું.
સાચી વસ્તુ.
અને દાદા દાદી સાથે રહ્યા તો ત્યાં અમારે ત્યાં શક્તિ ઉપાસના ગરબાનું, એટલે અમારા પપ્પાના ઘરે 4-5 પેઢીથી માતાજીનું સ્થાપન કરવાનું. એટલે એ બી આકાર વગરનું જ, પાણીનો ઘડો, ઉપર નારિયેળ, આંબાના ઝાડ, અને નીચે આપણે જવારા ટાઈપનો ને અખંડ દીવો. અને એ જે 12 દિવસનો જે પ્રોગ્રામ થતો, ત્યારે તો જાણે ઘરમાં એટલો મોટો ઉત્સવ, અને ઘરના બધા જ સભ્યો હાજર રહેતા. એટલે આખો દિવસ મોર છે ને ત્યાં રાત્રે ગરબા, 2 વાર પૂજા, ભજન વચ્ચે કરવા વાળા આવે, એટલે જે નિર્વિચાર સ્થિતિ જોઈએ એ ઓટોમેટિક આવી જતી. અને એમાં અમને સાથિયા પૂરવાનું કે ફૂલ ઘરમાં ને ઘરમાં જ હોય એની માળ બનાવવાની. અરે આ તો ત્યારે તો બહુ નાની હતી, 5 થી 7 ધોરણની જ વાત કરું, પણ એ એટલું બધું અંદર આત્મિક રીતે આવી ગયેલું કે જાણે એમ થાય સરસ એમ સંસ્કાર એકદમ આવી ગયો. ને દાદા છે અમારા તે પટેલ હતા, 3 ગામના પટેલ હતા, એટલે એમની સાથે એ જે બધો વ્યવહાર કરતા, બધે જતા આવતા, તો એમાં બી મને લઈ જતા. એટલે દાદા દાદી સાથે હું એકલી જ રહેતી હતી. પછી મારો ભાઈ થોડો વખત રહેવા આવ્યો હતો ને પછી એ બી ગયો. એટલે કહેવાનો અર્થ એમ કે લાડ પ્યાર જો છે ને એ દાદા દાદી પાસે પુષ્કળ મળ્યા છે.
સંસ્કાર આધ્યાત્મિકતાનો
આખો રખાઈ ગયેલો.
આપણે ફોટો સ્લાઇડ્સ પર જશો. whoever is doing the sharing of the slides, can you go back to the photos? We have Rangavdutji slides.
પછી અમે મોટા થયા એટલે ભણવા માટે તો જવું જ પડે. દાદા એક્સપાયર થઈ ગયા પછી એટલે બોમ્બે આવ્યા. બોમ્બે આવ્યા પછી તો બોમ્બેનું વાતાવરણ શરૂઆતમાં મને પસંદ નહોતું પડતું, કેમ કે ગ્રામ્ય વાતાવરણમાં રહેલા ને એટલે થોડુંક આમ અજુગતું લાગતું હતું. પણ ના, હવે તમારે હાઈસ્કૂલની સ્ટડી અહીંયા કરવાની, કોલેજનું અહીંયા કરવાનું, એટલે પછી મને નક્કી કર્યું ના બરાબર છે, આપણો એ બી પ્રોગ્રેસ થવો જ જોઈએ ને. એટલે એ અભ્યાસ આખો કર્યો અને કોલેજમાં. પણ બોમ્બેમાં આવ્યા પછી જે નેચર સાથે જો કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ જોઈતો હતો ને એ એટલે હું કોક વાર છે ને અકળાઈ જતી આમ અંદરથી જ. અહીંયા તો બધું શું બધે જન હતા, બસ માણસો ને માણસો. એટલે પણ ઠીક છે, આપણે આપણો આ વિકાસ બી જરૂરી હશે. આ વિકાસમાં બી કઈ શક્તિ એવી હશે કે આપણને આગળ લાવશે. અને ત્યારે છે ને અંદરથી એક જ મંત્ર નીકળતું કે ઓમ શાંતિ, ઓમ શાંતિ, ઓમ શાંતિ. એવું મનમાં આવ્યા જ કરે ને હું મારું કાર્ય કર્યા કરતી હતી. અને પછી સ્ટડીમાં પણ આગળ આવ્યા, ભણાઈ બી ગયું. ત્યાર પછી જે રંગઅવધૂતનું જે આવ્યું તે મમ્મી મારા કાંદીવલી રહેવા ગયા ને પછી ત્યાં રંગઅવધૂતનું આખું મંદિર થયું. એટલે પેલા તો એકદમ નાનું હતું, પણ ત્યાં પારાયણ થતું, સત્સંગ થતો અને પારાયણ બી આખું રિસર્ચ થતું 4-5 દિવસ એમ, જેને આવવું હોય તે. તો તે હું મુલુંડ થી બી પારાયણ કરવા માટે જતી હતી, દર રવિવાર ભરતી હતી. એટલે એ વાત અને એનું એક જ એટ્રેક્શન કે કાંદીવાલીમાં છે ને તે મંદિર છે, ઝાડ છે, ઓદુંબરનું ઝાડ છે, અને આમ કુદરત વાતાવરણ આપણને ત્યાં સરસ મળી રહે છે. એ જ હેતુથી જવાનું અને બધા સાથે મળીને, એટલે કે નિર્વિચાર સ્થિતિ એકદમ આવી જતી હતી.
મનમાં છબી તમારી અંકરાઈ ગઈ કે ત્યાં જઈને મસ્ત મને આનંદ થાય છે.
હા, પાછું આવી ગયું કે ના આપણું આ ગ્રામ્ય વાતાવરણ ભલે નાનકડું છે પણ અહીંયા છે એમ. એટલે રંગઅવધૂતનું એ બધું કાર્ય મમ્મી એમાં કાર્યકર્તા તરીકે ઘણું કરતા હતા. પછી ભાભી જોડાઈ ગયા, મારા પપ્પા બી જોડાઈ ગયા અને ધીરે ધીરે અમે બી બધા જોડાઈ ગયા, જતા હતા. એટલે જે રંગઅવધૂતનું જે કાર્ય છે, આધ્યાત્મિક કાર્ય, એ હંમેશા ભજન દ્વારા જ બધી શીખ આપતા. આપણો સ્વનો જે અભ્યાસ કરવાનો, સ્વને જે બોધ આપવાનો, અસ્તિત્વને ટકાવવા માટે, તો એમના જે ભજન એ બહુ જ એટ્રેક્શન થતા. એટલે અમે સાંભળવા બી બેસી જતા. શિવરાત્રીમાં રાતના એમ કે ભાઈ બેસી એમનો અભિષેક કરવાનો, તો એમાં બી તૈયાર થઈ જતા. પત્રિકા એટલે આપણે બીલીપત્ર ચડાવવાની, એમાં બી ટૂંકમાં ભક્તિનું વાતાવરણ, જ્ઞાન કર્મ અને ભક્તિ, આ ત્રણેયનો જે મિલન એ મને રંગઅવધૂત બાપજીમાં કામ કર્યું. અપ ટુ 50 વર્ષ સુધી કહું તો ચાલે. મારા 50 વર્ષ થયા ત્યાં સુધી હું એમાં ને એમાં જ એટ્રેક્શન એમનું. એટલે આપણું જે આત્માનું લેવલ છે કેટલું આગળ છે શું એ તો ખ્યાલ નતો આવતો, પણ ના બેસ્ટ છે આ એમ, ધી બેસ્ટ શબ્દ આવી જતું. એટલે પછી જોબ કરવા ગયા. જોબમાં બી ગુરુજીની સ્કૂલ, સંસ્કાર આપવાનું એવા જ કાર્ય, પણ પછી શું વર્ક ઇઝ વર્શિપ આ મેઇન સિદ્ધાંત રાખ્યો. એટલે કોઈ બી આપણને સમજાવે કે આટલું શું, કોઈ હોય એમ કે આ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ જેટલું કાર્ય કરે, હા કરીએ, કરવું છે, આ કરાવી રહ્યા છે, કઈ અમે એવા એક્સપર્ટ નથી કે અમે કરી રહ્યા છીએ, બસ કોઈ શક્તિ કરાવે છે એટલે કરીએ. અને નિસ્વાર્થ ભાવે આપણા વિદ્યાર્થીઓનું ડેવલપ થવું જોઈએ. અને એક જ વસ્તુ કે વિદ્યાર્થી બેસ્ટ આવે, આગળ આવે, એટલે કે સમષ્ટિનું એક પાત્ર કહેવાય ને, ઘણા બધા વિદ્યાર્થીઓ એમાં એ લોકો આગળ આવે ત્યારે આંતરિક આનંદ થાય. અને એમાં કોઈક વાર એમ થઈ જાય કે આપણા બાળકો બી આ જ પેલામાં છે, આ લોકોને જોઈશું તો આપણા બાળકો ઓટોમેટિક જ એ પણ આધ્યાત્મિક માર્ગે, સામાજિક માર્ગે, કોઈ પણ માર્ગે આગળ સારી રીતે વધી શકશે એવો આત્મવિશ્વાસ આવતો. અને એને કારણે ગરીબ બાળકોને ફ્રી પીરિયડની અંદર પણ અમે ભણાવવા બેસતા. ને પૈસા એક જ વસ્તુ, જોબ લીધા પછી બિલકુલ ટ્યુશન નહીં કરવા. આ એક મારો સિદ્ધાંત હતો. ગમે એટલી મુશ્કેલી આવે તો એ નહીં જ કરું, બસ ભણાવવાનું કાર્ય તો ટીચિંગ કરો તો એ જ કરાવવાનું. એટલે આ એક સિદ્ધાંત રૂપે ધીરે ધીરે એસ્ટાબ્લિશ થઈ ગયો. અને એ પણ એમ લાગે છે મને કે ગુરુની જ કૃપા, એ જ કંઈક અંદરથી આપણને માર્ગદર્શન આપતા હશે. અને એટલે 50 વર્ષ સુધી વિચારો કે મેં ટીચિંગનું કર્યું, છે તે એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશનનું બી કાર્ય કરવાનું આવ્યું, પેપર તપાસવાના મોડરેટરનું કાર્ય બી કર્યું. તો એવે વખતે બી એકદમ આપણે નિસ્વાર્થ ભાવે, એકદમ શુદ્ધ ભાવે, વ્યવસ્થિત રીતે કરવું, આ એક અંદરથી કંઈક પ્રેરણા મળ્યા કરતી હતી. અને એ આધારે સરખી રીતે કરતા હતા. એટલે રંગઅવધૂત બાપજીના જે જીવન ચરિત્ર, પારાયણમાં શું એમનું જીવન ચરિત્ર આખું વાંચતા હતા, એને આધારે પણ એમાંથી ઘણું બધું પ્રત્યક્ષ કે અપ્રત્યક્ષ રીતે બોધ મળી જતો. અને જીવનની ગાડી સારી રીતે ચાલતી હતી. એટલે બાળકો ને અપ ટુ 5 સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ સુધી જરા એ લોકોના હેન્ડ રાઇટિંગ સારા થવા જોઈએ. એ લોકો પછી તો એ લોકો પોતાની જાતે કરતા થઈ જાય. એટલે એ લોકોના વિકાસમાં. ને આ પણ આમ જોઈએ તો ગુરુનું જે કાર્ય ને આપણને આત્મા જે પહેરે છે એને આધારે જ આપણે કરી શકીએ ને. એટલે એ રીતે કર્યું. અને બાળકો બધા મોટા થયા, પછી કોલેજ લેવલ પર ગયા. અને પછી જે સ્વામીજી આવ્યા જીવનમાં, તો સ્વામીજીને પહેલા ક્યાં જોયા તો શરૂઆતમાં તો મારા કાર્યમાં જ, જોબના કાર્યમાં જ હું એટલી બધી ડૂબેલી રહેતી હતી. એટલે બાળકોને બધાને એ લોકોના કાર્યમાં સહાય આપવી, કેમ કે ગુરુ માર્ગી છીએ આપણે. એટલે આ લોકો બી બધા ગુરુનું કાર્ય કરે છે. એટલે એ કાર્યમાં આપણે ખૂબ સારી રીતે પ્રસન્નતાપૂર્વક એ લોકોને સહાય કરવી. અને મારી બી આ વાત અને અંકલની બી, અમારા બંનેની. એટલે હું ઘણી વાર કહેતી કે એ લોકો જે કાર્ય કરે છે ને તે તમે એ લોકોને બધું જુઓ, મારો સમય આવશે ને ત્યારે હું પણ એ લોકોને બધું કરીશ. અને ખરેખર હું રિટાયર થઈ પછી મેં બધું વધારે સારી રીતે કરવા લાગી. અને મોટી બેબીના મેરેજ થવાના એટલે પેલું ફોર્મ ભરવાનું, આપણે બી શિબિર કરવાની, મા બાપ બી સાધક હોવા જોઈએ, આ બધું આવવા લાગ્યું. તો એ પણ ખાસ કરીને થાણામાં શિબિર એક ભરી. પછી છે તે આપણે ખાસ કરીને નવસારી ને એ બાજુ જવાનું થાય તો ત્યાં પણ એ શરૂ થયું. પણ હવે એ પહેલા તમને કહું કે સ્વામીજી જ્યારે મારી લાઈફમાં આવે એટલે મેં ગુરુ તરીકે સ્વીકાર્યા ખરા, પણ મને થોડી કન્ફ્યુઝન, મૂંઝવણ થતી હતી કે મેં અત્યાર સુધી મેં તો અવધૂત બાપજીની જ પૂજા કર્યા કરી. એટલે અમે એકવાર મેં એમને કહ્યું આપણે નારેશ્વર જઈ આવીએ ચાલો. એટલે અમે નારેશ્વર ગયા. અને નારેશ્વર જઈને મેં મનોમન પ્રાર્થના કરી કે જાણે હું તમારું કાર્ય કર્યું, અપ્રત્યક્ષ રીતે કરું, પ્રત્યક્ષ રૂપમાં તમારા સમયમાં અમે નહીં હશે છતાં કર્યું, તો હવે તમારા સમયમાં એવા અમે હોત તો કેટલું સારું. બસ ખબર નહીં આ વાત જાણી લીધી હશે કે શું, કે ત્યાર પછી સ્વામીજીનું કાર્ય જે ઘરમાં બધું ચાલવા લાગ્યું, જે સકારાત્મકતાનો પ્રવાહ જે ચાલવા લાગ્યો એ ખૂબ સારી રીતે આગળ વધ્યો. એટલે પહેલા તો મોટી બેબી જ પહેલા જ વડાલા શિબિરમાં એને આખી ભરી. અને એ બી વડાલા શિબિરમાં એ તો આમ પેલું એસેન્શિયલ ઓઇલ બાળકોને, નાના બાળકોને યુઝફુલ થાય એવું એનું MSc બાય રિસર્ચના કાર્યમાં કઈ કોર્સ કરતી હતી. અને પછી એને ત્યાંથી જ કોઈકે કીધું કે અહીંયા સ્વામીજી આવે છે. એટલે એને એની ફ્રેન્ડ ડોક્ટર ગીરાને કર્યો. એટલે એને ગીરાએ કીધું ચાલો હું બી આવીશ પહેલા. એટલે એ લોકો બંને જણા એ શિબિર ડાયરેક્ટ વડાલા શિબિર 8 દિવસની બંને રોજ જઈને એટેન્ડ કરી. પછી 45 દિવસ ભર્યા. અને ત્યાર પછી મુલુંડની અંદર એને સ્ટાર્ટ કર્યું. તો એવે વખતે મને બધી આવીને વાત કરે કે મમ્મી આમે ચાલ. મેં કહ્યું ભલે જાઓ. પછી એક વખત ગુરુમૈયા SMP સ્કૂલમાં આવવાના હતા. મમ્મી આજે તો તું આવજે ને જરાક ત્યાં જોવા. મેં કહ્યું સારું, હું સ્કૂલમાંથી નીકળીશ પછી હું આવીશ. અને તે વખતે હું અનાશયે ગઈ ત્યાં અને એ લોકોને જોયું તો હું બેઠી, થોડુંક ધ્યાન કર્યું અને ગુરુમૈયાને મેં પહેલા તો જોયા ત્યાં. અને એમનો હસમુખો ચહેરો, એમની વાત કરવાની ને બધી સમજાવવાની, તો અંદરથી તો જાણે આમ એટલો બધો આનંદ થયો કે ગુરુમૈયા તો કેટલું સરસ રીતે બોલે છે, સિમ્પલ રીતે આપણને બધું સમજાવે છે. અને ત્યારબાદ પાછા અમે ઘરે ગયા અને ત્યાર પછી મેં કહ્યું ભલે હવે હું છે ને પાછી કે શિબિર હશે ને તો હું ચોક્કસ આવીશ. ને હવે હું થોડી કામમાંથી મુક્ત બી છું, હવે વાંધો નહીં આવવામાં. ત્યાર પછી એ સમયે અમે આ લોકો તો બધી ધીરે ધીરે પ્રેરણા ગઈ, પછી ભૂમિકા જવા લાગી. એટલે ભૂમિકા બી કે હું બી બેન સાથે બધું આ કાર્ય કરવા જાઉં. અને ત્યાર પછી તો આ લોકો વિશાલે બી કહ્યું કે ગુરુ કાર્ય એટલું સ્મૂથલી ને સારી રીતે, અને હું પણ પછી ઇન્વોલ્વ લેવા લાગી. તોય મારું કઈ કામ હોય તો હું એમ કહું બધા આવવાના છે, બધાને આપણા ઘરે આવવા દે, અને આપણે ચા નાસ્તાની વ્યવસ્થા હું કરી દઈશ ને તમે તમારી રીતે કરજો. હવે એવે વખતે આજે પહેલા વડાલા શિબિર, પછી લોનાવાલાની શિબિરમાં તો એને વાત કરી, હા મેં કીધું તું જા આરામથી જા સરસ રીતે. તો લોનાવાલા શિબિરમાં હવે આજે બધા સાધક ભાઈ બહેનો, મિનલ છે, આપણા કીર્તિભાઈ, મિનલ, પછી આપણા ધર્મેશભાઈ, કીર્તિભાઈ, કૃપા આંટી, મિનલ, આ બધા જ નિમિષાબેન, બિહારીભાઈ, આ બધા જોયા ને તો મેં કહ્યું આ તો બધા હવે આપણા ઘરે આવે જ છે કઈ ને કઈ કામ માટે. અને એમાં ખાસ કરીને તો કીર્તિભાઈ ઘણી વાર આવતા પહેલા. અને એ લોકો ધીરે ધીરે ને પ્રેરણા બી બેઠી છે. તો આ શિબિરમાં જયારે જવા તૈયાર થયા તો પેલા એમ કે મમ્મી 18 જણા જવાના છે, એમાં મારું સિલેક્શન છે તો હું પણ જાઉં ને. હા મેં કહ્યું જાઓ જાઓ કઈ વાંધો નહીં, ગુરુજી આવે છે ને ત્યાં. તો કે હા એમ કે ગુરુજીની જ છે શિબિર. એટલે અમે તો બંને માતા પિતા બંને પરવાનગી આપી કે જાઓ. હવે એ 3 દિવસ એ લોકોને કઈ ઓરાનું જે ગાઈડલાઇન્સ ગુરુજી આપી હતી એ આવીને વાત કરીને, જયારે ઘરમાં આવી ત્યારે અમને એની સ્થિતિ જ બદલાઈ. એકદમ જ એમ અમે બી ભાવમાં આવી ગયા કે ભાઈ સ્વામીજીએ તો સરસ કંઈક આપ્યું છે આ લોકોને એમ. એટલે નતમસ્તક થઈ ગયા અમે માતા પિતા બી. મારી દીકરી આવી ત્યારે કે ભાઈ સ્વામીજી પાસે કંઈક આ લોકોએ મેળવ્યું છે, બહુ સરસ એમ. અને ત્યાર પછી તો મેં કીધું બધા આપણા સાધકો આવે ને તમે તમારી રીતે કરો. ખાસ કરીને પછી આપણે મોગારની અંદરનું કઈ સ્થાપન હતું તો મેં કહ્યું હવે અમે નવસારીનો તો બહુ પરિચય, એટલે ત્યાં બી અમે ગયા. હવે તમને ખાસ કહું, મને જે પહેલું એટ્રેક્શન થયું ને શું થયું તેની વાત કરું તો મોગારનું ઉદ્ઘાટન થયું. પછી મોગારમાં બી કઈ શિબિર જેવું હતું અને એમાં પ્રેરણા, ભૂમિ, વિશાલ હતો કે નહીં ખ્યાલ નથી, પણ એ લોકો આ બે તો હતા જ. એ લોકો બી કઈ એક્ઝિબિશન નું કાર્ય કરતા હતા. મારી બેનનો સહકાર હતો, એ વલસાડથી આવી અને એને બી પ્રેરણાએ કહ્યું કે હવે માસી તું બી એક વલસાડમાં શિબિર શરૂ કરી નાખ. તો એને બી ત્યાં ચાલુ કરી દીધી. એને બી કીધું હું બી હવે સેન્ટર ખોલું છું. એટલે ત્યાંથી બધા આવવા લાગ્યા ત્યાં. એટલે તે આવીને અમે સ્વામીજી નું પ્રવચન હતું, સ્વામીજીનું સામે મંડપ હતું અને સ્વામીજી બેઠા હતા અને ખૂબ સરસ અને એકદમ શાંત, મન એકદમ શાંત થઈ જતું હતું. અને અમે સાંભળતા હતા તો અચાનક સ્વામીજી બોલતા હતા ને સ્વામીજીના મુગટપતિ ઉપર એમનો અભિષેક કરતા હોય એવી રીતે પાણીની રસધારા બધી પડતી દેખાય. તો બેન મને કે ને હું મારી બેનને કહું કે આ તો સાંઈબાબાને જેમ પેલું એમ કે ભરે એવી રીતે પડે, પણ પાણી નીચે તો કશે નહીં પડે. તો મેં કહ્યું પછી મેં કહ્યું અત્યારે ગરમી કેટલી છે, આ ઉનાળાના દિવસ, એટલે આ સ્વામીજીની શક્તિને અનંત નમન એમ કરીને અમે બંને નમન કરી કે આ તો સ્વામીજીની કાળજી કેટલી બધી. પવનદેવ બી લઈ રહ્યા છે, પાણી, વરસાદ આવ્યો, મેઘરાજા આવી ગયા, આપણને કઈ નહીં પણ કેટલી એમની શક્તિ છે એમ. તે વખતે જ અમને આંતર શક્તિનો પરિચય થયો. ને બેન સાંઈબાબાનું બહુ માનતી એટલે કાંઈ ને કાંઈ મને સાંઈબાબાના ઉદાહરણ કરતી. અને આ મેં પહેલી વાર સાંઈબાબાને પહેલી વાર સ્વામીજીને બાબાધામમાં જોયા ત્યારે મને બહુ જ અલૌકિક આનંદ થયો કે નહીં, આ તો ખૂબ મહાન સિદ્ધિ છે, મહાન આત્મા છે. આપણે તો કઈ છે જ સામાન્ય, પણ આપણે એને નતમસ્તક રહેવાનું, બસ એ બધું જ સંભાળે એમ આવું કંઈક ભાવ આવી ગયો. અને ત્યારથી મને એમની અલૌકિક મૂર્તિ, હસ્તી મૂર્તિ, એમ જે મને તો એ પ્રવચન કરતા દેખાતા એ જ મારા મનમાં વસી ગયું.
છબી વસી ગઈ.
મારી કેટલા વખત સુધી રહી હતી.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. હું થોડું ઇંગ્લિશમાં ટ્રાન્સલેશન કરી દઉં.
કરી દો.
બટ થેન્ક યુ. તમારી ઉર્જા અને તમારો ભાવ છે તો એક સરસ વહ્યા રાખતો હતો. હું વચ્ચે કોમેન્ટ કરતો હતો પણ તમને એટલું મસ્ત ચાલતું હતું કે પછી મને થયું કે મારે ચૂપ રહેવું જોઈએ હવે. બહુ સરસ, મજા આવી ગઈ. સો Anupama ji, Vishalji's mother, was born and brought up in the small village nearby Dandi, near Navsari. And she was more up to 5th grade, brought up with her grandfather and grandma. So she had a lot of values that came from them. And one of the gifts that came from that upbringing was the devotion for a Samadhist guru named Ranga Avadhut, whom you see on the left side here. So she used to love, like Hemaliji told in her story, she used to love listening to those bhajans. She used to do the service and seva and everything from very young age in her childhood. And that came as a value. Eventually, she was getting the opportunity to move to Mumbai. And she did not like to go away from the nature. She wanted to be there, but she took it as a opportunity and with the positive attitude that probably there is something good happening in my life and God is bringing me there. I will go and I will study and I will make my life. She became teacher. And as a teacher, she took one motto in her life: work is worship. This is my work and this is my worship for God. I will try to be the best teacher and I will try to give the best values to my students. And she wanted to see her students growing as adults and progressing in their life. She had that wish. She wanted to give them the best what she had in her life to her young students. And then she used to go to Ranga Avadhut temple where they used to worship Ranga Avadhut, and this was the first temple. She said that the environment in that place was so beautiful that she always had that vision. She always wanted to be in that place and enjoy the energy of Guru Shakti in that Ranga Avadhut temple. And this was one of the beautiful memory. Even though they moved to Mulund later, she used to go there every Sunday and be part of the satsang over there. This was one of her favorite activity. Her daughter Prerna ji came into Samarpan Meditation first because they were doing some research project about the essential oil and its effect on children. From that contact, she came to know about Samarpan Meditation's workshop. She and her friend Gira, they attended this first workshop in Mulund, Mulund, right? It was first one. It was Vadala. Sorry. So that was Vadala. And after she joined the Mulund Center, where the entire family started going and take part into it. But she had one hesitation that I am worshipping the Samadhist Guru, Ranga Avadhut, and all my life I have devoted my worship to him. How can I go and connect with another guru? So she mentioned this to Vishal's father, and they went to Nareshwar, where Ranga Avadhutji's samadhi or enshrinement is there. And after that, she got the inspiration that no, there is nothing wrong with it. She came to know more about Swamiji from the 8-day Shibir that was required for parents of those children who are getting married through Samarpan Viva, and they were required to attend the Gurudev's mission 8 days workshop so that they understand what Swamiji has to offer and what their children are getting into. After listening to Swamiji and after going to Nareshwar, she felt that no, this is something good and it is going to bring some good values in my children's life and in our life also. So she started practicing Samarpan meditation, but not to the fullest faith, as Vishal also said in the initial stage in his story. In 2003, during Chaitanya Mahotsav, she got opportunity for the first time to have the darshan, the viewing of Swamiji. And during this time, something miraculous happened that changed her life completely. While they were sitting there, her sister was also there, who came from Valsad. While they were sitting there, suddenly it started like Ami Varsha, or the shower of consciousness, just in the place where Swamiji was sitting. And there was no water on the ground. It was like just coming from the higher level on the Swamiji's throne, and that's it. So she said that this is something unique. This person is not an ordinary person. This is a divine incarnation of God. This is the real Guru. This is not something. And she felt that Rang Avdutji sent Swamiji in her life in this room as a Guru. And from that point onward, that image got printed in her mind, in her memory, in her chitta. And every time she is remembering that moment, she feels that, oh, this is my Swamiji's moment. This is my connection with Gurudev. And that she was never able to forget. And from that point onward, she started supporting her daughters very much in the Gurukarya. And she said that, okay, you want to continue doing this promotion and Gurukarya for Swamiji, you can continue. Bring your friends also over here, sadhaks also here. We will take care of them, we will host them, and you guys can continue doing Gurukarya at our home also. So up to this point, we heard this story. થોડું આગળનો હવે સાંભળીએ.
Ambana Center, Mulund Center, Kankotre.
Mulund Center, yes, this is something that I forgot. They
main, કારણ કે આ લોકો જતા જતા એટલે શનિ રવિ એટલે કે પછી બધા સેન્ટર તો એક પછી એક સૌથી આજે પણ મુલુંડ સેન્ટરમાં ઘણા બધા સેન્ટર ચાલે છે. તો અમારી વખતે તો એક વેસ્ટમાં હતું, પારુલ ભાભીના ટેરેસ ઉપર થતું હતું અને ત્યાં આ લોકો જતા હતા. પછી બીજું બી સ્ટાર્ટ થયું. હવે એ સમય દરમિયાન મને હું જરા પડી ગઈ ને એટલે મને પગનું જરા ફ્રેક્ચર આવી ગયું. તો આ લોકો મને કે મમ્મી હવે તો તું ઘરે છે તો તું તારે બી ધ્યાન કરવા તો જવું જોઈએ. પણ મેં કહ્યું ભાઈ મને હમણાં તકલીફ પડે, ચાલવાની બહુ તકલીફ પડે, હું બરાબર વ્યવસ્થિત ચાલીશ પછી જઈશ. તો ત્યાર પછી શું થયું કે ઈસ્ટમાં મિનલના ઘરે એના માસીનતા સેન્ટર નવું ખોલ્યું. એટલે મને કે મમ્મી ત્યાં તને ખુરશી બી મૂકી આપશે, તું તારી મારે ત્યાં જા, તારે રિક્ષા કરીને જવાનું ને બેસવાનું. મને જ ઉતરવાનું ચડવાનું તમે બધા મને ફોર્સ નહીં કરો, મારે જવું હોય ત્યારે જઈશ. પણ પછી શું થાય, હું આમ બોલી તો જાઉં પણ પછી હું જ પાછી ઉતરું. કેટલીક વાર તમે જાવ બહુ લેટ થઈ જવાનું, ત્યાં કેવી રીતે જવાની. પણ અચાનક પણ સ્વામીજી જ કેર લેતા હોય એવું લાગે કે રિક્ષા સામે જ મને મળી જાય. હું ને ત્યાં ખુરશી પર બેસીને ધ્યાન કરીને પાછી વ્યવસ્થિત આવું. એટલે ઘણી વાર વિચારું કે મારું મન તો નહીં મળે ને હું તો ઉતરીને ચાલવા માંડું, આ શું મારા મનમાં થાય છે. પણ હશે ચાલે તો ગુરુજીની ઈચ્છા એ આપણને ત્યાં લઈ જાય છે ને આપણે જઈને આવ્યા ને બસ. એટલે ગુરુ કાર્ય એ રીતે શું ઈષ્ટમાં જવા લાગી. પછી પગમાં તો જરા મારે 5-6 વર્ષ એટલે પહેલા 4-5 મહિના તો તકલીફ થઈ, પણ ધીરે ધીરે હું જતી હતી. અઠવાડિયામાં એક જ વાર જતી હતી. પછી તો પહેરણાને મેરેજ થઈ ગયા એટલે પહેરણાને તો રિંગ સેરેમની કરાવી ત્યાં ગુરુજીએ બાબા ધામમાં. અને પછી તરત તારીખ આપી દીધી મેરેજની 3 ફેબ્રુઆરી, અને એ સમયે ઘરમાં પણ બીજા જેઠની બેબીના અને દિયરની બેબીના લગ્ન, એટલે એકી સાથે તમને માનો 20 દિવસમાં 3 મેરેજ કરવાના. વિશાલનું જનોય બી વિચારેલું. તો હવે પણ કહું ને, ગુરુજીનો જે સકારાત્મક પ્રવાહ અને એ જે એનું એટેચમેન્ટ હોય, એમાં આપણે આમ બસ જોયા કરવાનું શાંતિથી કે ના, એ તો વિશ્વાસ, આત્મવિશ્વાસ, શ્રદ્ધા ને વિશ્વાસ એ મેઇન, કે ના આ તો બધું થઈ જ જશે. એ કરાવનારો બેઠા છે ને, હજારાત વાળા ઉપર છે ને, ગુરુજી તો આ છે જ ને, એ જ આવ્યું. અને ત્યાર પછી ખરેખર એકાએક બધું થઈ ગયું. તારીખ આપી, મેરેજ થઈ ગયા. એટલે તારીખ આપી એટલે રિંગ સેરેમની કરવા ગયા ધામમાં, સ્વામીજીએ કરાવી દીધી. ત્યાર પછી અહીંયા આવ્યા. પછી એ લોકો સિંગાપુર, નિલેશભાઈ તો જતા રહ્યા અને પેડનાને 1 મહિનો પછી ગયા. અને ત્યાર પછી આ ગુરુ કાર્યનું ચાલુ થઈ ગયું ઈસ્ટમાં, એમ તેમ અમે જવા લાગ્યા. અને ત્યાર પછી ઈસ્ટની અંદર અમે બધા ઘણા બધા બહેનો બેસતા. અર્ચના એ ચલાવતી હતી, અને એ લોકોનો મોટર મૂકવાનું આખું ટ્રેનિંગ રૂમ, એટલે એ રૂમ આખો ને એની અંદર એને ચાલુ કર્યું. અને ત્યાં અમને બહુ જ ધ્યાન કરવાની બી મજા લાગી. અમે સરખા બધા અમે ભેગા થયા. પછી અચાનક છે ને વેસ્ટમાં પ્રોગ્રામ હતો, કે એમ કે તમે બી એક પ્રોગ્રામ આપો. પણ હવે અમને એમ લાગ્યું કે આપણે બધા સિનિયર સિટીઝન વાળા, આપણે શું, આપણા તો કઈ અવાજ એવા સારા નથી, શું બોલશું, એમ જ અમે એકબીજા સાથે. પછી અમે નક્કી કર્યું બધાએ કે ના ના, આપણે આપશું. આપણે જ્યાં કોઈને ટ્રેનિંગ માટે પૂછી લેશું કે જ્યાં રાગ સરખો શીખવી દે. અને પછી અમને શીખવ્યું બી એમણે, પેલું ચાહે ગુરુ ચલે આના, કભી રામ બન કે કભી શ્યામ બન કે ગુરુ ચલે આના, ગુરુ મૈયાને સૂક્ષ્મ રૂપમાં આવજો. આવી રીતનું બધું આખું અમે ગોઠવીને તૈયાર કર્યું. અને પછી અમે ત્યાં બોલ્યા. પછી બધાને એમ તો આપણે હવે થોડાક દિવસ શીખીએ, એટલે 15 દિવસ આમ બધા સાથે બેસીને ગાવા લાગ્યા. અને અમે એ પ્રોગ્રામ વેસ્ટમાં આપ્યો.
બહુ સરસ.
તો તે વખતે જે સ્ટેજ પર બેઠા ને, તો એટલી બધી એનર્જી, એમ થાય કે આપણે શું બોલીએ છીએ, આ તો ગુરુજી બોલાવે, આ શું બોલીએ, આપણને કઈ આવડે એવું છે, આપણે ગુરુજી બોલાવે છે, એવો જ ભાવ આવ્યો. અને એટલું સરસ રીતે બોલાઈ ગયું.
અરે વાહ.
શ્રદ્ધા અગત્યની.
એ તમારા સંસ્કાર જે તમે કીધું ને, કે જ્ઞાન, ભક્તિ અને કર્મ, તે જ વસ્તુ સ્વામીજીના ધ્યાનમાં પણ તમને મળી ગયું. કેમ કે સંસ્કાર તો એ જ હતા, દાદા દાદી આપેલા ને.
અને ત્યાર પછી આ લોકો આપણે દાંડી આશ્રમમાં જવા કરે, ત્યારે હું પેલા મોડાકાત આવે ને ગુરુ પૂર્ણિમાના વખતે, તો મેં કહ્યું ભાઈ 5 દિવસ ઉપવાસ કરવાના. ગુરુજી ના પાડે છે, પણ આપણે તો હવે તમે મોડાકાત લીધા છે, હું તમને ફરાર આપી દઈશ અને લાડુ બનાવી આપીશ સિંગનો, આ બધું કરવું. પણ ત્યાં ખાઈ નહીં લેતા કાંઈ બી. હવે આ વાત બી ખબર નહીં સ્વામીજીને ખબર કેમ પડી જ ગઈ, કે ત્યાં એ લોકોને માટે વ્યવસ્થા આ જ હતી બધી.
અરે વાહ.
એ લોકો એમ કે મમ્મી તે શું અમારી તું કાળજી રાખીને આ બધું મોકલ્યું. ગુરુજીએ તો અમારા માટે ત્યાં બધા, અમે જેટલા મોડાકાત કરતા હતા બધા સાધિકા બહેનોને આ જ વ્યવસ્થા. ને અહીંના કરનાર ત્યાંનું તો દૂધ બી ફ્રેશ.
અરે વાહ.
એકદમ. એટલે કહેવાનો અર્થ અંતર્યામી, કે ગુરુજીને અંદરની વાત ખબર પડી જાય એવા અનુભવ તો મને ઘણા થયા છે. એટલે એ રીતે આવતા પછી ગુરુ કાર્યમાં અમે સહકાર આપતા જ આ લોકો. એટલે સાંસ્કૃતિક પ્રોગ્રામમાં પ્રેક્ટિસ કરવાની હોય તો ઉપર ટેરેસ, તો અમે 3 માળે ઉપર ટેરેસ, એટલે ત્યાં એ લોકો કરતા. પછી તો એમ જ કે ચાવી આપી દઉં, તમારે ઉઠીને લેપટોપ બી ખોલજો, અંકલ બી એની મેરે એના કામ માટે આવશે, હું બી જઈશ, પણ તમારે કરવાનું. એટલે એ લોકો બધું પોતાની રીતે, પવન આવતા હતા, પછી આપણે વ્યાસ પેલા મનીષ આવતા હતા, મિનલ આવતી હતી, પછી આનંદ ચોકલેટ બી બનાવવાની શરૂ કરી હતી. ગુરુજીએ એમ કે અમને કીધું છે, તો આનંદ ચોકલેટ બી ઘરે બનાવતા અને પછી સાધકોમાં કેન્દ્ર પર આપી દેતા. અને આ પ્રોગ્રામ પણ એટલો સરસ રીતે કરે. પછી ઘરમાં કોઈની બર્થડે આવે તો હું બધાને બોલાવું અને કહું કે આપણે સ્વામીજીના જ ભજન બી ગાઈએ. એટલે એ રીતે માહોલ જ આખો ચેન્જ થઈ ગયો. એની મૂળ ગુરુજીની જ કૃપા, નહીં તો આ શક્ય થાય જ નહીં. અને
સ્લાઇડ છે ફોટાની, આપણે સત્સંગની ઘરે, એ જરા બતાવજો.
એટલે હવે અમરનાથમાં બી પછી તો અમે જરા શિફ્ટ થઈ ગયા, અમરનાથ લીધું. તો અમરનાથમાં બી તાનું જે આખું ફેમિલી જોડાતું હતું, આખા ફેમિલી જોડાતા, ભલે 7 ફેમિલી 10 ફેમિલી, એટલે ધ્યાન જ્યારે ચાલુ કરતા ત્યારે ઓછામાં ઓછા 10, 15, 20 સુધીના સંખ્યા થતી. અને ત્યાં બી અમે ચૈતન્ય, એટલે આપણે દાંડી ન જવાય તો ગુરુ પૂર્ણિમાનો પ્રોગ્રામ રાખીએ, અનુષ્ઠાનમાં છેલ્લે દિવસે બી પ્રોગ્રામ રાખે, તો ત્યારે બી ગરબાનો, ને ગરબા તો નાનપણથી બહુ જ એટ્રેક્શન હતું. ને ગરબામાં એમ જ થતું કે આપણે બહુ નિર્વિચાર સ્થિતિ થઈ જાય, કોઈ જાતના આપણને વિચાર ન આવે, એટલે તલ્લીન થઈ જાય. અને આ બધા અમારા અત્યારે બી આ કેન્દ્ર સારી રીતે ચાલે જ છે, અમરનાથ કેન્દ્ર. તો ત્યાં બી ભૂમિકા બી ગુરુ કાર્ય બહુ કરતી હતી. એના મેરેજ બી 2009માં આપણે સમર્પણ આશ્રમમાં જ થયા. તો તે પહેલા અમે ઘરે જ આ સ્વામી એટલે ભજનનો પ્રોગ્રામ રાખ્યો હતો, એટલે તે આ તમને અંદર પિક્ચર બતાવેલું છે.
બરાબર છે.
અને ત્યાર પછી અમે ટૂંકમાં ગુરુ કાર્ય અને ગુરુજીની જ વાતો ચાલે, સ્વામીજીની જ વાતો ચાલે, એના જ અનુભવ સરસ થાય. અને ત્યાર પછી પ્રેરણાએ અમને સિંગાપુર બોલાવ્યા કે મમ્મી તમે એકવાર આવી જાઓ, અહીંયા બી સ્વામીજી આવવાના છે. એટલે અમે લગભગ 2005 પૂરું થવાનું અને 6 શરૂ થવાનું, તે સમય દરમિયાન મહિના માટે જ ગયા હતા, કારણ કે મારી જોબ ચાલુ હતી, રિટાયર થવાની થોડી બાકી હતું. પણ મેં 1-1.25 મહિનાની રજા લઈ લીધી, કારણ કે ત્યાર પછી 3 મહિનામાં તું રિટાયર થવાની હતી. તેમ ચાલશે, મળી મને જેમ તેમ મળી જાણે. અને ત્યાં અમે ગયા તો ત્યાં સ્વામીજી આવવાના હતા. તો એનું આમ સિંહાસન અથવા તો આપણે ખુરશી કહીએ, પણ એની જે સજાવટ, એનું જે કામ, અને ત્યારે તો અમારા બધા જ તૃપ્તિબેન, ભરતભાઈ, અમે બે, અને પ્રેરણા ને આ, ને પછી બીજું કે જ્યારે ધ્યાન કરતા હતા ને તો ત્યાં ચાઇનીઝ ભાઈ બહેનો બી ધ્યાન કરવા આવતા, સાઉથ ઇન્ડિયન આવતા. ને ખરેખર એટલો મોલ સારો થતો, ઘરનું વાતાવરણ એટલું સારું, ડિસન્ટ ને શાંત હતું, અને ધ્યાન બી બહુ સરસ લાગતું હતું. અને એ લોકો ત્યાં એક તળાવની સામે એક ઘર રાખેલું, ત્યાં અમે જ્યારે ધ્યાન કરવા જતા તો ત્યાં પણ બહુ જ વાઇબ્રેશન થતું હતું.
બહુ સરસ.
એટલે આ બનાવવામાં, ને પછી સ્વામીજી આવ્યા ત્યાં તો એને માટે પ્રસાદ બનાવીને મોકલવાનો. પછી દિવાકર ને ચંદ્રિકા બી મારી સ્ટુડન્ટ જ હતી, એટલે એની સાથે બી મજા આવે. તો એ બધા અમે એ કરવાનું, મોકલવાનું. એટલે એમ આત્મીય ભાવ નવું છે એમ લાગે નહીં, જાણે આ તો આપણે વર્ષોથી એકબીજા સાથે એ ભાવે ને બધા સાથે વાત કરે. હવે આ ચાઇનીઝ લોકોને છે ને, એ લોકો તો ચા તમને કહું દૂધની ન પીએ, ને એ લોકો આવ્યા ને તો મેં તો બધાની સાથે દૂધની ચા બનાવી દીધી, તો આપી, તો એ લોકો તો સરસ રીતે પી ગયા. એમ કે કોણે બનાવે? કે મારી મમ્મી. એમ કે ભૂલી ગઈ લાગે, મેં ના પાડી હતી, પણ એ તો ના એમ કે બેસ્ટ હતી, અમને ભાઈ બહુ મસ્ત ટેસ્ટી હતી, અને બધા પી ગયા. પછી કીધું, મને પહેલેથી કહેતે તો ના રેડતે, પછી ઠીક એમ કે ના મમ્મી, એ લોકોને તો તારી ગમી ચા ભાવી, એમ કે. એટલે ટૂંકમાં ત્યાં મેડિટેશન કરતા ને ભાઈ, તે ખુલ્લા મેદાનમાં કરતા, બોટનિકલ ગાર્ડનમાં જતા, ત્યાં બધા બહાર બેસીને મેડિટેશન કરતા. એટલે ખરેખર આપણે વિચાર શૂન્ય થઈ જઈએ અને શાંત થઈને પ્રભુ કાર્ય, ગુરુ કાર્ય ખૂબ સારી રીતે થયો. એ તાનો અનુભવ હતો.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. હું પાછું થોડું સમરાઇઝ કરી દઉં, કેમ કે બહુ લાંબુ મને પોતાને ભૂલી જાઉં એવું લાગે છે.
કરી દો તમે.
Right. ના, કઈ નહીં. So the best memories are coming from the Mulund Center. Before they used to go to the center in the West, Mulund West, where it used to be in the terrace of Parulben Shah's house. And then later on, they opened the center in the east also. I think it was Minal's place, if I'm not wrong, in the Mulund East. So the incident that happened is she fell down and she had a fracture. So she was not able to travel easily, but somehow she was inspired. Without even preparation, she was being dragged that she will go down the stairs, she will take the auto, and she will go to the center. And she used to feel very good. And this was all happening by the grace of Swamiji. She said that I had pain, I had problem with my fracture, but still I was able to attend the meditation, group meditation at the center, and I was feeling better. So that was the thing. In the Mulund Center, there was a story of Guru Ma also, that she visited when she went to the center for the first time. And when she listened to Guru Ma, she felt like she is such a beautiful person. She tells so many beautiful stories, and it touches my heart. So that was another point of connection for her with Samarpan meditation, Guru Ma's stories and the way she is talking to sadhaks, and how inspiring it was. Then let's go to the next slide. They moved to the Ambarnath Center, and at Ambarnath, and that house became center. They used to get together, and even though it was a small place, 15 to 20 people used to get together, and always for different occasion, they will play Garba, because Garba was in her blood from childhood, and she used to enjoy a lot. Garba, singing bhajan, and doing Swamiji's meditation. All this was part of their center's tradition, and it used to keep everybody bonded. And in the center, they had all the people coming from different places. And once she mentioned about the Chinese sadhaks who were attending the meditation. And of course, by tradition, there must be some snacks and tea. The Chinese sadhak would prefer the black tea, but she prepared with everyone the tea with milk, and they happily enjoyed it. They really loved it. And she says that it is all Swamiji's love that everybody felt good, and they liked the tea. And it is more about the bonding and the vibrations and the energy that was flowing throughout this collectivity and the family kind of environment. That was the best memory of this center and the collectivity. હવે આગળ વધીએ. Did I forget something, Vishal? Okay, ભૂલી ગયો?
કેવું છે કે સિંગાપુરમાં ગઈ તો પેલું પગમાં ફ્રેક્ચર હતું, એટલે ત્યાં પણ નીચે બેસવા માટે હું જરા તૈયાર નહીં થતી. ત્યારે મારા દામાદ નિલેશભાઈ મને રોજ સવારે એકવાર કે મમ્મી એકવાર તમે નીચે બેસો, જો બેસવાની ટ્રાય બિલકુલ નહીં કરશો ને તો કોઈ દાડો બેસી નહીં શકશો. હવે ડોક્ટરે મને એવી સલાહ આપેલી કે બેન નીચે નહીં બેસતા, નહીં તો જેમ આપણે કપડાને ભીંજાઈ ગયેલું કપડું ને આપણે એમ કે નીચોવીએ ને તેમ તમારા હાડકા એવા થઈ જાય. હવે આ વખતે એવી વખતે મારી અંદરની સ્થિતિ એવી એસુડી વચ્ચે સોપારી, એમ થાય કે શું કરું, બેસું કે નહીં બેસું. ને જો વધારે પગની તકલીફ થાય તો પણ તો એમ કહેશે કેમ બેઠી, ને નહીં બેસું તો
જમાઈને ખોટું લાગે.
અને સ્વામીજીની બી વાત ખરી કે સ્વામીજી બી નીચે બેસીને ધ્યાન કરવાનું કહે છે, એનર્જી વધારે આપણને ફીલ થાય. એટલે હવે કરું છું. પછી પાછી સ્વામીજીને પ્રાર્થના કરી કે જે થાય તે હવે હું તો નીચે બેસીશ જ, જે થવું કરવું હશે તું કરજે, તારે જે કરવું હોય તે કરજે. અને પછી મેં નીચે બેસીને ધ્યાન કરવા માંડ્યું. અને ત્યાર પછી હું પાછી જયારે મુલુંડ આવીને ત્યારે ઈસ્ટમાં ગઈ ને તો હું ખુરશી પર ના બેઠી, હું નીચે બેસીને કરવા લાગી. બધા કે કેમ તમને પગે એકદમ સારું થઈ ગયું? મેં કહ્યું ના, પગે તો કઈ સારું તો નથી થઈ ગયું, પણ હવે મને નીચે બેસવાની આદત પડી ગઈ છે, હું તો બેસવા માંડ્યું છે, એમ કરીને મેં શરૂ કરી દીધું. અને આજની તારીખમાં હવે હું નીચે જ બેસીને ગમે ત્યાં જાઉં ને તો ધ્યાન કરવા નીચે જ બેસી જાઉં. એટલે એનો ખરો યશ જમાઈને બી જાય, એટલે કે એમને બી જાય, અને ગુરુજીએ અંદરથી પ્રેરણા આપી કે બેસ નીચે, એના વગર ચાલવાનું નથી તને. આ રીતની કઈ ફિલિંગ થતી હતી. અને ખરેખર હું હમણાં આરામથી જાઉં. શરૂઆતમાં મને કોન્ફિડન્સ આવતો ઊભું રહેવાનો, ચાલવાનો, તે જતો રહ્યો. અત્યારે હવે હું આમ વ્યવસ્થિત જાઉં છું, બધે વાંધો નથી આવતો. પણ એમ કહું કે આ પણ એક ફિયરનેસ અંદરની હશે તે કઢાવી.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ.
આ લોકોએ કાળજી બી લીધી મારી, કે ખરેખર
સારું કહેવાય, સારું કહેવાય. આ તમે શિબિરના પ્રમોશન માટે તમે ગયેલા સુરત, અમદાવાદ?
હા, તો એમાં બી હું ઈસ્ટમાં જતી હતી, અને લગભગ 2006 તો ત્યાં એમ કહેવામાં આવ્યું કે ગુરુ કાર્ય કરવા માટે કે પ્રચાર કરવા માટેનું જે પણ કંઈ કાર્ય છે એમાં કોઈને જવું હોય તો બોલો. એટલે પછી મેં કહ્યું કે હા હું જઈશ, પણ પછી અમે નક્કી કર્યું એ કે તું 1 મહિનો જા પછી હું જાઉં, કારણ કે આપણે 2 જણા જઈશું તો આ લોકો ભલે બધા મોટા છે તરને બાળકો, પણ ઘરનું તો આપણે ધ્યાન રાખવાનું ને. એટલે મેં કહ્યું સારું, એટલે હું પહેલા ગઈ. તો થોડા કપડા મેડિસિન રાખવી પડે એટલે લઈને ગઈ. અને ત્યારે ઈસ્ટની સુરતમાં ઈસ્ટમાં વરાછા રોડ આગળ અને અશ્વિની કુમાર નું ત્યાં જે અત્યારે છે ને ટેમ્પલ ને બધું, તો ત્યાં એ સાઈડ ઉપર અમને ગુરુ કાર્ય કરવાનું મળ્યું હતું. એટલે ત્યાં સુધાબેન કરીને હતા તે, અને આપણા બોમ્બેના સાધના એ જ્યુડ સેન્ટરના હતા. તો એ લોકો અમને કે આપણે પહેલા બધા સાથે 6-7 જણનો ગ્રુપ પાડીને કે આપણે પ્રાર્થના કરવાની, પહેલા પ્રેયર કરીએ ને પછી આપણે જવાનું. એટલે સવારે અમે 9 થી 12 સુધી જતા, બપોરે પાછું 3 થી 5 સુધી જતા, અને પછી આગળ જતા સાંજના પણ કેટલાક બેનને ટાઈમ મળતો, જરીનું કામ કરતા એવા વિસ્તારની અંદર, તો કે આપણે સાંજના બી જવું પડશે 9 થી 11 સુધી કે 9 થી 10:30 સુધી કોઈને ફાવતું હોય તો. હવે એવે વખતે પગની તો તકલીફ થતી, પણ ખબર નહીં મેં એકદમ હા પાડી દીધી ને હું તો ગઈ. પણ મને કઈ પછી અસર જ નહીં થાય કે મને આમ થયું છે, હું ભૂલી જ જાઉં કે મારે પગમાં આમ છે. અને ઘરે આવીને આ લોકોને પાછી એ જ વાત કરવા બેસું તો એ લોકો પાછા હસે, નાકેથી જાય ને બધે જાય તું ને છે કે પગ દુખે છે ને આમ છે. એટલે ખબર નહીં અમે બધે પ્રચાર કર્યો. એટલે એક જ પેમ્ફલેટ આપતા, ઘટી જાય તો કોણ જાણે કઈ રિક્ષાવાળા આવીને મૂકી જાય, પાછા આપવા જતા, કોઈ તો ખૂટ્યા નહીં. પહેલી વસ્તુ એ ક્યાંથી આવે શું એ બી નહીં, ચાલો આવે છે ને આપણે તો ગુરુજીનું કાંઈ. એક જ વસ્તુ અમે સમજાવતા કે આ હમણાં મહાશિબિર થવાની છે ને તો તમે પહેલે દિવસે આવજો, પછી તમને બીજા દિવસે એમ લાગે કે અમારે આવવું છે તો આવજો, ને ન અવાય તો કાંઈ નહીં, પણ ફર્સ્ટ ડે તો તમારે એટેન્ડ કરવાનો. અને એટલે ઘણી વાર ઘણા શું કહેતા કે ધ્યાનવરી એટલે શું, એ કેમ બેસાય એવું તે શું. તો અમે કીધું ના, તમે પેલા શિબિરમાં સાંભળો, પહેલે દિવસે આવી જાઓ, પછી તમે ડિસાઈડ કરજો આવવું કે નહીં આવવું. આવી જ રીતે બધાને સમજ પાડતા હતા, બીજું કઈ નવું કહેતા નહોતા. અને એ રીતે અમે મહિનો ક્યાં જતો રહ્યો ખબર નહીં પડી. પછી તો હું આવી ગઈ અને અંકલ ગયા પણ, અને એ પિતા એવી રીતે પ્રચાર કરીને આવ્યા હતા. અને બોમ્બે થી બધા ગયા ને એનું વજન કદાચ સુરતમાં સારું પડ્યું હશે, કારણ કે ઘણી સારી એવી સંખ્યામાં શિબિરમાં થઈ.
લોકોને સ્વામીજી કહે છે ને, બહારથી લોકો આવે અને પ્રચાર કરે તો એની ઇમ્પ્રેશન સારી જ પડે કે આ લોકો આટલે દૂરથી આનો પ્રચાર કરવા આવ્યા છે, આમાં કંઈક તો સારું હશે એમ.
એટલે એ બહુ એક શીખવા જેવું કે આમ સરસ એની ઇફેક્ટ પડી. અને એ જે થયું ત્યારે બી અમે બપોર પછી બધે જતા બી રિલેટિવ્સ ને હતા, એને બી કહી આવતા કે તમે આવજો, એકવાર આવી જાઓ જુઓ. અને આવ્યા છે, ઘણા આવ્યા બી હતા. એટલે એ રીતે એ શિબિરનો અનુભવ ખૂબ જ, પણ એમ જ થાય કે આ તો સ્વામીજી આપણને કરાવી લે છે, નહીં તો આપણી ઓકાત નથી, એવો બી અનુભવ સાથે થઈ જતો અંદર.
અને બીજી આપણે કેન વી ગો બેક ટુ ધેટ સ્લાઇડ પ્લીઝ.
અમદાવાદ પછી અમદાવાદમાં હું શિબિર માટે ગઈ ને, તો એ બીજા વર્ષે હતું. તો ત્યાં પણ હું પહેલા ગઈ અને ત્યાં તો પાઠક સાહેબ ને આશાબેન એ લોકો હેન્ડલ કરતા, આપણા પ્રતાપભાઈ શાહ બી શરૂઆતમાં આવ્યા હતા. એટલે પહેલે દિવસનું જે આખો વરઘોડો નહીં કહેવાય, પણ પહેલે દિવસનું જે અમે આમ સ્વાગત માટે જે તૈયારી કરેલી એ ખરેખર જેટલા એમ કે પહેલે દિવસે જેટલા સાધક ભાઈ બહેનો આવ્યા છે બહારથી, બધા આમાં જોડાઈ જાવ. અને અમે આખું ફેરી ફર્યા હતા અને સ્વામીજીની જય હો, સ્વામીજીની જય હો એવું કંઈક બોલ્યા હતા અમે. અને પછી બીજે દિવસે પ્રાર્થના કરીને સ્ટાર્ટ કરતા હતા. અને ત્યાં તો અમને એટલી બધી સારી અનુભૂતિ થતી કે અમે કિચનમાં બી બેસી જતા, કારણ કે બોમ્બે વાળા બી ત્યાં ભોજન કરવા આવતા, અમદાવાદ વાળા બી આવતા, અને એ રીતે બધાની સાથે વાતો કરવાની, રસોઈમાં મદદ કરવાની, ને પછી બહાર પાછું બધાને પ્રચાર કરવા જવાનું. એટલે વ્યવસ્થા બી અમને ત્યાં બહુ સરસ મળી ગઈ બધાને. એટલે ત્યાં પણ આ જ પ્રચાર તો એક જ કે ભાઈ આપણે શિબિરમાં આવવાનું, અને ત્યાર પછી તરત પાછી જે મહાશિબિર એ બી અમે અંદર એટેન્ડ કરતા અને પછી પાછા અમારે ત્યાં આવતા. તો ત્યાં તો બધા સૌરાષ્ટ્રના બહેનો કેટલા બધા આવતા હતા. એટલે બધા સાથે ઘણું, અને બધા સાથે આત્મીયતાનો સંબંધ ઓટોમેટિક થતો. એમ નહીં લાગે કે આમ બોલું કે નહીં બોલું એવો ભાવ નહીં થતો, ઓટોમેટિક જ વાત કરવા જતા. એ ગુરુની કૃપા.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. અને પછી શિરડીમાં પણ ગયા ને તમે?
હા, શિરડીમાં 13માં
જન્મભૂમિ તમારી.
શિરડીમાં બી ગયા હતા 2013માં સ્વામીજી. એમાં અમારે પહેલું અઠવાડિયું શિબિર કરી આવ્યા અમે બંને. પછી કઈ વચ્ચે કોઈકના મેરેજ આવ્યા એટલે પાછા અમે નવસારી આવ્યા. વળી પાછા 3-4 દિવસમાં ગયા હતા.
સરસ, સરસ.
તો ત્યાં તો બધું છે ને કીર્તનનો. શિરડીની આજુબાજુ જો આપણે પ્રચાર કરવો હોય તો કીર્તન ઇઝ બેસ્ટ. ત્યાંના લોકોનું જે કીર્તન અને એ કીર્તન તો આમ સાંભળીને આપણને બહુ અલૌકિક આનંદ થાય. બહુ સરસ રીતે વિઠ્ઠલ 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 એનું જે એ લોકોનું કીર્તન એકદમ એમાં એના ભાવમાં આવી જઈએ આપણે.
લીન થઈ જાય ત્યાં.
હા, લીન થઈ જઈએ. અને એમાંથી સુરતના બેન એક હતા તો એમ કે મારી સાથે આપણે સ્વામીજીને પ્રસાદ મોકલવાનો છે, બનાવવામાં મદદ કરવા આવજો. મેં કહ્યું સારું, આ બધે હું જાઉં એના કરતા આપણે હું આવીશ તમને. તો તેને બી સાથે, અને ત્યાં તો મારી બીજી બેબી હતી એટલે આપણે મહાઆચાર્યમાં, એટલે એને બી જમાઈ બી આવેલા ભૂષણભાઈ બી. એટલે અમે બહુ સારી રીતે બધો પ્રચાર કર્યો હતો અને શિબિર બી બહુ સરસ આખી થયેલી.
ઘણું સરસ કહેવાય. તમે આટલા નસીબદાર છો કે
બધું યાદગાર છે.
યાદ પણ છે અને આટલું બધું
કરવામાં એમ થાય કે નથી કરી શકતા, પણ યાદગાર.
તમે આટલા સરસ રીતે એનું વર્ણન પણ કરી રહ્યા છો અને બધાને વાઇબ્રેશન્સ પણ એટલા સરસ મળી રહ્યા છે કે એક વખત તમારી વાત સાંભળીને અમે જાણે કે એ જગ્યા ઉપર પહોંચી ગયા એવું લાગે છે. I will just થોડું સમરાઇઝ કરી દઉં. Yeah, so she was very lucky that she got opportunity to go and do the promotion or prachar karya for Mahashibir, the mega events of Swamiji. Swamiji used to do since 2001 till 2008. Every year Swamiji was doing one mega event like this, and they used to go for promotion from different places. According to her, because of the family, first she went, and after 1 month Bhaskarji went for the promotion because they had to make sure that the kids are taken care and everything is well at home also. She was assigned the team of 7 to 10 sadhaks together. They used to go when she went to Surat, and they used to go promoting in the Varacha Road area. The other sadhika who was leading was Sudha Ben, and they were telling people, please come enjoy this live workshop with Swamiji. It is going to be for 8 days, but if you can come only for the first day, that will be good enough. Then you decide. If you like it, then you come for the rest of the days, but you have to come for the first day. That's all they were saying, and they were giving the pamphlet with the address and everything. So sometimes they were going morning 9 to 12, and then again in the afternoon 3 to 5, and later on they were asked also to go after dinner also. So this was such an entertaining and amazing Gurukarya. They were never getting tired, even though she had pain with her fracture from the past. She was attending this Gurukarya, and after coming home, she used to get tired, and she used to tell the kids that, oh, now I still feel the pain. She said, no. If you feel pain, why you were going for the Gurukarya? At that time, you did not feel the pain. And she said, when it is with Swamiji, everything happened. Everything is taken care, and she did not realize where she was getting all this energy. But by Gurudev's grace, it was one of the most beautiful experiences, because people in the city of Surat were surprised. There must be something unique, something special about this meditation and this Guruji, that you guys are coming all the way far from Mumbai in our town and in our city, and you are promoting about this. So this was the biggest live shibir of Swamiji, where almost 200,000 people attended the workshop. Surat is very big city, one of the major economic hub, you can say, in India. Another workshop that the mega shibir that they attended or they promoted was in Ahmedabad, and in Ahmedabad also they got opportunity to meet so many people from different parts of Gujarat and Saurashtra. And most interesting thing about this promotion work that she was doing is building the soulful relationship with the sadhak. She says that it brings such a loving memory of working together, living together, eating and drinking together, and at the same time having so much fun of going out and touching the life of others. In the 2013, where the mega shibir was in Shree, at that time their daughter Bhumika, who was also the head of state of Ashram, was there, and they were promoting this Gurukarya over there. They will go do promotion. If there is something, they will come back to Navsari, their house, and go back again. But they enjoyed this Gurukarya. Another memory that she had was from Singapore, when she went to Singapore just for 1 month. At that time, she, of course, had that fracture and the pain. She used to sit on the chair, and her son-in-law reminded that, you remember Swamiji said that if you want to, if you are having trouble and you don't sit on the floor, try to sit down for the meditation on the floor today during the 8 days workshop that Swamiji gives on the 3rd day, first exposure to meditation with chanting and initiation. So Nileshji, her son-in-law, would remind that, and she attempted. She was in dilemma that I have pain. My doctor said don't sit on the floor because it is going to damage whatever treatment you have taken, and don't be so hasty about sitting on the floor. Try to sit on the chair so that you don't damage your bones or your healing. But here she said that I don't want to disappoint my son-in-law also. I don't want to lose my faith in Swamiji also. One day she said, whatever happens, Swamiji, I give myself to you. Help me to sit on the floor. And she started sitting on the floor and doing meditation. When she returned back to Mulund Center, people were asking, didn't you have the injury? Weren't you sitting on the chair? She said, no, but now I am trying to sit on the floor and I can sit. So I'm going to sit on the floor only now onwards. Until today, she has the same spirit. She is sitting on the floor when she is doing meditation at this age. And this is the miracle. This is the faith. This is the grace of Guru that she is enjoying. And she wants to share Gurudev's blessing with us through this story. Very nice. આપણે આગળ વધીએ.
હવે
નેપાળ
સિંગાપુરની અરે
નેપાળ
નેપાળની તો 2018 નવેમ્બરની લગભગ 21 થી 3 દિવસની હતી, 22-23 એમ 3 દિવસની શિબિર હતી. હવે આ તો કે અણધારેલું સ્વામીજીએ અમને આ શિબિરમાં જવાનું આપ્યું એમ કહી તો ચાલે, કારણ કે અમારી ઈચ્છા નહોતી એટલે તબિયત અંકલની એમની બી બરાબર નહીં ને, એમ કે ઠંડી લાગે ને આપણે કાં એ બધા ઠંડા વિસ્તારમાં જવાનું, એટલે અમારી જરા ઈચ્છા નહીં. પણ પેલા ગોવાવાળા નિલેશભાઈ શિલ્પા નેવડેકર કે એવું કઈ સરનેમ છે લોકોની, અને આ પલકા આંટીની ભાઈની દીકરી કૃતિ પટેલ, તો એ લોકો એમ કે નહીં માસી તમારે આવવાનું જ, એમ કે તમે આવો અમારી સાથે. અને પછી ભૂમિકાને ભૂષણભાઈ બી કે ના મમ્મી ચાલો આપણે જવાનું જ. એટલે પછી અમારાથી પછી ના ન પડાય એટલે એમ કે ચાલો આ બધા કઈ છે એટલે તૈયાર, જે થશે તે છોડી દીધું ગુરુજી પર. અહીંયા બી એવું જ પછી મનમાં કઈ, એટલે એમ કે હવે આપણું નથી. આ લોકો બધા કે ના આપણી બી અન્નની કઈ ઈચ્છા હશે, ભલે ના પાડતા હશે તો જ આવી રીતે તૈયાર થાય, ભલે ના કહીએ આપણે. આમ અંદર એવા પ્રશ્નો આવ્યા કરે. અને પછી અમે એ લોકો ટિકિટ બી કઢાવી ને ગયા બી, પ્લેનમાં જ ગયા ને પ્લેનમાં જ આવ્યા. પણ ઠંડી તો લાગી જ અમને, છતાં પણ 3 દિવસ આરામથી અમે શિબિરમાં, ખુલ્લું મેદાનમાં હતું એટલે ત્યાં સ્વામીજીની 3 દિવસ શિબિર બી એટેન્ડ કરી. પછી નેપાળમાં જોવા જે 3 દિવસ એટલે બપોર પછી ટાઈમ ફ્રી મળે તો તે બી થોડું જોઈ આવતા હતા. તો ત્યારે બી એમ થાય કે આ તો સ્વામીજીની કૃપા અને ખૂબ મજા આવી નેપાળમાં બી. અને પછી આ લોકોએ કહ્યું કે હવે આપણે એમ કે નેપાળ સ્વામીજી એટલે પેલું આપણું પશુપતિનાથનું મંદિર છે, આ ફોટો આ બતાવે છે, તો ત્યાં દર્શન કરવા ગયા. તો ત્યાં બી એટલું ચૈતન્યપૂર્ણ વાતાવરણ. એક પછી એક અંદર ગયા, હાર ચડાવ્યો. એક હાર કોઈ આખો અંકલના ઉપર જ આવી ગયો, એ બી ખુશ થઈ ગયા. અને પછી આ બતાવ્યું છે મંદિર જુઓ, પેકોડા જેવા બીજા બી ત્યાંના મંદિર. આપણી હિન્દુ સંસ્કૃતિ જેવું જ, આપણા હિન્દુ લોકોના જેવું જ બધું આમ આજુબાજુ લાગ્યું. એ લોકોના ડાન્સ, મંદિરમાં લાઈનમાં જવાનું, એ પણ બધું જોયું. પછી ત્રીજે દિવસે એક પ્રોગ્રામ રાખ્યો કે આપણે છે ને પ્લેન, નાના પ્લેનની અંદર આપણે હિમાલયની રેન્જની પ્રદક્ષિણા કરવા જવાનું. એટલે એમાં અમે ગયા. એટલે ભૂષણભાઈ ભૂમિ એ લોકોએ ટિકિટ કઢાવી લીધી અને પછી એમાં એકદમ નાનું પ્લેન હતું અને એમાં અમે બેઠા. તો અમે ગમે ત્યાં ફરી શકો, જોઈ શકો એવી રીતે. તો માઉન્ટ એવરેસ્ટની 3 જે પ્રદક્ષિણા થઈ અને ત્યાર પછી એમની જે કાંચનગંગા, ધવલગીરી, અન્નપૂર્ણા ટેકરી, એ બધી એની રેન્જમાં એ આખા પ્લેનથી એકદમ નજીકથી અમને બતાવ્યું.
અરે વાહ!
એ વખતે તો એમ એટલા બધા અમે સ્વામીજીના કૃપાવશ થઈ ગયા અંદરથી. અને કુદરત કેટલી આટલી કુદરત, સ્વામીજી કહે કુદરતમાં તમે સમરસ થઈ જાઓ તો તમને કઈ થાય નહીં, તમે એની વિરુદ્ધ ન જાઓ, સમરસ થઈ જાઓ. ખરેખર એવો આનંદ ત્યાં થયો અને એ હજી બી ભૂલાય નહીં બહુ. એ તો પછી એમ કીધું સ્વામીજી હમણાં તો કીધું કે નેપાળ ઇઝ ધ સહસ્ત્ર ચક્ર ઓફ ધી વર્લ્ડ.
વાહ!
તો આપણે એમાં આવ્યા એટલે આપણે તો કેટલા નસીબદાર. ને એની સાથે આપણે એટલા, આ લોકો આપણને લાવ્યા સામૂહિકતામાં, એટલે એ લોકો બી બધા નસીબદાર. એટલે ત્યાંનો બી અનુભવ સારો થયો.
ખરેખર નસીબદાર કહેવાય. So this is the
પણ જવાનું મળ્યું મેઇન.
So this is the story of Nepal Shibir or mega event in Nepal. In 2018, Swamiji's spiritual journey started from this Pashupatinath temple as the first temple. There is a history of when Swamiji was 5-year-old, he used to have the vision of this temple. Then there was a old yogi or saintly person, and then he used to see another temple of Lord Shiva. These 3 things used to come one after another, and it happened eventually in his life when he was hardly 21, 22. At that age, he ended up being at the Pashupatinath temple. She felt lucky that I got darshan of this temple where my guru's spiritual journey started. She felt lucky that I got taken away with all this collectivity of sadhak, Shilpa, and who is the another person? Nilesh and Shilpa Kevrekar and Kruti Patel. All these people requested that auntie, you will have to come. Their daughter and son-in-law were there with them. So uncle and auntie both were taken by all these young kids to Nepal. And when they attended this 3 days workshop and they had opportunity to go for the helicopter or plane ride near the Mount Everest, they were able to see very closely 3 times when the plane made the circle. They were able to see the Himalayan range. They were able to see the Kanchenjunga. They were able to see Dhavalgiri and all those mountains nearby very closely. She felt that Swamiji has mentioned that the crown chakra of the earth is Himalaya and Nepal. So when they got this opportunity, she felt that I feel so lucky. I feel so blessed that Gurudev brought us, and their hesitation of cold weather and how we will manage was gone with this experience. So very beautiful experience, and they can never forget this.
એટલે દીકરી જમાએ આમાં બી બહુ કાળજી લીધી. એટલે એ કે આ તો આપણા આધુનિક સવણ છે, આપણે આધુનિક સવણ છે આપણા, એમ કે આપણી કાળજી આટલી બધી લીધી એમ.
Their son-in-law Bhushanji and daughter Bhumika, they literally treated them like Shravan took care of his parents. Bhushanji, thank you for doing that service to in-laws. Very few young generation people are this kind and loving to their in-laws. So this is something that they remember and they appreciate, and a lot of gratitude they have in the heart for Swamiji and all this collectivity of divine souls, all the sadhaks in Samarpan family, because without their help and support they will not be able to travel to this far, and that is the memory. રહી જાય છે?
હા, અનુષ્ઠાન
અરે વાહ,
2020 નું. હવે એ તો મિરેકલ જ, કારણ કે આપણી ઉંમર હવે 70 ની ઉપર જઈએ તો આપણે યંગસ્ટર ને બધાને જવાનું, એટલે પણ ઈચ્છા થઈ, કારણ કે મેં વિશાલને કીધું કે જો મને જવાનું મળે ને તો બહુ સારું. તો હેમાલી ને એ લોકો કે કઈ નહીં મમ્મી ફોર્મ ભરી દેવ ને. પછી મેં કહ્યું સ્વામીજી પર છોડી દઈએ, એટલે ન મળે જવાનું તોય વાંધો નહીં, ને મળે તો વધારે ઉત્તમ. એટલે હું અહીં અત્યારે અમેરિકા આવેલી હતી 19માં, 6 મહિના રહીને પછી ગઈ ત્યાં, ને ત્યાં જઈને તરત જ વિશાલે હેલ્પ કરી મને કે મમ્મી તું ફોર્મ ભરી દે. એટલે પછી મેડિકલ ચેકઅપ બી ત્યાં જઈને બધું કરાવ્યું અને ફોર્મ મોકલી દીધું, અને છે તે મારું સિલેક્શન થયું કે તમે આવી શકો. એટલે હું ગઈ, પણ મને નવાઈ લાગી કે આટલી ઉંમરે હું જાઉં છું. સ્વામીની ઈચ્છા, આમ અંદરથી બહુ ખુશ થઈ જાવ, પણ બહારથી કઈ જુદું જ ફિલિંગ થાય, ડબલ થઈ જાય. અને પછી એ ભૂમિકાએ મને બધી તૈયારી કરી આપી કે મમ્મી સારું. અને ત્યારે મારી ડોટર છે ને પ્રેગ્નેન્ટ હતી, તો એમ કે મમ્મી ના તું કઈ નહીં, તું જા, તું કેટલા આવી રહેશે ને 1.5 મહિનાની અંદર, તો તું તારી મેરે જા. એટલે હું ગઈ. મેં જે અનુષ્ઠાન ત્યારે સ્વામીજીનું હતું 45 દિવસનું, એટલે જાન્યુઆરીની 7મી થી શરૂ થતું હતું ને ફેબ્રુઆરીની 22-23 સુધી હતું કઈ. તો અમને એમ કહ્યું હતું કે તમે 2-3 દિવસ પહેલા આવજો. એટલે લગભગ હું 3 જાન્યુઆરીએ તો ત્યાં ડાયરેક્ટ, અમારું ત્યાં ઘર છે પણ ત્યાં નહીં ગઈ, એમ કે તું ઘરે નહીં જતી, નહીં તો પાછું ઘરમાં અમસ્થી 2 દાડા રોકાહે, તો બંધ ઘરમાં તું કામ કરવા શરૂ કરે અને કોઈને બોલાવી લાવશે. એટલે ભૂમિકા મમ્મી ડાયરેક્ટ તું અનુષ્ઠાનમાં જજે. એટલે હું ડાયરેક્ટ જ ગઈ. ને હજી તો ગેટ આગળ ગયા ને ત્યાં જ 2 સાધક આવે ને કે માસી લાવો, એમ કરીને મારી બેગ લઈ લીધી. ને પછી અમને તો આપણું જે રસોડ અતિથિ આપણું છે ને
રેસિડન્સ,
હા, તો ત્યાં ઉપર જ અમને તો ભોજનાલયની ઉપર જ પહેલે માળે અમને તો રહેવાનું મળ્યું. એટલે પછી ત્યાં મૂકી દીધું બેગ જે લાવ્યા હતા તે. અને પછી બીજે દિવસે બધી ઇન્સ્ટ્રક્શન આપી કે આપણે આટલા દિવસ રહેવાનું છે ને શું કરવાનું તે બધું. અને એમાં અમને બધા છે ને કેવી રીતનું કામ વહેંચવાનું એનો ગ્રુપ બનાવ્યો. આ ફોટો જે છે ને તે મારો ગ્રુપનો છે. આમાં અમારી સાથે એક નેપાળી બેન બી હતા, પણ પછી એને છે ને તે બધું આમ ઝાડને પાણી પાવાનું એ કાર્ય બહુ ગમતું. એટલે એમ કે હું તો આ બધામાં નહીં, હું તો એક જ કરવાની. એટલે પછી મેં કહ્યું વાંધો નહીં તમે એ કરો, એમ કરીને એ અમારાથી ઓછા થઈ ગયા. તો અમારું આ ગ્રુપ ને તો અમને વેચી દીધા હતા 10-10 દિવસ. તો એમાં પહેલા કિચનનું કામ આવ્યું હતું. એટલે કિચનની અંદર આપણે બધું વેજીટેબલ સરખું કરી આપવાનું, રોટલીનો લોટ બાંધવાનો. પણ એ કાર્ય તો આમ જાણે સહેજે, કેમ કે હવે આપણે લેડીઝ એટલે આ કામ તો અમને સહેજે લાગતું. સ્વામીજીના ભજન બધા ગવડાવે અને આપણા નવસારીની આજુબાજુના બહેનો બી બધા આવે અને એની સાથે બી બધી ઓળખાણ નીકળે. એટલે મને તો એમ જ લાગે કે હું જાણે મારા પિયર જ આવી છું. ઘણી વાર કે પિયર આવી જવાનું તેવું જ ભાવ લાગ્યો. એટલે બધા બહુ મજા આવે અમને, બીજા વિચાર જ નહીં આવે. સ્વામીજી શું કરે, નિર્વિચાર સ્થિતિ આપણી એકદમ ઊભી થઈ જાય. એટલે આપણને અંદરથી અલૌકિક આનંદ શરૂ થઈ જાય. એમ કાંઈ ટેન્શન નહીં, કોઈ જાતની ચિંતા નહીં.
બહુ સરસ.
ગેટની બહાર નીકળે તો પાછી બધી ઉપાધિ આવવા માંડે, પણ ત્યાં અંદર કઈ થાય નહીં. એટલે અમે પહેલા એ કામ કર્યું. પછી બીજા 10 દિવસમાં અમને ફાર્મ આપણું પાછળ જે છે એ ફાર્મમાં નીંદવાનું કામ, પછી વનસ્પતિ એટલે શાકભાજી લઈ આવવાનું, મોર વધારે થતા તો તે લેવાના, ચીકુ, અને એ બધું છે ને એક સ્ટોર આપેલો અમને, ત્યાં અમે મૂકતા હતા. અને પછી જેટલા સાધકો ત્યાં દર્શન કરવા આવે એને પ્રસાદ રૂપે આપી દેતા હતા. એને રાખતા નહોતા, બધાને પ્રસાદ આપી દેતા હતા. અને પછી આપણે ડોનેશન મૂકેલું, પણ કોઈને કમ્પલસરી નહીં, જેને મૂકવું એને મૂકે.
સાચી વસ્તુ છે. એ સ્વામીજીના કાર્યમાં એ જ સૌથી મોટી વસ્તુ છે કે કોઈ દિવસ સ્વામીજી એમ નહીં કે તમે આપો. સ્વામીજી હંમેશા પોતાના તરફથી આપે, પણ માંગે કઈ નહીં.
હા, એટલે એ કાર્યમાં બહુ મજા આવી, કારણ કે આપવાની ભાવના ને, બીજાને અમે આપીએ છીએ, અપાવે છે તો ગુરુજી, પણ આપીએ અમે, એટલે
માધ્યમ બન્યા ને આપણે, માધ્યમ
એનો બહુ આનંદ થતો હતો. એટલે એ કાર્ય કર્યું. પછી અમને ગુરુ શક્તિધામ એ સૌથી સારામાં, એટલે બેસ્ટ લાગેલું, કારણ કે ગુરુ શક્તિધામ નું 10 દિવસ કામ મળ્યું. પણ એમાં અમારે વહેલું ને અમે રોજે જ 3:30 તો ઉઠી જતા, મૌન ધ્યાન પહેલા કરતા, પછી પાછું 6 વાગ્યાનું ધ્યાન કરીએ, અને પછી જ કઈ બી કાર્યની શરૂઆત કરતા. તો ગુરુ શક્તિધામમાં બી પાછું એક એક્સ્ટ્રા ધ્યાન કરતા સવાર સાંજ. તો એમાં બી વહેલા ઉઠતા, પછી આપણી પાછળ ગાર્ડનમાં બધા ફૂલો લઈ આવતા, વહેલા ઉઠીને ફૂલ લઈ આવતા, પાંખડી બધી અલગ કરતા. અને કિરણભાઈ અત્યારે બી એમનું આવે છે, તો એ કિરણભાઈ હતા અંદર પૂજા કરવામાં, તો એમને બધી અમે થાળ બધી તૈયાર કરીને આપતા, ત્યાંનું સફાઈનું કામ કરતા. અને પછી બધાના આસન મૂકી દઈએ. પછી એમાં વોલેન્ટરી કામ, આખો દિવસ જ એ કામ ચાલતું, પણ અમે બધા વેચી લેતા, 1 2 કલાક, ને વોલેન્ટરી રીતે બધાને લાઈનમાં અંદર જવા દેવાનું, પાછું પ્રદક્ષિણા કરીને બહાર જવા દેવાનું. આવા બધા વોલેન્ટરી કામ ગુરુ શક્તિધામમાં મજા આવતી. અને બીજું, બહાર બેસતા ને તો સૂર્ય દર્શન કરતા, સરસ અનુભૂતિ થતી, તો તેનું લખવાનું વિચાર કરતા. એટલે એ રીતે. અને પછી છેલ્લે અમને પાછું સફાઈ કામમાં બી વહેલું ઉઠીને બધા રોડ ને આ બધું, ત્યારે બધાને મારી દયા આવે, મારી દયા નહીં ખાવ, તમે જે કામ કરે ને એ જ હું બી કરીશ, ભલે મને વાર લાગશે, પણ સફાઈનું કામ કરવામાં મને કઈ નાનમ નહીં, કામ બધા.
ભાવ સાચો છે તમારો, ખરેખર.
ગુરુજી બી આપણા પર્ણકુટીમાં જયારે રહેતા, તો એ કહેતા જ ને કે ભાઈ આપણું કામ આપણે આપણી રીતે કરવાનું. અને શાશ્વતીજી આવેલા એક વખત, તો એને એમ કીધેલું કે મારે બધી બહેનોની એક જ વાત છે કે તમે આ છે ને આપણું સમજીને કરજો, આપણું ઘર છે ને આપણે કેવું બધું વ્યવસ્થિત રાખીએ, તેમ તમે એ રીતે અહીંયા રહેજો. તો એમનું આ સેન્ટન બી ટચ કરી ગયેલું કે વાત સાચી છે, આપણું સ્વામીજીનો આશ્રમ છે, આપણો જ આશ્રમ છે, આપણે જ બધાએ સારી રીતે અહીંયા રાખવાનું. તો તે બી બધું વ્યવસ્થિત મૂકી દેતા, એટલે સુગમ પડતું. નકામ બીજાને બહુ તકલીફ નહીં આપવાની, બધાને સુગમતા પડે એવી રીતે કાર્ય બધા હળી મળીને કરતા. છે તે ગુરુમૈયા આવતા તો ત્યાં ફૂલનો શણગાર, સાથિયા પૂરવાનું, ચટાઈ લઈને એમાં પછી બધા પ્લાન્ટેશન બધા નવા અમે મૂકતા. અને આ કાર્ય હું તો ગામડામાં રહેતી હતી ને, એટલે મને બહુ આમ લાઈક ધીસ ઓલ વર્ક વેરી મચ લાઈક.
હા, બરાબર છે,
ઇન માય હાર્ટ.
વેરી બ્યુટીફુલ. સો એ તો આપણા હૃદયમાં વસેલું છે ને, આપણે માટે એક પેલા શું કે રૂટીન કામ જેવું છે, એટલે ગમે જ છે બધાને.
અનુષ્ઠાન તો વિસરી, તમે પાછું હેમાલી તો આગળ બી આવી ગયેલી ને, એટલે એને પૂછ્યું તો કે મમ્મી તમને બહુ જ મજા આવશે, તમે જાઓ, તમે મનમાં એમ કાઢી નાખો કે તમારી ઉંમર થઈ છે, એમાંથી થશે નહીં, એ ભાવ કરી નાખો.
તો હું સમરાઇઝ કરી દઉં પાછો.
કરો.
Okay, so this is one of the beautiful experience of Anushthan, 45 days in the year of 2020 at the Dandi Ashram, when Swamiji stays inside the protected area and do the meditation, and outside in the ashram everybody is staying and taking care of different Gurukarya. So this is the team. They have 5 sadhika here, but there was 6th one who was from she was not Indian one, and
Nepal.
She was from Nepal, and she loved gardening, so she moved to another team. But after this team of 5 stayed together, and they were assigned different Gurukarya. First, they were assigned the kitchen assistants. So they were cutting the vegetables and preparing the raw material for the food to be cooked. Then they were also given the opportunity to go in the farm and picking up the fruits and giving those fruits as prasad to to others. Then they also went into the Guru Shakti Dham. Now, this was one of the most beautiful Gurukarya she enjoyed. She will go in the back of the Guru Shakti Dham and pick up the flowers and prepare the asanas for the sadhaks who come and sit for the meditation. During this time, she used to get opportunity once to meditate at the Guru Shakti Dham, and 2 times starting early morning at 3:30, meditating herself, and in the evening also. So this was something that she loved the most, and keeping the cleanliness and organized in the Guru Shakti Dham was something that she felt that she was privileged to have that time. It is such a beautiful memory, and the connection with the people. Sometimes she got the opportunity to cleaning the outside area, and other young sadhikas and sadhaks, they said that I will do it, you don't do it. She said, no, I want to do it myself because I got the opportunity. Maybe I will be little slow, but I will continue doing this Gurukarya as long as I'm here. And this spirit of her really touched the other sadhak, young sadhaks, and even it is inspiring all of us, as I am seeing all the comments inside our chat box, that Auntie is so much into Gurukarya, and Vishal Bhai's family is so dedicated to Gurukarya, and it is so inspiring. All these comments are telling me that our audience is really enjoying listening the story of Anupama ji, and what you saw in the TV series Anupama is a fictitious character, but this is the real Anupama of our life. She is the real star, and she is the Sachin Tendulkar of the Desai family, because she was making always the century in this family, and lot of love, lot of respect, Anupama ji. We really love to learn your story and your dedication and the bhav, the sentiments of Samarpan and love for Gurudev and Gurukarya is amazing. This is where we say, this is Samarpan. This is the Samarpan story. Amazing. आगे बढ़ते हैं.
લોકાર્પણનું
છે તે મેના 2022 ને 2022 નું મેનું ફર્સ્ટ વીકમાં લોકાર્પણ હતું. તો એ વખતે તો આ શું છે, પેલું કોરોનાને લીધે ઘરમાંથી નીકળવાનું બધાનું જરા નકારાત્મક થાય, ના આવે કે નહીં, એમ કે હજી કઈ આપણે ત્યાં કોરોના ગયું નથી ને મમ્મી એકલા કેતે જવાનું નહીં, એટલે ના પાડે. પછી મેં કહ્યું વાત સાચી છે, જવા દે. હું પાછું બધાનું સાંભળું તો ખરી કે હા ભલે, પણ પછી અંદરથી તો કઈ ઈચ્છા બીજી હોય, પણ કહેવાનું કે હા કઈ નહીં. પછી મારી એક ફ્રેન્ડ નું છે ને તે જૈન છે, તો એ લોકો એનો કઈ પ્રોગ્રામ હતો, એટલે કે માસી તમે ચોક્કસ આવજો, અમારા પડોશી જ છે ત્યાં, કે મારા પ્રોગ્રામમાં આવજો. એને તો વર્ષી તપ કરેલું, કેટલું 2 વર્ષનું કઈ.
અરે વાહ.
મને ચાન્સ મળી ગયો. પછી મને કોઈ ના નહીં પાડે, એટલે એમ કે ના. પછી મેં કહ્યું ના, મને તમે એમ ટ્રેનમાં નહીં જાવ, એમ કે કાર લઈને જાવ, એમ કે. મેં કહ્યું કારમાં તો વધારે તકલીફ, 3 દાડાને રાખવાનું ને ડ્રાઈવરનું પાછી બધી વ્યવસ્થા, અને હું એકલીમાં તો મને નહીં ફાવે, એટલે મારે ટ્રેનમાં મને તમે રિઝર્વેશન કરાવી આપો. એટલે પછી ભૂમિકાને ભૂષણભાઈ છેલ્લે તૈયાર થયા. પહેલા તો ના જ કે એવી રીતે નહીં જવાનું, તમે કાર લઈને જાઓ ને, હું ડ્રાઈવરને સાથે આપું તમને. પણ મેં ના. પછી એમણે કીધું ઠીક છે ચાલો ત્યારે હવે જઈ આવો. એટલે અઠવાડિયું હું એકલી જ ગઈ. મેં કીધું હવે તો એકલી જ જવું પડવાનું. પહેલા તો અમે બધા જતા અંકલ ને હું, પણ હવે મેં કીધું આમાં તો જવું જ પડે, એટલે હું ગઈ. હજી તો ત્યાં ગઈ ને લોકાર્પણ બીજે દિવસે તમારા કિશોરભાઈ કરીને છે ને તેને કીધું, રિક્ષામાં બોલાવ્યા કે મને તમે લઈ જાઓ ને પાછા મને સાંજ સુધીમાં મૂકવા બી આવજો. તો એ તો તરત જ પહેલેથી બોલાવતા ને, એટલે એને તો ફોન કરું એટલે તરત આવી ગયા. એટલે હું લોકાર્પણમાં જઈ આવી, પછી પેલા પ્રોગ્રામમાં જઈ આવી, પછી વલસાડ જઈ આવી ને પછી બોમ્બે આવી.
પછી સ્વામીજીએ તમને સંદેશ આપ્યો ને દિલમાં
બધે. પછી સ્વામીજીએ તો કીધું કે આ વખતે કોઈને બોલાવ્યા, કોઈ છે ને પોતાની રીતે આવવાના નહોતા, મેં બોલાવ્યા છે, એમણે એવું કહ્યું છે ને. મને સાચી વાત છે, આ તો સ્વામીજીને લીધે ગયા, તો આપડી તો 9 10 ગણી આમાં.
સાચી વસ્તુ છે. બહુ સરસ વસ્તુ છે. અને એ બતાવે છે કે આપણા હૃદયમાં જો ભાવ હોય તો ગુરુદેવ
હા.
આપને ત્યાં પહોંચાડી દેશે.
બરાબર છે
તમારી
કે
ઉંમર,
ગુરુજી આપણા
તમારી
ભાવના
નોકરી, તમારા ઘરના પ્રોબ્લેમ બધું ભૂલી જવાનું, ગુરુ પર સમર્પિત કરી દો, એમ કે સ્વામીજી.
હા સાચી વાત છે. બસ હવે
તો હું જરા સમરાઇઝ કરી દઉં. મીનવાઇલ વિશાલ ચર્ચા કરે એટલી વારમાં. So this was Lokarpan of Dandi Guru Shakti Dham. When Swamiji inaugurated the Guru Shakti Dham at one of our first ashram in India at the Dandi near Navsari in Gujarat, India. This is the time when the Guru Shakti Dham, the permanent resident of the energy statue, live energy statue, was made by Swamiji in 2022. At that time, a lot of people came from all over the world, especially from the different parts of India. And of course, there was still an issue of COVID, that people were hesitant to travel from outside. And with the medical background, of course, the children will not permit their mom at this age of 70 to go all by herself. They were saying that you don't have to go by the public transport, train. You may want to go by private car, then we will arrange it for you. But she was adamant, no, I want to go. And anyway, if it is possible for me, I will go. And she ended up traveling by train and reaching there. And during the discourse, Swamiji says these words: "You didn't come here. I called you. That's why you were able to reach." And this shows that no matter how much obstacle come, no matter how much problem or difficulties are there, if you are determined and if you want to reach to Swamiji and his major function, collectivity of souls, Swamiji will make it happen for you. And this is the story of Anupama ji. I think this was really heartwarming, heart-touching, and a lot of energy. તમે 70 ના નહીં 17 ના લાગો છો.
હવે તો દિક્કત થઈ ગઈ. થવાની વાર છે. 74 છે.
74. 74 is quite an age. Many people say that if we make 47, then also we consider ourselves lucky. So this is the spirit of a Samarpan Sadhika. This is the spirit of a mother. This is the spirit of a teacher. This is the story of Swamiji's blessing. And this is the story of this is Samarpan. Thank you very much, Anupama ji. બહુ મજા આવી તમારી સાથે વાત કરીને. એવું લાગ્યું કે કંઈક આપણા નવસારીના પોતાના માણસોને સ્વજનને મળીને આ બધી સ્ટોરી સાંભળી.
મને બી ખૂબ મજા આવી તમારી સાથે. આપણા ત્યાંના છે કઈ આપણે સરસ રીતે આપણાપણું લાગ્યું.
આપણું છે, ઘર છે, સ્વામીજીનું આ પરિવાર છે, અને આપણે આ છોકરાઓને, સંતાનોને, આવતી પેઢીને પ્રેરણા આપવાની છે કે એ લોકો આ કાર્ય આગળ વધારે. અને તમને એક માતા તરીકે હું ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ કહું છું કે તમારા કુખે આવો વિશાલ જેવો દીકરો જન્મ્યો છે અને પ્રેરણા અને ભૂમિકા જેવી દીકરીઓ જન્મી છે. કેમ કે એમણે સમર્પણ પરિવારને ઘણું આપ્યું છે. અને ભાસ્કરભાઈ તો આજે નથી, એ જોતે તો એમને બહુ જ આનંદ થતે. આપણી આ સ્ટોરીમાં એ પણ બહુ જ રાજી ખુશીથી ભાગ લેતે. પણ એમનું હાજરી આપણને જરૂરથી મહેસૂસ થશે આગળના પ્રોગ્રામમાં. હું તમને એટલો વિશ્વાસ આપું છું કે તમે અને ભાસ્કરભાઈએ જેટલા પ્રેમથી વિશાલને મોટો કર્યો છે અને જે સંસ્કાર આપ્યા છે, તે જ રીતે હું પોતે વિશાલ અને હેમાલીને પોતાના સંતાનની જેમ જ રાખું છું અને એમને મારી સાથે લઈને સ્વામીજીનું ગુરુ કાર્ય શીખવું છું. જેમ હેમાલીને સ્વામીજીને ગુરુમાં એ સંસ્કાર આપ્યા, હું કોશિશ કરું છું કે વિશાલને મારું બધું જ્ઞાન અને જે કંઈક ગુરુ કાર્યમાં મારી પાસે છે એ આપીને એને તૈયાર કરું, જેથી કરીને આગલી પેઢી આ સમર્પણનું કાર્ય અમેરિકામાં વધારે. અને બહુ સરસ રીતે બંને જણાએ કાર્ય કર્યું છે અને સાથ આપી રહ્યા છે. જેટલું ડેડિકેશન ને જેટલો સાથ એને મને સમર્પણમાં આપ્યો છે, મને બહુ ગર્વ છે, એક પિતા તરીકે પણ, એક સાધક તરીકે પણ.
એમ જ આપણે પરસ્પરસ દેવો ભરો કરીને એકબીજા સાથે કર્યું તો આપણું સ્વામીજીનું કાર્ય આગળ વધશે જ. હવે એક ભજન ગાઈ લઉં, તે દાડે ગાયું હતું એ.
હા હા, જરૂર જરૂર જરૂર.
કારણ કે ચિત્ત શક્તિનો યુગ આવવાનો ને સ્વામીજી હમણાં આપણને કહી દીધું છે ને.
બહુ સરસ બહુ સરસ. એનાથી મજા આવી જશે બધાને. છેલ્લે તમારી ગ્રાન્ડ ફિનાલી આનાથી કરીએ, ભજનથી.
સ્વામીજી અરે
હા બાબા કીર્તિ.
बाबा स्वामी जी का चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करे बाबा के चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करे दिल में सदा बार है और ध्यान हम करे सूक्ष्म रूप से बाबा आए और आशीष हम पाए बाबा के चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करें ओ वीडियो से बीरो लाइफ से बीर ओ चैतन्य महोत्सव वो वीडियो से बीरो लाइफ से बीर ओ चैतन्य महोत्सव ले चले हमें बाबा के पास गुरु पूर्णिमा के शुभ दिन इतने करीब बाबा आए और दुनिया ही भूल गए बाबा के चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करें वो चैतन्य और उनका ही वो औरा ओ दिव्य खुशबू हम भूल नहीं पाए बाबा के चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करें अब मौन होकर शांत रहना है अब बाहर से भीतर को झांकना है और चित्त शुद्धि भी करना है और मानस पूजा करके हमें मानस पूजा करके प्रेममयी सृष्टि बनानी है बाबा के चित्त मिलन से ध्यान हम करें जय बाबा स्वामी
જય બાબા સ્વામી. તમને જવા રહેવાનું મન નથી થતું એટલે એક પ્રશ્ન બીજો કરી લઉં. તો સરસ ભજન ગાયું, એટલા સરસ શબ્દો અને એટલા સુંદર વાઇબ્રેશન હતા, તમે ગાતા હતા એકદમ ભાવ વિભોર થઈને, બહુ મજા આવી ગઈ. તો એક પ્રશ્ન મનમાં આવ્યો કે તમારા ત્રણેય સંતાનો, આપણે તો જે રીતે ગુજરાતીઓ પોતાના સંતાનોને ધામધૂમથી સમાજની અંદર જાણીતા પરિવારોમાં લગ્ન કરાવે, તેની જગ્યાએ તમે સ્વામીજીને સમર્પિત કરી દીધા. અને જેમ વિશાલ કહે છે ને કે બુદ્ધિથી એ વિચારતો હતો કે આ તો પપ્પાએ આઉટસોર્સ કરી દીધું દીકરીઓને લગ્ન કરવાનું કાર્ય, તો એની જિમ્મેદારી પપ્પાએ નહીં નિભાવી, એમ એને એવું પહેલે લાગ્યું. પણ પછી સ્વામીજીના પ્રવચન સાંભળીને અને સ્વામીજીના ક્વેશ્ચન સાંભળીને એના જીવનમાં પરિવર્તન આવ્યું. તો તમે એક માતા તરીકે તમારા ત્રણ સંતાનોને ગુરુના આશીર્વાદથી, ગુરુની ઈચ્છાથી આ લગ્ન કર્યા, એમાં તમારો ભાવ કેવો રહ્યો અને તમને કેવી રીતે આ વસ્તુ સ્વીકાર્ય લાગી? કેમ કે ઘણી વખત માને અમુક ચોઈસ હોય. સ્વામીજીએ તમારા હૃદયની વાત પણ જાણી લીધી હતી અને પ્રશ્ન કર્યો હતો કે તમારા દિલમાં જે ભાવ હોય તે પૂછો. તો એના ઉપર તમે બે શબ્દો કહો, કેમ કે આપણી જે આ આવનાર પેઢી છે કે યંગ સાધકો છે, એ લોકોને પણ ખ્યાલ આવે કે ગુરુદેવ કેટલા ઉચ્ચ ઉદ્દેશ્યથી આ સમાજમાં આવીને આ રીતે યુવાન સંતાનોને, યુવાન છોકરા છોકરી આ જ્ઞાન આપી રહ્યા છે અને આ માર્ગ ઉપર પ્રેરિત કરી રહ્યા છે. એક બહુ મોટું કાર્ય છે.
એના જવાબમાં કહું, કરતા કરે ન કોઈ, કરતા કરે ન કોઈ, ગુરુ કરે સો હોય.
क्या बात है.
3 काल और 9 खंड में गुरु की सदा विजय हो, गुरु से बड़ा न कोई.
क्या बात.
करता करे न होय, गुरु करे सो सोय. 3 काल 9 खंड में गुरु से बड़ा न कोई. આજે અંતરનો આત્મીય ભાવ તે આ કાર્યમાં બી સહયોગી થઈ ગયો છે મેઇન.
સાચી જ વસ્તુ
અને બાળકોની બી સમય સમયે જે ઈચ્છા એને બી માન આપ્યું છે.
બરાબર છે.
એટલે આમ જોઈ તો આપણે બધું ભેગું જ કહેવાય ને સ્વામીજીની ઈચ્છા ને અંદરથી શ્રદ્ધા. ગુરુ જે કરે તે આપણા સારા માટે જ કરે. આપણું એમાં ઉજ્જવળ ભવિષ્ય છુપાયેલું છે જ.
એકદમ એકદમ સાચી વાત.
આ મેઇન એનો જવાબ. પછી તો કારણ બની ગયું કે મોટી એ લોકોએ પોતાની ઈચ્છા વ્યક્ત કરી દીધી અને એ રીતે અમે આગળ વધ્યા. કોઈને ગુરુ કાર્ય કર્યું, કોઈએ પ્રચાર કાર્ય કર્યું ને ઈચ્છા વ્યક્ત કરી એટલે આ થઈ ગયું. અને આપણું મિશન ખૂબ સફળ થાય કે આ સારા આશીર્વાદ, સારા મા બાપ કરવા માટે સ્વામીજીનું તો મિશન એ છે જ ને. એમાં એક નાનકડું બુંદ સરખું કામ કર્યું છે, બાકી કઈ નહીં.
રાઈટ રાઈટ રાઈટ. અને ગુરુને તો તમારા આ જન્મની બહારનું પણ ખબર હતું અને ખબર છે. તો એ તો તમારું ભવિષ્ય એવી રીતે જ સેટ કરશે, એવા પાત્ર સાથે જ સેટ કરશે જ્યાં તમારી માત્ર જીવન પૂરતી પ્રગતિ નથી, આધ્યાત્મિક પ્રગતિ, આત્માની પ્રગતિ એટલે કે મોક્ષની સ્થિતિ સુધી, કે તમને મુક્તિ સુધી લઈ જાય તેટલી પાવરફુલ યોજના ગુરુના ચિત્તમાં આવે છે. ગુરુ કોઈ દિવસ મનથી વિચારીને નહીં, આત્માથી વિચારીને તમને આ કાર્યમાં. તમારા શબ્દ મને બહુ ગમ્યા. ખરેખર તમારું સમર્પણ જે ભાવ છે ને એને લીધે આજે તમારા સંતાનોના જીવનમાં આ સુખ, શાંતિ અને આધ્યાત્મિક પ્રગતિ દેખાઈ રહી છે.
બરાબર. થેન્ક યુ.
હા.
જય ગુરુદેવ.
Jai Gurudev. I will just summarize a little bit about what they say, what she said. Karta kare na koi, guru kare so hoy. Meaning that one who thinks that I am doing, the doer is doing nothing. In fact, whatever guru is wishing, only that happens. In this entire world, or even in the 9 planets, if there is anybody who is if there is anybody who is greater and greatest, is the Guru Shakti. So that is her Samarpan Bhav, that I believe that my Guru will never let anything wrong happen to myself or my family. And because of that, all these 3 brothers and sisters, Prerna, Bhumika and Vishal, they got married through Samarpan Viva by the grace of Gurudev and their parents. So very unique story, very inspiring story, and at the same time full of Samarpan Bhav. We can see the entire family is so dedicated. That's why I always mention about Vishal and Hemali. I say this is an ideal Samarpan family. This is where we are getting inspiration. This is where we are getting so much love for Gurudev and Samarpan Bhav. Amazing story. Anupama ji, bahut maja aavi.
Thank you. Jai Atmeswar, Jai Gurudev.
જય આત્મેશ્વર, જય ગુરુદેવ. જાણ્યા જાણીએ કંઈક વધારે બોલી દીધું હોય તો માફ કરજો.
ના, મારાથી બી કંઈ બોલાઈ ગયું હોય તો. ગુરુદેવે બોલાવ્યું છે આપણને.
બહુ સરસ, બહુ સરસ. So let's hear a little bit about Vishal's father's story. Bhaskarji's spiritual memory. Vishalji. We have Saint Joseph Church in Montreal. It is one of the most spiritual place for Catholics in the state of Quebec and in Canada. This picture is from Saint Joseph Church with the view of the western side of the city of Montreal. As you see, behind that green building is the St. Mary's Hospital. Both my kids, Sajan and Raj, were born in that building, by the way, in that hospital. This is an amazing place. In fact, not the green one, the brown building, more farther is the St. Mary's Hospital. It's an amazing place. Vishal and Mummy Papa with Rajendra Bhai and Panna Ben, Sadak couple from Montreal. बोलो, आप बताइए अभी.
Yeah, this the memory of this place is wonderful. This was, I think, Mummy Papa's first trip to USA.
Wow.
And
Canada.
yes, Canada. I think back in September 2012.
Yes.
And when they came, obviously they came for us, but both of them had this wish of India. We have seen a lot of Ashram Mangal Murti, so we want to go to Canada. And Mummy's mama also stays there. So our Canada tour was fixed before they even took off from India. And this trip was very special for my dad, more than anybody. Everybody enjoyed, but he was in a different zone, I feel, which is why we felt. And sorry, just to backtrack a little about what Mummy said. Anushthan 2020, when she went there, it is very special for us as a family, because that was after my father expired, and it was not even 1 year that she decided to go to Anushthan. So when she came back, and then it was 1 year. So within that first year, so we just felt like how Swamiji just takes care of everything, even after Papa is no more. But yes, about this particular place, he had a wonderful spiritual experiences throughout the tour. In USA as well as in Canada. And fortunately, my dad, I always believed he lived ahead of his age. My cousin always says ki Kaka is always ahead of his time. When there was no Instagram, he used to take photos and write captions below. Behind the photographs. There's like paragraphs written. Date, time, background, why he took the picture. And sometimes even when the picture doesn't come out good, he writes why it did not come out good. So this one also, I feel, I don't know what, he himself recorded a lot of his audios. He himself, like sent a lot of this, like he wrote it, typed it. Hemali helped him and Prerna Didi and Bhumika helped to just type one of his bhajans. But if you hear this, you will understand what I mean. So it's about Canada and USA, my father's memory or experience.
Yes, beautiful. Are we able to play?
I'm not hearing anything, but I think this was after we went to Canada, Guru Shakti Dham. So, yeah.
जय बाबा स्वामी, जो भी कुछ चल रहा है, आप तेरा तुझको अर्पण, ये जो मैंने काव्य या तो गीत के रूप में लिखा है, उसका कुछ वाइब्रेशन ऐसा है, इसका कुछ अनुभव, जीवंत अनुभव ऐसा है, और जो आज भी मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है। मॉन्ट्रियल स्वामी जी मूर्ति अभिषेक, दर्शन व समूह ध्यान, और बाद में परम पूज्य स्वामी जी ने जहाँ ध्यान किया था वह पब्लिक गार्डन में, उसी समय उसी गार्डन में हम सब लोग गए थे। हॉलीडे की वजह पार्टी चल रही थी, फुटबॉल की मैच चल रही थी, म्यूज़िक चल रहा था वगैरह, लोगों को भीड़ भी बहुत थी। फिर भी ऐसे माहौल में भी शांत, सुंदर, गहरा वाइब्रेशन था। मुझे स्पष्ट शब्द से ओम ओम की दिव्य जीवंत अनुभूति वाणी की आवाज़ आई। मनोमन इससे भी ख्याल आया कि इसे तो ब्रह्मानंद नहीं कहते होंगे। एक लय, एक सुर, एक पद्धति सर ओम ओम का आवाज़ भीतर से गूंज रहा था। ये सब अच्छी अनुभूति लेकर दूसरे दिन नायग्रा फॉल्स कनाडा में सितंबर 2000 का समय और उस समय जो दिव्य जीवंत अनुभव हुआ, तो मानो शुद्ध आत्मभाव ही जागृत हो गया और उसे शब्द में व्यक्त करने का प्रयास है। सुन मार गए थे, पूरा शरीर बर्फ सा खींच गया था, शरीर भीतर से ललकार रहा था, तेरा तुझको अर्पण। और उसी समय एक जो याद आ रहा है वो ऐसा है कि एक छोटा बच्चा इतना सब प्रसन्न वातावरण में वो बहुत रो रहा था और उनके माता पिता या तो दूसरे रिश्तेदार शांत करने में विफल हुए थे, वो याद है। और कैसे शांत हुआ वो याद है। सरदार जी सिखों का एक समूह उनके साथ बहुत अच्छी तरह से समय प्रसार किया, वो भी याद है। और मेघ धनुष यानी इंद्रधनुष देखा था उसी समय नाइग्रा फॉल्स के उद्गम स्थान बिंदु की तरफ, तो वो भी याद है। और उसी से मुझे कुछ न कुछ संदेश मिल रहे थे, कुछ न कुछ अंदर से आ रहा था, उसे शब्द में ढालने का ये नम्र प्रयास है। तो व्यक्त कर रहा हूँ तेरा तुझको अर्पण। पंच महाभूत का प्रचंड रूप, पंच महाभूत का प्रचंड रूप, साक्षात पर ब्रह्म स्वरूप, साक्षात पर ब्रह्म स्वरूप। पंच महाभूत का प्रचंड रूप, साक्षात पर ब्रह्म स्वरूप। आनंद से भावोल्लास ब्रह्मदास से नाचे अंतर्मन आरोप। आनंद से भावोल्लास ब्रह्मनाथ से नाचे अंतर्मन अनुरूप। यही है तू, यही है तू, यही है तू, यही है तू, अभिन्न निर्मल शुद्ध मूल रूप, अभिन्न निर्मल शुद्ध मूल रूप। खोज खोज तू भीतर खोज, खोज खोज तू भीतर खोज, पा तू भीतर पा, पा तू भीतर पा। स्वयं साक्षात ओंकार रूप, स्वयं साक्षात ओंकार रूप। पंच महाभूत का प्रचंड रूप, साक्षात पर ब्रह्म स्वरूप। आनंद से भावोल्लास ब्रह्मनाथ के साथ अंतर्मन रूप। यही है तू, यही है तू, अभिन्न निर्मल शुद्ध मूल रूप। खोज खोज तू भीतर खोज, पा तू भीतर पा। स्वयं साक्षात ओंकार रूप। दृश्यमान मेघ धनुष के विविध रंगों के पीछे ही सूर्य है स्वयं प्रकाश पुंज कारण रूप। दृश्यमान मेघ धनुष के विविध रंगों के पीछे ही सूर्य है स्वयं प्रकाश पुंज कारण रूप। आदि मध्य अंत तीनों के पीछे ही प्रकृति चक्र है मूल कारण रूप। आदि मध्य अंत तीनों के पीछे ही प्रकृति चक्र है मूल कारण रूप। यही तो है, यही तो है, यही तो है, यही तो है सर्वशक्तिमान अंतिम सत्य दर्शन। यही तो है, यही तो है सर्वशक्तिमान अंतिम दर्शन, जो है निज आत्मज्ञान स्वरूप, जो है निज आत्मज्ञान स्वरूप। यही तो है, यही तो है तेरा निसर्ग दत्त सोहम चिदानंद पूर्ण रूप। यही तो है, यही तो है तेरा निसर्ग दत्त सोहम चिदानंद आत्म पूर्ण रूप। यही तो है, यही अंदर बाहर दोनों में है करुणा प्रेम आनंद असीम भरपूर। अंदर बाहर दोनों में है करुणा प्रेम आनंद असीम भरपूर। बाहर है भौतिक स्थूल माया का कलरव, बाहर है भौतिक स्थूल माया का कलरव। अंदर सूक्ष्म पंचम ताल है शांत नीरव, अंदर सूक्ष्म पंचम ताल है शांत नीरव। बाहर बहुरूपी बाजी करके विविध खेल खेल में भटकन है अपार। बाहर बहुरूपी बाजी करके विविध खेल खेल में भटकन है अपार। अंदर अनंत शाश्वत आत्मा भंडार वैभव में भटकन नहीं है लगे। अंदर अनंत शाश्वत आत्म भंडार वैभव में भटकन नहीं है लगे। श्री बाबा स्वामी है जीवंत वाहे गुरु चेतना शक्ति महान। श्री बाबा स्वामी है जीवंत वाहे गुरु चेतना शक्ति महान। पाए नवजीवन अनमोल और मिले जिनसे अंत।
got cut off.
जय बाबा स्वामी। स्वयं आदि है में है करुणा प्रेम आनंद असीम भरपूर। अंदर बाहर दोनों में है करुणा प्रेम आनंद असीम भरपूर। बाहर है भौतिक स्थूल माया का कलरव, बाहर है भौतिक स्थूल माया का कलरव। अंदर सूक्ष्म पंचम ताल है शांत नीरव, अंदर सूक्ष्म पंचम ताल है शांत नीरव। बाहर बहुरूपी बाजी करके विविध खेल खेल में भटकन है अपार। बाहर बहुरूपी बाजी करके विविध खेल खेल में भटकन है अपार। अंदर अनंत शाश्वत आत्मा भंडार वैभव में भटकन नहीं है लगे। अंदर अनंत शाश्वत आत्म भंडार वैभव में भटकन नहीं है लगे। श्री बाबा स्वामी है जीवंत वाहे गुरु चेतना शक्ति महान। श्री बाबा स्वामी है जीवंत वाहे गुरु चेतना शक्ति महान। पाए नवजीवन अनमोल और मिले जिनसे अंत में मोक्ष।
I think it is only up to here. For some reason, the audio is cutting off. No problem. I think we covered up most of the poem.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it must have been edited, but yeah, he had written this on a tissue paper, which to me is like him at his best, unstoppable. He was wanting to write something and he sees a tissue paper and he starts writing. And I was like, what are you writing? He's like, I'm writing a poem. And I'm like, on tissue paper? He was like, do you have a notebook? Because we are at Niagara Falls, so you don't expect to carry notebooks and all, right? So I was like, no, you're right. But yeah, he was, he kept talking about this poem. I'll try to share the full poem, but yeah, he was in a different zone, I felt.
Yes.
Yeah, on that day and even after that while we were traveling.
So one thing that happens with those who love to write or sing, that when you go in the presence of a divine place or natural center of energy like Niagara Falls, you automatically go into that beyond the worldly attachment or what you normally think, thoughtless state. Okay. I was lucky to bring Swamiji for the first time, this picture that you are seeing at the Niagara Falls. And Swamiji was not ready to travel at that time too. And he said, I told him that, I don't know when you will come back to Canada. I want to bring you before you go to India. And day before we left from Montreal and we went there first, Niagara Falls, and then he flew back to India. But this place, when somebody goes and somebody is like Bhaskarji, and if you don't write, it is not possible, because your soul automatically start dancing, as he said. एक कलरव सा हो जाता है, just like the birds are start singing the song, the same way your soul starts singing the song, and automatically those words will power into. It is like such a divine and such a highly spiritual words that he is talking from the scriptures or from the beautiful narration that you hear from a yogi. That kind of words are there in this poem. And very beautifully written. But Vishal is going to share with you guys later. We will move on the next part of the program.
Yes.
So ये भी हो गया. This question has been answered by Anupama ji. So we heard the story that all three brothers sisters got married through Samarpan Viva by the grace of Swamiji and Guru Ma. Now the audience is very curious. They want to know, what is the love story behind both of you? How did you fell in love by the grace of Swamiji and got married one day?
You understand? You start? Ladies first.
आप शुरू कीजिए हेमाली जी, फिर बाद में इनसे सुनाएंगे.
मेरे लिए तो एक सपना जैसा ही है. लाइक वो समय, वो टाइम पे मैं वहां पे बाबा स्वामी धाम में गुरु कार्य कर रही थी. वो टाइम पे ऐसे ही सेवाधारी के रूप में वहां पे कार्य हम सब कर रहे थे. तो वहाँ पे हम लोग उज्ज्वला जी के पास ऑफिस में रह के सब गुरु कार्य एंड ऑल सब हम सब लड़कियां सीख रहे थे. तो वो टाइम पे उज्ज्वला जी ने एकदम से बोला कि स्वामी जी ने ना तेरे लिए एक लड़का देखा है, ऐसे ही तू मिल ले उसे. एंड आई एम लाइक, आई वाज शॉक्ड कि मैंने कभी शादी के बारे में सोचा भी नहीं. और मैं तो यहाँ पे मतलब गुरु कार्य करने के लिए आई हूँ. शादी कहाँ, अभी तो शादी तो बहुत दूर की बात, मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था बेसिकली.
फॉर्म विड्रॉ किया था?
हाँ, एक बहुत पहले 2009 में फॉर्म भरा था, फिर एक ही साल रखा और फॉर्म भी मैंने विड्रॉ कर लिया था कि अभी तो कहाँ शादी नहीं करना है, अभी गुरु कार्य करना है सिर्फ. फिर अचानक ही ऐसे स्वामी जी ने बोला, तो फिर ख्याल आया क्या है. फिर स्वामी जी ने बोला है तो करना ही है, गुरुवाणी सबसे पहले. तो ऐसे ही हाँ बोल दिया कि ठीक है. मिल लेते हैं ऐसे ही फिर विशाल बोलेगा अभी
So like she said, so I had filled out the Samarpan Viva form for probably 3 years or 3 or even more maybe. I remember Swamiji had mentioned in one of his discourses that youth these days decide to get married late, have children late. That is not right. Boys should get married at 25 and girls at 21. I think that's what Swamiji said. I may be a year here and there. So I had this thing in my mind. Swamiji told 25 is my target date. So I had filled out the form. And what happened was, since I was so inspired by Prerna Didi's whole marriage thing, what I saw at my house and all, at that time only I had decided that I will also get married in Samarpan Viva. And then Bhumika got married. So for me, getting in Samarpan Viva was like very clear. There was no second doubts or thoughts about it. And
are you sure it is not outsourcing?
It is not outsourcing. It is not outsourcing. It is insourcing. Inward sourcing. So what happened is they asked me to give choices. They meaning the Samarpan Viva coordinators. So Sonali auntie, Vaishali auntie from Gujarat. I think she was the Gujarat and Sonali auntie handled Maharashtra. So they always told me that you gave blank form, but see, it's now year number 2. See, it's now year number 3. You give 4 names, then Swamiji will select. And in my head, it was like, no, I can't give you 4 names. Then they tried in a very polite, very loving way. I even visited Sonali auntie's office in one of my India trip, and she took the whole file out. Everybody who filled the form and all the photographs of girls and boys that they had. So she started showing me, like, look, select 4, at least select 4, Vishal, like, give me 4 names. Then we will talk to Swamiji, and then Swamiji may even give you 5th name. Don't worry. And I explained to her, Sonali auntie, with all due respect, I just can't do it. I'm not trying to act unreasonable. If it is a spiritual marriage, if you're showing me this file, I'm not spiritually that awakened that I'll be able to select even the 4 names correctly. Because if you ask me to select names or, like, I will do what any guy does. Look at the photographs, look at the looks, how educated they are, right? You will tend to ask what's the family. Otherwise, how will you select? So I told Sonali auntie that I'm being very honest with you. If I get married, it's okay. We'll wait. She even told me, if you act like this, no, you will not get married. So then I told her, that's okay. Then my parents will find. Then she was like, no. I was just teasing you. We need guys in Samarpan Viva. So I was just teasing you. So I was like, okay. Then I remember it was Chaitanya Mahotsav 2010, which I had. So I was in India and I went to that Chaitanya Mahotsav. I went to India for Chaitanya Mahotsav. And I never share Anubhutis. I used to never share Anubhutis until that point. And when I went to India, they were asking, like, the announcements were made more frequently than you would hear. If anybody wishes to share their experiences, please come forward. If anybody wishes, then they said, if anybody overseas wishes to share experience, please come forward. And I'm sitting there, and Swamiji was not there. Swamiji had already left. So this was the in-between time. And suddenly, I don't know what happened. I just stood up and went to the, like, I said, I want to share my Anubhuti. And like, okay. And my Anubhuti was very, very basic, meaning long story short, like, I messed up my flight booking. I didn't have a Canada visa, but I booked a flight via Canada, not knowing I'll need a transit visa. And somehow, even though I was at the airport, at O'Hare Airport 3 hours before, I still missed my flight. And that's another story how I missed my flight. I went to the wrong terminal, and then I had these suitcases. I was trying to save money and not do another cab, and I walked to another terminal. So I missed the flight. And when I eventually got to the terminal, they were like, you don't have Canada visa. How did you make this booking? So in the evening, then I flew to Mumbai in another flight. So my Anubhuti was more, very, very basic, like this one. See how Swamiji takes care of because Swamiji has mentioned in multiple discourses that once you sign up, register for Guru Purnima, I bring you here. You don't have to worry about anything. So I was like, see how he took care of me. He made me miss my flight so that I'm not embarrassed about not having a visa. So I went to the stage to share this Anubhuti, and I was laughing because there were 2 Anubhutis before and after, both overseas sadhaks. The one before me, this person was from UK and talking all about how he was able to see energy in his bathroom, like silver and golden. So all spiritual, right? Like all energy. The one after me was the one, it was so nice that even Swamiji referred to her. I think she was from Germany. Even Swamiji referred to her Anubhuti in his discourse, that, you know, she felt like being in a balloon. She went beyond body and all of that. In between, my Anubhuti was, I was traveling and I booked wrong and all of that, right? So the reason I'm sharing this is my sister, Prerna Didi, joked with me a lot that you are very smart. You just wanted to go in front of Swamiji, so that this marriage thing that is not happening for 3 years, now you are like officially going and, you know, you're escalating to the big boss.
Yeah.
And I was like,
attention.
Talking anything, Swamiji was not even there. So Swamiji was inside, or wherever he was, right? I didn't know. So Prerna Didi was like, Swamiji was there in Sukshma, and Swamiji watches a lot of this from inside if he wishes to. So you don't know what he's doing, right? So she was obviously teasing me. But then what happened is, after that Chaitanya Mahotsav, after I met all my friends, family, we went for a family trip to Ganpati Phule in Maharashtra. It's a beautiful place in Maharashtra. And we were at Ganpati Phule. We did all the darshan, you know, of there's a nice temple at the seashore. And then Ujjwala Tai, I got a call from Ujjwala Tai. And she told that, can you come day after tomorrow to Baba Dham? Because Swamiji ne teri sun li. That is what she told me. Swamiji ne teri sun li. There is a girl. And she advised me, you know, all the protocols, like you have to keep this, you know, under the wings, don't spread. You have to respect the girl's family, because we are just telling you there is a proposal. So we were here in Ganpati Phule. So we like started returning back. Next day I did my medical checkup and all of that. And the next morning we were to meet early morning. So we started from Mumbai. I took my friend's car because we had no reservation. So I took my friend's car. We drove all the way to Navsari. And we met at Shree Baba Swami Dham in Mogar, Navsari. And it's like a dream. I still just cannot believe what happened and how it all happened. The important thing to note here is I have never met Swamiji in person. Like I never met. So Swamiji making our arrangement is nothing like he has met me 5-6 times, you know, or he has met Hemali and discussed marriage. She was doing Gurukarya and I never met him in Sthul. So we go and meet, and it was like a movie, literally like a movie. We were invited in Sri Baba Swami Dham's garden. We sat down. Guruma was on the sofa, and she greeted us so lovingly. Like I can't express in words how loving her greeting was. And she was like, you know, how was your journey? How did you come? Like all regular talks that Guruma does to balance you, right? And then here comes Hemali with, like, you know, like a movie. She brings this tray of tea and that kettle and like perfectly white like cups and kettle. And I look at her and I was like, wow, like I can't believe what is happening here. And I'm in garden nicely sitting with my two hands, like, you know, nicely. But the moment I saw her, I'll not hide. I saw her as my wife. If she said no, I would have been shattered, I think. Like, because I just felt that vibe, the whole energy level was so high that this is all just like, you know, acting in a play. We are just playing our parts. So Amiji has already decided and seen what is going to happen. So I already felt like she's my wife. So when I looked at her for the first time, my stare at her was, you know, literally like, you're my wife. So then the families met. We talked a lot with Guruma. My dad shares one of his bhajans also with Guruma. And Guruma also shared some, you know, like you're writing nice, but don't try to put on Bollywood songs. At that time, she had some, you know, like very casual inputs she gave. Then she looked at Hemali and I. Hemali and I were exchanging eye contacts, and we were literally smiling at each other. We just kept laughing, smiling and all. Then Guruma sees us and says, aapas mein baat kar lo, like talk amongst yourself. Like, you know, we are not stopping you. We are forward people. So then we go in this office in Baba Swami Dham. And it's really like, you know, everybody's trying to hide. And I was like, what? Are we doing some crime? They're like, no. Like, no sadhak should come to know what is happening. You know, like, because sometimes we have seen things go the wrong way also. So I understand and respect that. So we went into that small little office they have in Baba Swami Dham, like the computer room, right? And then we talked for some 15-20 minutes. And I poured my heart out. Like, I shared with Hemali every significant thing of my life, right from my birth till that day. I told her everything that I felt was important. And she was just like, you know, like her calming self, like smiling and looking at me. And then she told about her. So we had this chat. And the ashram, other sevadaris, they were being naughty, and like they were trying to like tease us. They were like intentionally, they will go fast, like thank you, meaning like, are you done talking? Are you done talking? So they are intentionally like, like not interfering, but also like teasing us. So that whole all of this happening at Baba Swami Dham was just such a wonderful thing. Then we then we just came back, and then we were just talking normally. Then suddenly my dad told, yeah, we will think and tell, right? And Swamiji was not at Baba Dham. It was only Guruma. So we were like, oh, okay. And then Guruma was also like, okay, think and tell. And then Ujjwala Tai was there. So she also told, ki, acha, aap soch kar batao, like come back, get back to us. Right. Then we started our drive back, like we told goodbye and all. And then what I learned in talking to her parents was they are there all day. Their bus to Rajkot was at like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. at the night. And Hemali's parents talked to me directly, like his dad, being the very direct person he is, like directly asked me, do you smoke, do you drink? Like he was not like, his questions were very plain, clear. What do you like? What do you don't like? And I answered him, and then he was like, I believe that the guy should be strong, then you can make the home as a family. So and I know my daughter is very strong. These were his words. So then we start driving back. When we were driving back, it's funny, we crossed the Navsari toll. There's a significance of this toll. So as soon as we crossed the toll, I was feeling very, something was pulling me back. I was feeling, why are we going back to Mumbai? What is there to think? So then I just asked my mom and dad, what else do you want to know? What do you want to think? Because their parents are still in Mogar. If you want to talk up to them, about relatives or whatever you want to know, why are we going to Mumbai? We should talk to them. So then my mom's reaction was hilarious. Arey beta, you should have told this before the toll. Why are you telling this after the toll? Now we'll have to pay toll, no, again. So I laughed. I was like, Mom, seriously, you're worried about us paying a toll? And she was like, Arey, but literally, like, so I was like, okay, fine. So I joked, Mommy, it's okay. Like one toll, we'll make this toll like memorable one. So we go to a hotel. My mom and dad, my dad asked me very clearly, like, what is in your mind? What is in your heart? Tell us. So I told them that I feel that she's my wife, like, and I'm going to US. It was Thursday. I remember it was Thanksgiving Day. I think it was 26th November or 25th. I forget that year, but it was a Thursday, and Sunday I was flying back. So I told Dad, see, I'm not going to meet Hemali again. So if this is it, then at least, I would like to spend today with her since we are here. So my dad understood that I am, like, iska to wicket gir gaya hai. So then my dad was like, do you want to talk to your sisters? So I told my sisters, no. My sisters got married in Samarpan only. What do I want to talk to them? They will ask me, how is she? I'll tell them what I told you. And they already told me before coming only that give us the good news. So they are not saying that talk to us and then decide. So what is there to talk? So then my dad was like, okay, let's talk to Mama. Mummy to me on that day was a very different person. She became this medium, I think, of Swamiji, because her questions, her talks were so direct. So she told me, are you sure? She's a sevadhari. You remember how she doesn't want to work. She does not like a corporate lifestyle. And then, are you sure? So I was like, Mama, I'm very sure. I'm not worried about, like whether she wants to work or not. Then my mom was like, all guys say this. Afterwards, they will tell their wives, you should work. What did you do education for? You should make your parents proud. So do you have it in you to be able to support her wishes? Do you have it in you to be able to sustain and promise me? So I saw this very different form of my mom, because she was very, like, she was loving, but she was strict. And my dad also was like trying to calm her down. Like take it easy. And my mom was like, no. As a woman, I have to understand what is in his mind. So then I told my mom, I respect that, like she's like a diamond to me. If Swamiji is finding her for me, she's like my diamond. So I have least interest in whether she will work. To me, she wants to do Gurukarya. That is what I understand. She wants to be a sevadhari. I'll respect that. And I think I'm capable to sustain that. And my uncle, I remember, like 2 months before this incident, my uncle had shared with me, beta, these days, it's the generation of 2 horsepower, 2 engines. Every train also has 2 engines, so that, they can run fast. So he was hinting basically to me that you should get married to somebody who earns, very well in US. And in US, it is very common. So he was giving me all this knowledge. Then I asked my uncle, but what if the single engine is having double horsepower? Then he told, oh, then in that case, that's a different story. So, okay, I understood what you are also hinting back. And I was like, no, I'm not saying, I'm asking you a question. You asked a question, I'm asking you a question. So that also helped me on that day, my discussion with my uncle, because I told my mom that I'm very sure. Then my mom told that I loved the girl. She has this, her words were bahut tej che any aju baju, which means she has this glow of energy around her. So if you can be sure that you will be supportive of what she wants all your life and respect, then yes. So that's when we called back and told Ujjwala Tai that it's a yes from us. So then Ujjwala Tai was like, oh, kidhar ho, don't go ahead. And then just wait there. And then I think Ujjwala Tai talked to Hemali and parents that Vishal and family told yes. So now it's up to you guys.
It's your court.
It's your call. And then I think we waited for not even half an hour. I think 20-25 minutes we were in the hotel. And it was funny, like, after paying this toll, my dad usually never likes to sit in AC. He was like, aaram se baat karenge, we'll sit in AC and all. So we were like, chill. Daddy was like, we'll just eat well, have lunch. Then she called and that it's a yes from them. So then we go back to Ujjwala Tai told that why don't you guys come back? You guys can spend time together in the afternoon at A1, wherever she was staying. And she told, I'll try to see if Guru Ma can meet you again. I cannot commit, but we'll see. So then we go to the place where she was staying, and there are other sadhikas also, and we meet, we talk, our families talk. Because it was wonderful, like, just to be able to like meet again, talk again. And then we go back to Ujjwala Tai told ki Guru Ma said like we'll meet again in the evening. So I think it was early evening, right? It was early evening, around 4 or 5. So we go to there again, and Guru Ma's reaction was so, like, she was so overjoyed. Like, her smile and her energy was like to some degree. And then she says, Swamiji has given me calls so many times. Every hour he was calling. What happened? What happened? What happened? And I was like, no, they met. Then I told, no, the guys told that their family is going to think and get back. And then Swamiji's reaction was, अरे लड़का क्या सोचेगा, उसका तो सब डिसाइडेड ही है, जो सोचना है लड़की ने सोचना है. Which means, what is the guy going to think? What are they saying that he's going to think? He has nothing to think. He knows what he's doing. He's already married. It is all about the girl. And then Swamiji told, लड़की को भी सिर्फ अमेरिका जाना है कि नहीं वो तय करना है, बाकी तो उसका भी डिसीजन है ही. Which means that Swamiji told that girl has also made up her mind. The only thing playing on her mind is she ready to go to America? Because Hemali's, she's from Gujarat, so getting offers for marriage is not a uncommon thing, right? When any girl or guy gets young. So her kaka had sent so many US, UK relations, and her reaction was, India ni baar to jaise nahi. I will never go outside India. So it was kind of her, like, that whole US thing. But yeah, it was, so then Guruma, we met. Guruma gave like dry fruits and like sari, shagun, sari, like she gave that, and she told that, like you go to US peacefully, we will do, like, follow the protocols, follow all what Ujjwala Tai and Vishalji and Sonaliji will tell you for Samarpan Vivah. But your relation, like, आपका रिश्ता हो गया, पक्का हो गया, तो ये मैं आपको हमारी तरफ से शगुन दे रही हूँ. So she gave even some CD, I think. So no, that was during marriage. Sorry. So, but yeah, that was how we met at Dham for the first time. And it's just amazing how Swamiji reads you without knowing you. Like, what mesmerizes me is that not having met him, right, doing a shibir and, filling up the form. And when Swamiji says things like, मैं एक मतलब नाम बोलो तो भी मैं उस व्यक्ति के बारे में सब कुछ बोल सकता हूँ. Even if you tell me the name, I can tell you everything about that person. So when we fill out this form or when we register for something, when Swamiji puts his chit, he doesn't have to meet you. He doesn't have to know anything about you. Years have passed, and I can certify, like, when Swamiji does a spiritual match, it's just at a different level. Like, you don't think of things that he probably checks again. So that was our story of, like, meeting together at the first time at Shri Baba Swami Dham.
Yes. Very romantic and very beautiful. तो ये तो हेमाली मुझे लगता है कि दिल वाला है. दुल्हनिया ले गया क्या हुआ फिर बाद में?
Yeah, and she told, actually, I don't know if you told during your childhood stories, that
Oh,
about
yeah.
like you when you were a
So-
kid you didn't want to work and
हाँ
the
हाँ,
God
तो मैं
Bhagwan.
छोटी थी ना तब से, मतलब वो बोल रही थी कि मैं तो मम्मी पापा को छोड़ के कहीं भी नहीं जाऊंगी। मतलब मेरी दीदी की भी शादी हुई तो फिर मेरे बारे में सब ऑब्वियसली पूछते हैं ना कि अरे अब तो तेरी बारी तेरी बहन की शादी हुई। तो मैं सबको बोलती थी अरे मुझे तो शादी वादी नहीं करती, मैं तो मम्मी पापा के साथ रहूंगी और शादी होगी तो मतलब गॉड गॉड ही करेगी सब मेरी शादी, और
God
मैं
Bhagwan.
गॉड
अरे।
भगवान ही करेंगे, ऐसे ही बोलती थी सबको कि
क्या बात
मुझे शादी करनी ही नहीं है। लाइक तो इट्स फॉर मी इट्स लाइक मम्मी बोलती थी ना छोटे, आप जैसा सोचोगे वैसा होता है आपके साथ। तो अच्छा ऐसे ही सबको बोलते थे, तो शादी करना ये ख्याल था ही नहीं मेरे दिमाग में। मेरे
सही।
दिमाग में तो सिर्फ गुरु कार्य करने के लिए गई थी तो वही था। तो इसके लिए मैं सोच में पड़ गई कि अरे दो दो डबल माइंड हो गया कि गुरु कार्य भी करना है और स्वामी जी ने बोला है तो मना करना तो हो ही, सवाल ही नहीं उठता ना। स्वामी जी ने किया तो वो स्टैम्प पेपर लग गया छाप।
सही। इसलिए
Yeah.
लोग कहते हैं जोड़ी मेड इन हेवन, कोई कहता है रब ने बना दी जोड़ी, मैं कहता हूँ बाबा ने बना दी जोड़ी।
Yes.
हाँ,
हमारे
बाबा
भगवान यही, हमारे परमात्मा
For me,
यही हमारे
for-
सुन रही है।
yes, for me, it's like such a wonderful gift from Samarpan, from Swamiji. It's like such a wonderful gift. क्योंकि
सही।
वो धाम पे गुरु माँ और माँ की तरह जो सब कुछ वो इतना सेट करके रखा था, जैसे माँ कैसे एकदम अपनी बेटी को अच्छे से तैयार करके एकदम शांत करके सब एकदम कुछ नहीं, एकदम शांत और लविंग एनवायरनमेंट। वो तो एनर्जी के एनवायरनमेंट तो जो होगा वो तो वी आर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट कि बाबा धाम में ये सब मिलना और ये सब वार्तालाप
बहुत सही
वो
है।
सब हुआ। तो वी आर वेरी लकी कि स्वामी जी के सानिध्य में, गुरु माँ के सानिध्य में ये सब जो हुआ और ये एक नींव जीवन की, नए जीवन की शुरुआत की नींव वहां पे हुई। तो what we can ask more for,
Yeah.
कुछ उसके बाद बाकी नहीं रहता।
This is how I
और-
saw Hemali for the first time, by the way.
Yeah,
This
ये
was
साड़ी
the
नहीं थी।
ये वही ओरिजिनल ड्रेस है, ओरिजिनल में
ओरिजिनल ड्रेस है, yes।
हाँ ये before, so see, this also tells another story. Her Sadhika friends took her photograph. Nobody took my photograph about meeting on her, but I had this one photograph where I wore what I had worn when I met her for the first time.
सेम क्लोथ्स।
Same clothes, yes.
उनको मालूम था ना कि इसका नंबर लगे या ना लगे, हमको पता नहीं है, लेकिन सब हेमाली के हाथ में है। स्वामी जी भी यही बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि विशाल ने तो 3 बार फॉर्म भर के स्वामी जी को यही कह दिया कि मैं तो आपकी इच्छा से ही करूंगा शादी।
हाँ,
यही
मेरा
बात, समर्पण क्या है।
यस, मेरे पास तो पासपोर्ट भी नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, क्योंकि मतलब यूएस जाने का सोचा ही नहीं था, तो पासपोर्ट भी नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था। तो शादी के बाद जाए, मतलब वो प्रोसेस एंड ऑल, समर्पण विवाह में शादी हुई। इट्स अमेजिंग। सब इतने हैप्पी थे। और लाइक मम्मी पापा, विशाल के मम्मी पापा को भी मिलके ऐसा नहीं लगा कि अरे ये पहली बार मिले हैं। इट्स लाइक वी फील सो कनेक्टेड। और विशाल के वलसाड में जो सभी फैमिली मेंबर्स है, कितने बहुत सारे काका एंड सब कजिन्स, दे ऑल आर सो लविंग एंड वेलकमिंग कि उन लोगों ने भी ऐसा कुछ नहीं मतलब किया कि अरे ये कौन आ गए, कौन है, हम तो इन लोगों को जानते भी नहीं। लाइक कैसा एकदम वेलकमिंग एनवायरनमेंट हुआ,
फैमिली एनवायरनमेंट लगा तुमको।
फैमिली। तो जैसे स्वामी जी बोलते हैं ना, शादी यानी सिर्फ लड़का और लड़की का शादी नहीं है, 2 फैमिली का मिलन है।
सही।
तो ये 2 फैमिली कितने अच्छे से जुड़ गए, किसी को कुछ पता भी नहीं चला। और जो भी रिचुअल्स वगैरह जो भी सभी होता है वो सब आसानी से सब हो गया। और समर्पण विवाह में मैरिज यानी एक अलग ही एक्साइटमेंट, एक अलग ही उत्साह था। पर मैं और विशाल इतना मतलब वो हंस रहे थे ना कि इट्स ऑल ओवर द जॉय एंड हार्ट इज filled with so much love and joy.
To just get married, Swamiji, and we were fortunate because when we got married, Swamiji and Guruma both were there. Because I know some Samarpan Vivas where Swamiji was not there, or both were not there. Right? And not that his Sukshma self is always there in Dandi Ashram or wherever. As a sadhak, you always feel him around. But like this photograph, like with Swamiji, like being on stage when we were getting married, and we were like smiling all the time. We were smiling all the time. Like, and one small trivia is the volunteer who is there, the sadhika by our marriage havan. Yeah, this is our photo on the stage of all the couples that got married. The couple next to us is right now in Japan.
They were together in the retreat. Right?
Yes, they were in a retreat. But
on the right side or left side?
So sorry, to our left, to our left.
Yeah.
Yes.
Left.
Yes.
Darshita and Mitul. Yeah. So yeah, but if you the fun trivia is, if you go to the photo below, the Sevadari who is doing our marriage, helping with all the Havan, she's the same who did Bhumika and Bhushan's marriage also. So, like, हाँ, जो स्वामी जी बोलते हैं, कभी-कभी रिश्ते भी ऐसे होते हैं. But yeah, this to get married with so many sadhaks around in that environment, the joy spoke for itself. I remember, the taking away, like juta chori karna jija, right? Like there is a ritual like where they take away your brother-in-law's shoes. So Hemali's sadhika sisters, they took away my shoes, and I remember this because it was so hot outside. So we were told after the marriage, so marriage was done. Now you have to go to Mangal Murti. We have to go to the Guru Shakti Dham, right? Now it was like not far, but in that Dandi 1 p.m. or noon heat,
it is very hot
ground, and yeah, you feed that heat. And they were refusing. They were like, no, Jiju, like we will not give you your shoes. And then they were teasing, Jao, Swami, go to the Guru Shakti Dham, like that only. We will also see her. And I literally prayed to Swamiji, I think my feet will be all red and come back. But I ran and I did reach. And I was like, oh my God. And then I was like, I felt like, it's okay. You're going to the coolest place, like literally like the Chaitanya cool, the energy cool in Guru Shakti Dham. But yeah, like just fun memories like that. And like Hemali said, it's a very important thing to respect. One thing is like, yes, our family is respected, that we are getting married in ashram. The respect should also be other way around. We had a lot of mutual respect. Like none of my cousins, like they were all in Valsad, but they didn't come, and they could have come, but they told, see, like, that's that's a specific energy you're in, enjoy. But then we told, we will, after marriage, we'll come to you. So on our way to Mumbai, we went to Valsad, we sang songs, like my cousins, they were so excited. So like even the day before we got engaged in Valsad. So that's another story. So we met in November of 2010 after Chaitanya Mahotsav, right? The Thanksgiving week. Then our marriage got decided. That second time we are meeting is directly on the wedding day. So Hemali was like, ek final check kar leti hu. So she was like, let's get engaged. So I was like, engaged? So she was like, yeah, let's get engaged. So we decided to do our engagement in Valsad at my Kaka's house, because it's a big house. So that's where we met for technically the second time. And right?
Yes, like after Baba Dham pe milne ke baad, ये तो विशाल तो चला गया US. फिर आफ्टर 6 months डायरेक्टली हम लोग शादी के टाइम पे ही मिले, मतलब ये एंगेजमेंट के टाइम.
We used to talk on phone. We used to talk on phone. That like, but that also because she was at Dham, it was once a week, only 5 minutes, some emails. So yeah, it was very interesting that way.
This is called diet love.
Diet love.
Diet love.
Very beautiful. But it is amazing. I believe any wedding, any marriage that happens, when there is a divinity inside it, when you come from the point of spiritual outlook, then it is going to make a successful marriage. And regardless of how odd or imperfect our personality is, we will be able to make adjustment and compromise and try to let the love win over everything. And that is what I see in the entire family, all three of you, all three brother and sister. It is not the situation or the personality, it is the blessing of Guru that we focused on. And that is why you are where you are today. May Gurudev bless you.
Absolutely. Yes, it is all Swamiji who has blessed us with these moments. And even when, if you go to next slide, like that's our reception. Even when my cousins met Hemali, right, and they know me inside out, all of them told me she's perfect for you. She's like, like you guys are fire and ice. She's opposite. She's calm. She's, quiet. You are like outgoing and like energetic and like, like there's strengths and like, so you like, we feel like genuinely that we complement each other in day-to-day life as well as in spiritual world. This photograph that you see on the left side, most of them are from Mulund Center who came at our reception. You'll see Harshanti there. You'll see Pavan Bhai there. There's this.
Yes.
Hetal, Khyati, to Prerna's right. That's Khyati. She was the one who got married in Samarpan. She was the first person to get married in Samarpan Vivah. The person who's to mile between Prerna Didi and me. Her name is Khyati. She's I think she's Jayesh Pandit's niece, if I believe.
Yes.
And, but these are all Mulund Center people. So we were just blessed that, even in our reception, the sadhaks came, obviously the family came, that's our parents, and that's Hemali's Didi Jiju. And
we did reception both the sides. So मतलब सभी दोनों साइड के फैमिली रिलेटिव्स को भी खुश करना था, हैप्पी करना था, दोनों साइड्स के रिसेप्शन भी हुआ, सब कुछ.
लेकिन बहुत अच्छा. So this is a memorable event of your life, of course, and after listening to your story, everybody feel that you are such a blessed couple. You are such a blessed family that all of you had direct interaction and blessing from Swamiji and Guruma in your wedding, in your life. This is amazing. This does not come overnight. You must have done some good karma in the past life also. That's why you got this. And that's why just by looking at this girl, you felt that this is your wife.
Yes, it's I call it like a spiritually arranged but love at first sight.
Yes.
And even when she came to Chicago, I remember, Gandhi uncle and family, after marriage I'm talking about, when we came to Chicago, I forgot to share that photo, I think. But we were greeted by like our own center people. At that time, our center was at his house. So you want to share the first place? The first place she visited after landing in Chicago was our center, because uncle auntie told we are near airport, 20-25 minutes, like bring her here. And then Bharat uncle's son and daughter-in-law Ashish and Forum, they were decorating our house for like welcome Hemali, the house in which I was. So we went to center and I asked her, so I asked her the night, before like we were going to bed, like, so how was your first day? How are you feeling? And she told me, it's strange. I feel like I've been at this place before. Chicago, like whatever I've seen from airport, the roads, the vibe, the energy, I don't feel I'm at a new place. I don't know why, Vishal, but I'm feeling as if I've been here before. Yes. So I was like, okay, that's new, but that's good for me, because if you've been here, then that's easy for me. But I know she was alone.
मतलब वो ऐसा था ना कि इंडिया को छोड़ना था, इंडिया को छोड़ के जाना था, सब कुछ, आश्रम को छोड़ना था. सबसे बड़ा तो मेरे अंदर यही था कि अरे डांडी आश्रम को छोड़ के जाना था. तो वो एक ऐसा था कि नहीं जाना है, मतलब. पर यहाँ आके एकदम वेलकमिंग एंड अंकल आंटी डायरेक्टली सेंटर पे जाना, इट्स लाइक कहीं हम और गए ही नहीं, मतलब the whole world is same.
स्वामी जी ने
बोलते हैं ना कि यस, कि पूरा लाइक वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, वैसी फीलिंग आ गई कि स्वामी जी ने एक बार प्रवचन में भी बोला था कि सारी दुनिया मेरे बाप की है. तो वो मेरे दिमाग में बैठ गया, चलो वो लेके ही चलते हो. अरे सारी दुनिया मेरे बाप की है, किधर भी जाओ स्वामी जी को साथ में लेके जाओ बस. तो
मानना होगा, तुमको मानना पड़ेगा, तभी होगा. सही है. लेकिन एक बात है कि जहाँ गुरु शक्ति के ऊपर आपको विश्वास है, सारी दुनिया आपका घर बन जाती है. And one thing I feel in your story, that probably the way Hemali used to think in her childhood, I want to be with my mom and dad all the time. If there was no Samarpan in her life, if there was no Swamiji and Guruma in her life, probably she will not go to Baba Swami Dham. And if she does not go to Baba Swami Dham, probably she will still be adamant that I don't want to marry now. I want to look only at God when he will come and make me married. So Swamiji indirectly is her God. Swamiji came in her life, and Swamiji literally spin the ball instead of making the straight forward bowling, and brought her to the state of getting married. And after he put in front of Vishal to Hemali, and today, after meeting and after coming to Chicago, she feels at home. And this is your sweet home. This is your family. This is our Samarpan family. This is what Swamiji has given us. What more we can ask, right?
Nothing. Yes, here it's like our Samarpan family is it's amazing. मतलब वो ऐसा फीलिंग ही नहीं आता कि अरे हम कहीं और है, कहीं और जगह पे, कहीं पे भी जाओ समर्पण फैमिली मिल ही जाएगा.
जी ने कहा है कि मैंने आपके लिए सारी दुनिया में ऐसा परिवार बनाया है, आप कहीं पे भी जाओ आपको घर सा लगेगा. And that is what we are trying to create in Americas. We are trying to make such a loving and soulful family that everybody is enjoying your story. I think today we almost spoke for almost 5 hours, and if we can take the last question for tomorrow, do you think that will be a good idea?
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely.
Because it will be good for all of us.
Yes,
I have to make sure that you are comfortable with that.
Absolutely comfortable.
Yes.
Tomorrow we will have more fun.
Yes, absolutely.
This is a perfect ending.
सही है ना, क्योंकि शादी के बाद ये पार्टी का मूड है, अभी सब पार्टी में जाएंगे, खाना बना खाएंगे, मजा करेंगे.
Yes, absolutely.
But what an inspiring story. What a lovely story of even Samarpan Vivah. I believe your story of Samarpan Vivah is one of the most romantic and exciting one. And I want people, young boys and girls, to be inspired from this love story, from this marriage story, because in your story, you are showing the world, if you trust your Guru and if you follow his guidance and his blessings, you will end up being happy and you will make other people happy. You will progress spiritually and you will help other people progress spiritually. Because ultimately it is not just male-female relationship. It is not just getting into the marriage to grow kids and survive. It is more than that. And that is what you two are doing. And that is why I have so much expectation from you, as much as Swamiji and Guruma have had. Okay. So like your parents, I will be very kind and loving and supporting, but at the same time, I will be strict too as a parent. And I will be making sure that ultimately you reach to the destination that Swamiji has given to each and every one of us, that is moksha or liberation. So we will reach there and we will bring lot of souls together with us. Okay?
Yes.
Absolutely.
फिर मिलेंगे हम लोग कल सुबह इसी टाइम पे. सही है?
Thank you.
Jai Baba Swami, few just a little bit more. Thank you. Yes, Rasika ji is sharing. We have a couple of more things before that. Okay. Right. Jai Baba Swami. Thank you, Vishalji and Hemaliji. We have had what a bliss. Who knew that we didn't know you? It's been, we have only covered 4 questions, by the way. And it has been more than 5 hours that we are sitting and listening to you. And we are blessed to have someone like you in our vicinity, in our company. And just, it feels like how Auntie described. I was feeling while studying your life that you both are invited souls, not just your kids, but you too are, because you had such parents to bring you on this earth. And Swamiji totally brought you on this earth because of his own mission. So we are really blessed to have you, and we lived a beautiful journey so far with you, and there is a lot more to come. We know that, and the whole Samarpan journey is yet left, so don't forget to join tomorrow at the same time. But I would like to just address to our audience who were part of this session or who will be listening to us on YouTube. Please let us know if you have any such guests who have experienced Samarpan journey, and so that we can reach out and share their stories, or bring your stories to the world, and make sure we tell the mission of Swamiji through you. So moving on to the next part, is Kunalji online for this?
Yes, I am.
All right, over to you then.
Thank you. I'm going to shift to Hindi for everybody's reference. So I hope that's not a problem. Hello.
Hindi, Marathi, any Gujarati, whatever you want.
I'm going to stick to Hindi at this point in time with a bit of English, but it's good to see Vishal Bhai and Hemaliji smiling faces. Vishalji is always smiling, which is always a motivation for all of us. पर अभी यहाँ पे मैं ज्यादा समय लोगों का नहीं लूंगा, डायरेक्टली स्ट्रेट टू द पॉइंट, स्ट्रेट फायर, कि अब तक सब लोगों ने बहुत सारी अनुभूतियां शेयर की है, सब कुछ किया है. आप लोग आज तक समर्पण से जुड़े हुए ही हो, पर एक छोटी सी चीज अपने को और करनी है, जिससे कि अब तक अपनी जिंदगी ठीक रही है, आगे की जिंदगी और अच्छी होने के लिए, और जिसके लिए हमें एक बहुत बड़ी सामूहिकता से जुड़ना है, जो है अपना रिट्रीट 2022. उस चीज के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी, अपने पास अभी अराउंड 15 घंटे बचे हुए हैं. इन 15 घंटों में आप वो चीज कर सकते हो जो अब तक नहीं की है, और जल्दी से जाके रजिस्टर कर सकते हो. ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो हम लोग, कोई आपको बता नहीं सकता है या कोई एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता है, ये बस एक्सपीरियंस की जा सकती है. और उस चीज को करने के लिए रिट्रीट में होना जरूरी है, और ये तभी हो सकता है जब आप जाके रजिस्टर करते हो. तो जो भी साधक अभी तक बचे हुए हैं, कल एंड ऑफ द डे तक, मतलब संडे एंड ऑफ द डे तक प्लीज जाके रजिस्टर कीजिए. ये ऐसी एक चीज है जो बार बार नहीं आई है इन द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स, अभी आई है, तो वी शुड मेक द मोस्ट ऑफ इट. प्लीज गो एंड रजिस्टर. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a different experience for all of us. So I urge everybody very, very earnestly to be a part of this by registering. Vishal Bhai is the only one who's maintaining the count. So Vishal Bhai, you can probably share the latest count as well, but I want to see that count go up considerably.
Yes.
सब लोगों को सब जगह से हम लोग पुश करते ही रहेंगे, पर I'm repeating again, ये चीज बताई नहीं जा सकती है, ये सिर्फ एक्सपीरियंस की जा सकती है, और उसके लिए वहां होना जरूरी है.
बहुत बहुत
we are 155, we are 155 or so right now, so
क्या बात है.
Going to be an amazing collectivity.
So this is one of the biggest collectivities. Yeah, and if you like this happiness and this joy and fun that you saw in today's TIS, we are going to have that live in America. Okay, and we are also going to have video conference with Swamiji, meaning that Swamiji is coming to talk to you, the sadhaks of America, all divine souls, only if you get together at one place. This is what Swamiji said. So it is not going to be a Zoom meeting like you expect that you will be able to see and talk to Swamiji. This is going to be only if you attend this retreat. And on Saturday morning, Swamiji will come just on the auspicious day of Ganesh Chaturthi. Swamiji came for the first time in 2001 to Canada also on Ganesh Chaturthi. And even though Ganesh festival is going to be on Monday in India, Swamiji is giving us this time on Sunday evening, their time, in Indian time. So for you, Gurudev is coming to America. Why don't you come and join us in this collectivity? We want to see every family, their representation in this retreat, okay? And our volunteers are working very hard to make this a memorable and enjoyable event. So we want to see you. Come there. Krunal ji, बहुत अच्छी तरह से sponsor किया आपने.
Thank you. ये सबका, हम सब लोगों का एक इवेंट है जहाँ पे होना जरूरी है. तो जितने लोग जैसे जहाँ से लेके आ सकते हैं वहाँ आ जाएंगे.
चलो फिर टिकट बुक कर देते हैं.
सब लोगों का कर सकते हैं.
Very nice. Next.
Jai Baba Swami. So thank you already. Came from heart naturally after listening to you. So again, bow to you and bow to auntie, uncle, and so who were in India, who gave us a beautiful, beautiful testimony, and also auntie who was here live. And we felt while listening we can do whole session with her, just with auntie. So much energy with her, and so much bhav that it was just coming out of her, all the Samarpan memories, like she was there that day in Mullen Center, and it was right fresh. And I was asking like in chat also, we need to have that kind of atmosphere here in our centers, that just do everything in the center whole day, and it doesn't feel like half an hour of meditation, it just feels like full lifetime center experience, like how auntie lived. So much learning through her also. And thank you, beautiful couple Hemali ji and Vishal bhai. Yes, Swami ji ne banai hui jodi hai, so it has to be very beautiful, soulful. So thank you once again, and I know you have been working hard on top of other Gurukarya that you were piled up with, but you paid every minor details were put in the effort for today's session. And also Rasika ji was 100% on it for the PowerPoint back and forth until midnight yesterday, and then the other people who were on top of it also. So we will have more tribute to our team tomorrow, but let's move on. And I would like to invite Pranav ji for next part.
This is only because of you, all of you, like all the teamwork and this, otherwise निकलता ही नहीं था, इतना बोला ही नहीं जाता, because आप लोगों का इतना भाव और love and respect, मतलब वो receiving ही इतनी है तो बोला जा सकता है, otherwise बोल ही नहीं सकते.
Thank you, but it is all Swami ji. I tell you, हमने हमेशा महसूस किया है कि Swami ji want to love and respect each and every Samarpan family and sadhaks who are joining Samarpan meditation and who are dedicating their life in the Gurukarya. So the words of appreciation, love and respect that you are experiencing from this is Samarpan team are the words and love and respect from Swamiji. It is the blessing of Swamiji, not just to you, but to us also, because we are able to become medium for Swamiji. And that is the way we look in every Guru Karya. And Atithi Devo Bhava. By bringing you as our guest, Swamiji has brought God himself in this gathering, in this program. So let us see what Swamiji has to say.
Hey Baba Swami, thank you very much.
Jai Baba Swami.
Thank you very much, Vishalji and Hemaliji, for sharing the priceless treasure of yours. Like, it's not easy to share bits and pieces of your life, like, like this. It takes us and a lot of surrender to, to Guru. So thank you very much. With this, we would like to invite Swamiji to give us the blessings. Jai Baba Swami.
आप सबको खूब खूब आशीर्वाद. आप सबको खूब खूब आशीर्वाद.
Jai Gurudev, Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. And फिर मिलेंगे हम लोग tomorrow morning, same time. And come with more energy. थोड़ा नाश्ता करके मस्त आ जाओ, बैठ जाओ. Because tomorrow we have to finish all the questions, okay? I have lots of questions and lot of things to take out from you. हम निकलवा लेंगे ही आपसे.
Yes. The Kirit ji is asking whom to contact. I think it is about the retreat. So Kirit ji, if you're still on, if you can give us one of your numbers, or if you can register on the link in the chat that Utsav Bhai has.
See all the faces right now on the video, whom to contact.
We can stop live, YouTube live, please.
Yes.
Zarika ji.